Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2952, 2952. Translator, 549-6903. The more the military and police arrested, the larger Lena society became. Even though there were not enough prisons in the Gamma space, there was still a large number of people willing to join Lena society. These people had previously been limited to the poor. Gradually, they had expanded to ordinary people. A debt crisis and a devastating inflation. These two financial crises were like two nuclear bombs, blasting the Gamma space into pieces. Countless businesses had closed down, and countless workers had lost their jobs. The people who were already poor had even less food and clothing, and their lives were in danger. In such a situation, no matter how much the government promoted it, it would be useless. Unless you could provide enough food and supplies to ensure the people's basic lives, a piece of law or the violent intervention of the military and police would not solve the problem. That would not solve the problem. Meanwhile, Lena had real gold and silver in her hands. Working with her meant that she had food to eat and that she could buy food. This was more effective than any kind of propaganda. A few days later, Colonel Kono changed his strategy. He saw that he could not catch the mastermind behind this society, so he changed to the policy of imperial security. If he was willing to cooperate with the government, then he would definitely be able to sit on a high position and ride a fine horse. However, the problem was that Lena was not born with a humble background. She had received an elite education since she was young, and she was well-versed in imperial security. She knew that as long as she showed up now, she would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, even if Kono's travel promise would not deceive Lena, would Lena, who had a grudge against her father, surrender? If she was greedy for her own safety or wealth, wouldn't it be better for her to stay at Jiang Fei's home? Although the two of them did not have anything to do with each other, in the entire Gamma space, who did not know that she was the woman of the second in command, Ralph? Lena's background and her brain would not allow her to surrender. Therefore, Colonel Kono's plan to make her surrender was doomed to fail. A week passed in the blink of an eye. As Lena's society grew larger and larger, Colonel Kono was at his wit's end. At that moment, the consul was a little anxious. After all, no dictator could tolerate having hundreds of thousands of disobedient citizens around him. However, Colonel Kono, who was in charge of the military, could not handle this matter. Therefore, the consul had to summon Jiang Fei again. Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the consul's residence and saw the consul himself. "You know the recent situation?" the consul asked. Jiang Fei asked, "Yes. In just a few days, they have grown to nearly 300,000 people." The consul said, "They're just a group of unarmed, starving people." Jiang Fei said, "That doesn't sound like something you would say." Once the leader of this club instigated them to do something, hundreds of thousands of people would riot together. "That would be very difficult to deal with," said the consul. "Sir, I have said before that there is no good way to deal with these hungry people. Either we provide relief or we have to let them develop. However, we have no money and no food. There is no way to provide relief to these hungry people. They will just follow the people who can eat their fill," Jiang Fei said the consul as he looked at Jiang Fei deeply. He did not know why Jiang Fei was so insistent on doing this. It would not benefit him at all. Once military control was implemented, Colonel Kono would be in power. Ralph would have to stand aside. "Sir, I am lacking in knowledge. I can only think of this method to stabilize the current situation. After military control, I would be left empty-handed. This is definitely not a good thing for me. However, this is the only way I can think of to solve the problem," said Jiang Fei. "Sigh, even if I am willing to do this, those rich businessmen and high-ranking officials would not be willing." The consul sighed and expressed his true thoughts. "My lord, you are too ignorant. As long as you make sure that Colonel Kono is willing to support you and give the officers and all the military police some benefits, I think that they will definitely be willing to work with you." Jiang Fei sneered and said, "That's right. The army is in my hands." The consul slapped his thigh and said, "Sir, if you want to stabilize the society, This is the only way, Jiang Fei said. All right. The consul nodded and sent for Colonel Kono. Jiang Fei and the consul drank tea in the living room for a while. In about half an hour, Colonel Kono arrived. He had not been in the military camp for the past few days. Previously, when he was selling the lunar crystal futures, he had also gotten a lot of cash. Therefore, he had been busy with the business recently. Colonel Kono greeted the consul. Yes. The consul nodded and asked, "How was the situation in the military recently?" Colonel Kono said, "Because the military's material distribution system was a separate system, there were sufficient reserves. Therefore, the economic crisis had not affected the military camp yet. However, this stability could not be maintained for long. After all, the soldiers were not all orphans. They also had a family to support. It was not enough to just eat by themselves. How about this? You pass on the order." The consul was also a very courageous person. He knew that the most critical issue right now was to firmly control the army by his side. "Many thanks, my lord." Kono immediately stood up and said. This time, he was also the beneficiary. After all, he was also in the army. But who would complain that he had earned too much? The consul said to Kono with a serious expression. Colonel Kono said, "I plan to put the entire space under military control." The consul said his purpose. Although Kono was extremely happy in his heart, he still had to act on the surface. Once the military control was put in place, he would become a person with real power. Chapter 2953. Translator 549-6903. I've made up my mind. "If you don't have any objections, then do as I say," said the consul. Said Colonel Kono. He naturally had no objections to such things that were beneficial to him. "All right then, go and prepare now," said the consul with a big wave of his hand. Since he had decided to do this, then he had to act swiftly and decisively. He did not give the wealthy businessmen and high-ranking bureaucratic families any time to prepare. Colonel Kono saluted the consul before turning around and leaving. "How is it?" The consul turned to Jiang Fei and asked. "My lord, this is my resignation letter." Jiang Fei handed over the resignation letter that he had already prepared. "Oh," the consul asked. "After the military administration, I'm just a decoration. If I stay in this position, I'll only incur the hatred of others. It's better for me to take my own initiative and step down," Jiang Fei said very frankly. The consul asked, "It's because of my negligence in governing that caused this crisis to happen. Therefore, I should pay the price for it," Jiang Fei said. Asked the consul with a smile. "My lord, you want to punish me for my crime. I deserve it. After causing such a huge disaster, I really need someone to take responsibility for it," said Jiang Fei. Said the consul as he looked at Jiang Fei with interest. "My lord, you are doing me a favor by not pursuing this matter. If you pursue this matter, it will be my own fault," said Jiang Fei. Good. With your attitude, I will let this matter go." With just one sentence from the magistrate, Jiang Fei was completely turned into a commoner. Jiang Fei bowed to the magistrate. "Since you are no longer an official, you can vacate your residence as well," the magistrate continued. This was equivalent to asking Jiang Fei to pack up his things and leave. However, when the higher-ups fell out with each other, they were always so ruthless. Jiang Fei bowed and left the magistrate's residence. Although Jiang Fei was a little surprised that the magistrate had kicked him out of the residence, losing his position was within his expectations. "That's good too." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He did not return to his home. Anyway, all his belongings were stored in the inheritance space. Therefore, he did not need the tattered clothes at home. After losing his home, Jiang Fei immediately bought a new house for himself. This house was at the edge of the city, close to the slums. The original family had gone bankrupt and was in debt. After that, they had to face inflation, therefore life could not go on. Therefore, Jiang Fei only used 30 lunar crystals to buy this small villa. After buying the place to live, Jiang Fei did not run around because something big was going to happen tonight. Originally, the family was very efficient. After taking the money, the family left. Although 30 lunar crystals was not a lot, it was enough for them to buy a small house in the slums and live for another year and a half. Therefore, when the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Fei was the only one left in the house. As time passed, Jiang Fei did not show any signs of sleepiness. After eating some simple food, Jiang Fei began to count down silently. When the clock struck midnight, Jiang Fei knew that a storm was coming. At that moment, a large number of military vehicles were driving out of the military camp in the suburbs. They formed a long line and headed straight for the city center. From the moment they entered the city, a large number of military police quietly got out of the vehicles and took control of every street corner. As the fleet of vehicles continued to advance into the city, more and more military police got out of the vehicles and quietly took control of the entire city. 3 o'clock in the morning. Following a piercing alarm sound, Colonel Kono pulled the prelude of the Gamma Space Military Administration. Overnight, the entire city was in an uproar. The streets and alleys were filled with armed military police officers. Even after daybreak, a large number of mecha entered the city. This made the entire Gamma Space tense up. No one knew what was going to happen. The atmosphere of fear began to spread. After all, the previous rebellion of the security officers was still vivid in their minds. No one wanted to fall into the chaos of war after just experiencing an economic crisis. Following that, the loudspeakers on the military vehicles began to broadcast an admin announcement. After the civilians heard the announcement, they immediately calmed down. This was because the military had announced the implementation of a rationing system, which meant that they did not need to spend money. They would be able to receive food. Although it might not be good or full, it could at least ensure that people would not starve to death. However, for those rich merchants and large families with money and food, the military's declaration was no different from robbery. If the amount of moon spirit crystals and food exceeded a certain limit, they would have to confiscate it. If they hid moon spirit crystals and food, it would be a felony, which rich merchant and family would be able to accept such a clause. However, no matter how those rich merchants and families disagreed, no matter how tough their attitude was, could they still be as tough as the cold muzzle of a gun? After Colonel Kono executed the 2 rich merchants on the spot, as if he was killing a chicken to warn the monkeys, the rest of the people became obedient. Even though all their wealth had been plundered, at least they were still alive. If they continued to resist, not only would they lose their money and food, they would also lose their lives. For a time, in the central city district of the Gamma Space, the streets where the super-rich and families gathered were simply filled with cries and howls. Of course, those rich people who lived in villas in the suburbs also did not run away. Colonel Kono also sent people to take over their wealth. In the end, all the wealth and food would be gathered together. The huge amount made Colonel Kono's heart tremble. This was such a huge amount of wealth. It could be said to be more than half of the entire Gamma Space's wealth. Now, it was all placed in front of him. With the intention of getting close to the water tower, Colonel Kono directly blackmailed a large amount of moon spirit crystals into his hands in the name of drifting away. Colonel Kono had already started. So would the officers at all levels not make a move? When they were confiscating the assets of those wealthy merchants, each and every one of them had also earned a large sum of money. Some people were even wantonly cruel to the women of these wealthy merchants. Colonel Kono had turned a blind eye to this. Now that he was in power, of course, he could not be too harsh on the officers and soldiers under him. Under Colonel Kono's indulgence, the entire wealthy district in the city center was in a mess. These low-level officers were even more unbridled. It was unknown how many young ladies or madams from wealthy families had been killed. Chapter 2954. Translator 549-6903. Colonel Kono, who was in power through the military administration, had deliberately allowed his subordinates to misbehave, causing the entire wealthy district to be filled with complaints. Now, the consul also had to rely on the army to help him stabilize the situation. He could punish Colonel Kono, but no one dared to punish the lower-class soldiers in large numbers. Because the Archon was in charge of the army, He had completely offended the rich and the aristocracy. If he offended the soldiers again, he would really be alone. Therefore, even though he knew that the lower-class soldiers and police were doing evil, the Archon could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Now, Ralph had been deposed by him and even driven out of the rich district. Those aides did not have any good ideas. The consul did not even have anyone to ask for his advice. The consul sighed. He was now a little regretful that he had chased Jiang Fei out of his residence. Otherwise, he could still have invited him back. Even if he did not hold an official position, he would still be good as an aide. However, no matter how developed medical science was in this world, there was no such thing as selling medicine for regret. Therefore, the consul could only feel bitter and speechless. The only thing he could do now was to have his subordinates discuss with Kono. He would ask him to restrain his soldiers. That was all. However, the current Kono was no longer the same as before. He was now in power through military administration. He no longer had to listen to the consul's words. If his soldiers were not willing to rebel with him, he would probably overthrow the consul and form his own military government. Facing Colonel Kono, who was acting on his own accord and occasionally gave orders without permission, the consul was also suffering. Now, he understood what it meant to be easy to invite the gods but difficult to send them away. Now, he was a little resentful that Jiang Fei had given him a bad idea. However, there was no way to solve it. The rich district was in a mess. On the contrary, the slums and the areas where the ordinary people lived were peaceful. Because Lena's society had sufficient funds, they had accumulated a lot of supplies in advance. Moreover, these supplies were distributed to each family. Each family did not have much stock, only enough for a few families to consume for a week or so. Therefore, in the first few days of the military administration, the poor and ordinary residents who had joined Lena's society were doing quite well. Although the military police did all kinds of evil in the rich district, they hardly harassed the civilian areas. The main reason was that these soldiers at the bottom were almost all civilians. They could not rob their own families, right? As for the slums, these military police didn't dare to go there at all, because the poor people in the slums were more courageous than those in the rich areas who lived in luxury. Moreover, their families were weak. If you robbed them, you would be taking their lives, so if you dare to rob them, you would really dare to risk your life. In this way, who among the military police wasn't willing to easily rob the rich and make a windfall? Instead, they went to the slums and risked their lives to rob some steamed buns or something. The pay and the harvest were out of proportion, so the military police wouldn't even think about attacking the slums. Therefore, this place became the most peaceful place. However, the good days would come to an end. Although the military police didn't rob the slums, after the food distributed by Lena Society was finished, the poor still had to eat, but now all the grain stocks were controlled by the military. The city was implementing a material distribution system. Every family received a ration of food, but the poor in the outer city were not so lucky. The welfare in the city was not their turn. Originally, according to the consul's idea, these poor could also receive food. Although there would be fewer people in the rich and commoner areas, at least they could eat. But Colonel Kono modified the order on his own. He also allocated the resources belonging to the slums to his soldiers. The purpose was to make the soldiers support him more. However, the large number of poor people had completely lost their rations. Kono was a soldier. He did not have any administrative experience, so when he gave such an order, he did not give it much thought. He simply wanted to add some benefits to his soldiers. When he saw that the lowly poor people actually had rations, he waved his pen and appropriated the rations. As for what the peasants would do when they had no way to live, he had never thought about it. Even if he had thought about it, he did not care. After all, he had an army and guns. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Lena was also worried. Although she had money, the problem was that now that military regulations were in place, all the food was in the hands of the army. The merchant's food had been confiscated. Even if she had money, she could not buy it. Lena was so anxious that she walked around the room. Suddenly, she had an idea. Oh, right. Lena's eyebrows instantly relaxed. Then, she found a small package that was hidden very well. Then, She rummaged through it to find a silk purse that was suitable for opening now. Soon, Lena found the silk purse that she needed and immediately opened it. Get someone to contact the middle-ranking officers and secretly buy food from them. The content of the note was very simple, but it immediately solved Lena's problem. Yes, Lena suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not upright, but the lower beam is not upright. Even Kono himself had filled his own pockets. Don't those middle-ranking officers who manage the warehouse want to earn some money? Right now, Lena had a lot of moon crystals in her hands. As long as she was willing to spend the money, there were middle-ranking officers with authority who were willing to secretly sell them food. Although the military was in charge now, and all materials were collected and distributed uniformly, it seemed that money and moon crystals were not worth anything. However, in fact, food was not something that the gamma space itself did not lack. The main reason for the widespread hunger was that the economy had collapsed. The rich and merchants were not willing to provide food to the people for free. Therefore, food was not a scarce resource. It was just that after the economic collapse, the people did not have the money to buy food. Under the military's control, money or moon crystals seemed to be useless. However, the value of moon crystals was publicly recognized. Otherwise, when the military was in charge, they would not have confiscated all the moon crystals. After that, Lena sent everyone out. Her club had all kinds of people, and there were many of them. Among them, there were people from the civilian areas. Some of them had family members who serve in the army. Some of them were even middle-ranking military officers who were in charge of grain. Under these people's matchmaking, Lena's agent quickly used the moon crystals to buy back the grain. Although the price was not cheap, the distribution of grain made Lena's club more cohesive. No matter what the situation was, as long as they stayed in this club, everyone would be able to survive. They would be able to live a good life. Chapter 2955-2955. Translator 549-6903. During this period of time, Lena did not only provide food and supplies to her club members. She was not a philanthropist. The main purpose of providing food and supplies was to recruit these members and allow them to join the club. She also wanted to make the club more cohesive. More importantly, during the morning and evening classes, Lena not only learned all kinds of knowledge about guerrilla warfare from Jiang Fei, but she also learned a lot about pyramid schemes. He cannot be compared to the god-tier lecturers in the MLM organizations, but he still knew a lot. Lena had obtained Jiang Fei's true teachings. In addition, she had a very high talent in public speaking. Therefore, she quickly encouraged the first batch of believers. Then, she selected those believers who were good at public speaking. During the club gathering, they were in charge of giving public lectures and brainwashing the entire club level by level. The people in Lena's society were mostly poor people. These people did not have much education, so they were very easy to instigate. Soon, they became Lena's loyal followers. This was also the main reason why Lena's society had such a strong, cohesive force. The brainwashing preaching almost 3 times a day made the poor people who were already dissatisfied with the government even more disgusted with the government. When the government, after the military administration, did not provide food to the poor, this dissatisfaction was deliberately instigated. It was already on the verge of exploding. At this time, Lena tried every means to get food for the poor, to fight for the capital to survive. She even did not hesitate to destroy her family to help the poor. In an instant, her image among the poor became incomparably tall, like a savior, like a god. When people were in the most difficult and darkest time, they urgently needed faith to support them. Because you could not see the way forward, you did not know what your tomorrow would be like. At this time, faith was the only thing that supported you to survive. Lena had used this to her advantage. She had successfully used the propaganda skills that she had learned from Jiang Fei to establish her glorious image in the hearts of the poor. She had made the poor sacrifice their lives for her. Time passed day by day. When Colonel Kono saw that he had stolen the rations that belonged to the poor did not put up any resistance. Therefore, they became even more desperate, including other supplies. The poor could not get anything. As for the matter of those mid-level officers secretly selling food, Colonel Kono had no way of knowing. Because the Gamma space did not lack food, after the officers secretly sold it, the commoners and the rich areas could still ensure an adequate supply of supplies. Therefore, everything was as usual. Colonel Kono did not have any administrative experience, nor did he have the habit of checking accounts. So naturally, he could not find the problem. After the poor were deprived of other supplies, Lena also adopted the same approach. Anyway, she had enough moon spirit crystals in her hands, enough to feed the people in the community. Just like that, another 2 weeks passed. The greed of humans was always increasing step by step. Colonel Kono and the military officers were the same. After completely exploiting the poor, they extended their dirty hands to the commoners and the rich. The higher-ups of the military were not so unscrupulous. They did not dare to completely cut off the supplies of these people. However, using inferior goods to make up for inferior goods had become a common practice. As a result, including the families of the lower-level soldiers, they were also dissatisfied. However, because they had not reached the point of no return, there was not much of a backlash. This was because the families of these people were all low-level soldiers. Without an organization, these people wouldn't be able to stir up any waves, so they could only silently endure. After a few more days, Lena felt that the rebellious emotions of the people in the club were almost ready, so she opened the 4th brocade pouch. The contents of the note were extremely simple, and this was also the last brocade pouch. However, when Lena opened the silk purse, she understood everything. Now, her club had nearly 500,000 people. The number of people was more than 5 times that of the military police. If they were equipped with weapons, these people who were incited to revolt would become the best uprising army. With simple training, these people could be thrown into the battlefield. Although these militia, who had no military experience, would suffer great casualties when they fought against the military police, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. This would allow them to have enough capital to fight. In addition, Lena had learned about guerrilla warfare from Jiang Fei. Although this uprising could not be won quickly, it would not be extinguished quickly. Once they entered a stalemate, Colonel Kono, who had no management experience and had exploited people from all walks of life, would quickly fall into a situation where everyone would turn their backs on him. After all, the families of those low-level soldiers would not be able to live much longer. When Kono's army collapsed, Lena would overthrow the consul and take revenge. As for whether or not they could buy guns, this was not a problem at all. Those mid-level officers had already been bribed by Lena. Their greed was completely exposed in Lena's eyes. It was not difficult for them to secretly sell guns and ammunition. Making money was what they wanted the most right now. Even if some officers knew the severity of the situation and did not dare to sell weapons to Lena, Lena would directly threaten them. They had sold so much food. Once they were exposed, it would be a capital crime, and even their families would be implicated. They could not go back. Lena muttered to herself, "Ralph? Oh, Ralph, who are you exactly? You actually started brewing all of this when you took me in? Or even earlier?" Lena held the piece of paper in her hand and stood there for a long time. She suddenly felt a little afraid. Facing such a terrifying enemy, could she really win in the final showdown? Or would she end up as a dowry for others? Sigh, don't think so much. At least I can kill the consul. Lena took a deep breath. Although there were 2 people who caused her father to be killed, she couldn't kill any of them by herself. It was impossible for her to avenge her father. Now, although Ralph was using her, he at least gave her the chance to kill the consul. Although she didn't know where he had dug a hole for her, she could at least kill an enemy. This was worthy of her father. After making up her mind, Lena called her most trusted aides and asked them to go to the middle-ranking officers to buy weapons. The first batch of weapons were not many. Each officer only needed to sell 1 or 2 pistols. However, as long as this precedent was set, the subsequent transactions would be pointless. When Lena was armed with a strong enough force, it would be the time for her to take revenge. Chapter 2956, 2956. Translator 549, 6903, as expected, the men that Lena sent out to buy guns were basically successful in getting the first batch of guns. Because the hadron that Lena asked these people to buy were not many, and they were all handguns with less power. They bought them in the name of self-defense, so the middle-ranking officers did not care too much. Moreover, at this time, these middle-ranking officers were full of making money. The price that Lena gave was enough to move their hearts. Although a few officers expressed some hesitation, in the end, they still yielded to Lena's price. None of these guys actually needed to be threatened, and they were all moved by money. Since this precedent was set, Lena's subordinates went to these officers every day to buy guns and energy magazines. Sometimes, they even went to buy them twice a day. Moreover, the number of weapons they wanted was getting larger and larger, and the power was also getting stronger and stronger. After a week, Lena's men even began to purchase the heavy firepower of energy cannons one company at a time. Although these officers had long been aware of this, just as Lena had guessed, these officers could no longer go back. Once their crimes were exposed, it was enough to make them lose their heads 100 times over. Right now, the only thing these officers could do was to continue trading with Lena. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts that nothing bad would happen. Then, it was time to arrange for them to escape. Although Gamma Space was only this small, there was no place to hide after committing a crime. However, once they were in a chaotic world, they could still find a place to hide. Although these mid-level military officers did not have any foresight, Lena and her club were frantically buying weapons. Even a fool would know that they were not doing this for fun. Thus, in the end, these mid-level military officers went all out. They were all agents who were organized to steal weapons from the warehouse and sell them to Lena. Some even sold their mecha. So in less than a month, Lena had actually armed a terrifying army of nearly 100,000 people. The scale was much larger than when the security officers had rebelled. If the security officers had been able to mobilize the poor people in the slums during the rebellion, then the outcome would not have been his failure and death. As she finished arming the core members of the society, Lena also strengthened her propaganda and education. While she was arming herself, she did not forget to strengthen her ideology and politics to ensure that these people would follow her unswervingly. When the armed forces of 100,000 people were completely completed, Lena finally appeared. She was wearing a black dress and looked extremely solemn. Under the special lighting, there was a faint divine light. Although the trick of pretending to be a ghost in the Gamma Space was not as good as Jiang Fei's hometown, this kind of faint psychological hint was very effective. It made Lena's image in the hearts of the club members become even more mysterious and tall. When Lena opened her mouth, everyone was stunned because no one knew what Lena meant. During this period of time, it was Lena who provided food and clothing for everyone, giving everyone a chance to live. If it wasn't for Lena, everyone would have starved to death, but she had never asked anyone to do anything. What did she mean by this? Just when everyone was confused, Lena opened her mouth again. I originally wanted to build a carefree country here so that everyone could live happily, but I'm sorry, I was too naive. Although I have a certain amount of wealth, I'm not a god. I can't conjure food, and I can't conjure more moon spirit crystals. I've already exhausted all of my wealth. Today, I used the last amount of moon spirit crystals to buy some food for everyone, but I can only feed everyone for another 3 days, so, Lena said, she actually covered her face and cried bitterly. Everyone was stunned. When they received this news, their first reaction would definitely be panic. After all, during this period of time, no one had been worried about food. Immediately after, a wave of emotion surged into everyone's hearts. Humans were emotional animals, and true ingrates were rare. Therefore, when they thought of the young girl on stage, she actually spent all of her wealth for everyone. In the end, not only did she not feel sorry for having nothing, but she was also worried about everyone's future. This was too touching. Miss, don't say that. At this time, there was naturally a shill to guide the atmosphere. Yes, Miss, you've already sacrificed everything for us. You don't have any money now, but you don't have to worry. Another one of Lena's core subordinates shouted. But we can't even eat now. The third confidant said, Humph, those soldiers have taken so much money from us. Someone shouted angrily, That's right. Didn't those soldiers rely on guns to control all the supplies and food? Now that we also have guns, why should we let them exploit us? The first shill shouted, That's right. We also have guns. Then why should we let the miss spend money? Snatch back the food, and we have to snatch back everything that belongs to the miss. It's time for us to repay the favor of the miss. Lena's core subordinates fanatically stirred up the atmosphere. Normally, their guidance might not have had much effect, but don't forget, during this period of time, Lena's club had gathered almost 3 times a day. Every day, they were brainwashing and spreading propaganda. At this time, Lena was like a saintess in everyone's hearts. Therefore, after being deliberately guided, everyone became excited. That's right. Repay the lady. Take back the food that belongs to us. We've suffered enough oppression. Let those rich people and the army go to hell. Kill them. The anger and hot-bloodedness of the poor people were ignited in an instant. During this period of time, their resistance and dissatisfaction had been incited to the verge of erupting. Today, if the fire were to go down, it would be completely ignited. For a long time, the poor had been oppressed and lived very poor lives. Everyone was already used to it, but this crisis had made them unable to live such a hard life. Lena had given them hope to live and had let them live a good life that they had never dared to imagine before. Now that someone was trying to take away their good life, how could they allow it? Chapter 2957, 2957. Translator 549-6903. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Those who have not seen hope will not know what despair is. The people in the slums were like this. They had lived a difficult life before, but they were already used to it. However, Lena's appearance allowed them to live a normal life. This kind of ordinary people were used to it. The days that the rich did not care about were like heaven to the poor. In order to protect this life, they could sacrifice their own lives. After living a life where they did not have to worry about food and clothing, the poor could no longer tolerate returning to the days when they had no food or clothing. The eyes of these poor people turned red. Now, whoever dared to touch Lena and their good days would be taking their lives. They would fight to the death. And now they still had guns in their hands. Seeing that the emotions of the poor people below had been mostly incited, Lena slowly opened her mouth and said, Have you really thought it through? Miss, we've thought it through. Those guys don't want us to live anyway, so let's fight it out with them. Yeah, let's fight it out with them. Let's fight it out. There were many reasons to fight. Ideals, love, faith, national enemies, hatred, glory, wealth, and so on. But none of these had the purest and most direct reason, which was to survive. The poor people in the slums were like this now. Although they were grateful to Lena, that was definitely not the main reason for their rebellion. The most fundamental reason was that the current government made it impossible for them to live. In this situation, in order to survive, these poor people could only risk their lives to fight. Even if they died, they had to fight for a chance to survive for their families. Lena asked after seeing the emotions of the poor people below completely ignited. Yes, Miss, we believe in you. Miss, please lead us to survive. Everyone shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were not completely revolting for Lena, they still trusted Lena very much. After all, during this period of time, it was Lena who provided food and clothing for them. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Lena would definitely not harm them. Moreover, there was really no place for them to be harmed. In any case, the current government had already forced them to a dead end. Good. She was so close to breaking her silver teeth. She had waited so hard for this day. Miss, as the saying goes, there is no time to lose. One of Lena's subordinates said. Yes. Lena nodded. She knew that there was no time to lose. If things were delayed, things would change. Although she had the army in her hands now, the military and police had more heavy weapons and mechas. If they were surrounded, they would not be a match for them. Everyone, listen to me. Since we want to resist, we have to fight with a purpose. We cannot fight blindly. Otherwise, The only thing that awaits us is defeat. Our goal is to survive, not to vent our anger. Lena said to everyone, "That's right. Miss, you are right. We are all boorish people." The people below shouted. Lena nodded. She had already made the basic battle plan based on the guerrilla warfare knowledge that Jiang Fei had taught her. First of all, this side of the slums is our base. Everyone's family is here. We must not lose this place. We must set up roadblocks at all the intersections into the slums. Lena said. The poor people below shouted. Dolores, I will leave this matter to you. You take half of your men to set up defenses. In addition, all the unarmed reserve fighters are also on standby. Lena said to one of her subordinates. Yes. Dolores nodded and went down to prepare. Apart from defense, we also have to take the initiative to attack. After all, we don't have much food left. In order to survive, we have to seize a large amount of food. After saying that, Lena said to a subordinate beside her, Andrea, you take 20,000 people and divide them into several teams. Separately seize the warehouses that we traded with and transport the food and supplies inside. Andrea nodded. Don't fight blindly. Use your brain. Those officers are the key points. Find an opportunity to lure or threaten them. Don't fight if you can. After all, there will be casualties in the battle, Lena reminded. Don't worry, my lady. Andrea nodded. He had followed Lena for the longest time and learned a lot from her. Lena nodded. Then she whispered to one of her subordinates, Varian, you take 30,000 people and spread out and hide in the city. When Andrea makes a move, the military police in the city will definitely take action. They may go to reinforce the warehouses or encircle us. At this time, gather your troops and attack the 3 arsenals in the south of the city. At that time, the defense of the arsenals will definitely be lax, and there will be no timely reinforcements. After you take over the arsenals, bring back as many heavy weapons as you can. If you can't get them away, destroy them on the spot. Varian nodded. All right, that's all for now. Lena waved her hand, and the armed men under her started to move out. A portion of them started to set up barricades on the outskirts of the slums, and then distributed their firepower. The other 2 groups of people started to enter the city separately. Unlike the consul who paid attention to the movements of the slums, Colonel Kono, who had no administrative experience, did not take the poor people seriously at all, especially when he saw that the poor people were resigned to their fate and did not dare to make a sound even when their resources were being exploited. He even looked down on them. Therefore, there were no military and police patrols in the slums, which made it easy for the armed poor people to sneak into the city. Chapter 2958. Translator 549-69038. Gathering of hundreds of thousands of people would have the same chance of winning the lottery as if they were ordinary people in Zhang's hometown. Basically, it was a small chance that could be ignored. Therefore, as soon as Lena's gathering ended, many people went to the military police to inform them for various reasons or excuses. Besides, Lena had sent people to destroy the roads and set up barricades. The military police were not blind, so the news quickly reached Colonel Kono's ears. Damn it, are these poor people rebelling? What? How many guns do they have? So what? A bunch of poor people with 100 guns think they can turn the world upside down. After Colonel Kono heard the report from his men, he did not put Lena and her club in his eyes at all. This was all thanks to the middle-ranking military officers that Lena had bribed. They had played a big role in this incident. It was really a big role. Although there were some traitors around Lena, the level of these traitors was generally low. After all, her side's propaganda and brainwashing work was very good. Almost all of them could be called Lena's believers. It was almost impossible for these people to inform the military police. Those traitors were just people who did not have strong beliefs. They were just people who joined the society to make a living. They did not have much information in the first place. Therefore, even if they reported it to the military police in exchange for benefits, they would not be able to provide too much accurate information. Moreover, as mentioned before, Lena bribed those military officers and played a big role in this leak. They weren't really helping Lena, but mainly for themselves. If Colonel Kono found out that Lena had an armed force of 100,000 people, Would Colonel Kono not pursue the source of these weapons? Would these bribed officers be able to recover? Therefore, for their own sake, these officers had no choice but to delete the contents of the intelligence reports after receiving the reports for below, conceal the number of the other party's weapons, and then seize the time to escape. Under such circumstances, it was already late when Colonel Kono received the news. The barricades on Lena's side had already been set up, and the defensive personnel had already moved in, so Colonel Kono had only just heard about it. Moreover, in Colonel Kono's understanding, although these poor people had obtained weapons, they only had a few hundred guns. That was why he didn't take it seriously at all. Then he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Colonel Kono's indulgence previously, as well as his own failure to control himself, had caused the military and police force to be extremely corrupt from top to bottom. Now, it was his turn to swallow the bitter fruit of this corruption. Zamuja, take 2 regiments to the slums and capture those rioters. Colonel Kono did not take Lena's uprising army seriously. Therefore, he did not send a large force and heavy weapons to surround and suppress them. He only let one of his subordinates lead 2 regiments of military and police to suppress them. Yes, Major Yamacha nodded. Then he ordered his men to set off. Although the current military police were the same as the group of people who fought against the clone army under the sheriff, their morale and combat strength were completely different. The military police had been seriously corrupted, and their combat strength, which had completely lost the mood to train, had rapidly declined. The military police force, which had originally been strict and disciplined, was now sloppy. They crossed their guns diagonally and swayed their shoulders as they walked on the street. They did not look like a well-trained army at all. Instead, they looked like a group of disgusting ruffians. They did not rush forward and did not have any strategic plans. Just like that, Yamucha brought his 2 regiments of military and police officers and walked around aimlessly. It took them nearly 4 hours to reach the outskirts of the slums. They could already vaguely see the barricade in front of them. We're almost there. Yamucha's Joutif. The military and police officers answered listlessly. There was nothing in the slums. It really did not pique their interest. After we take down the slums, we can move freely for a day. Yamucha's words had the effect of stimulating the morale. Okay, I was waiting for your words. Huh, the girls in the slums. The men are here. All of a sudden, these military ruffians became excited. When they were in the rich areas, these guys often went to harm women. The excited military police sped up a lot. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived near the barricade. Many soldiers sneered and looked at the poor people hiding behind the barricade, holding Molotov cocktails and other simple weapons in their hands. Charge over. Yamucha order. The military police cheered. After loading their guns and bullets, they began to march toward the slums. Seeing that they were about to reach the barricade, the poor people with Molotov cocktails suddenly threw the Molotov cocktails in their hands forward and turned to run. The military police were still far away. Therefore, such a simple throw could not hurt them at all. The Molotov cocktails fell to the ground and shattered. The liquid inside flowed out and then ignited a raging fire. The grayish-white smoke that accompanied it made the visibility of the streets much darker. Yamucha is native, these danfeli. However, in his understanding, the fighting strength and courage of the poor people were just like this. Yamucha waved his hand, and his military police immediately charged towards the barricade. As long as they crossed the barricade, they could enter the slums. But at this moment, a gunshot came from the attic in the distance. A long-range sniper beam directly hit the forehead of a military police officer. The military police officer did not even have the time to make a sound before he fell to the ground and died. The death of a military police officer was only the beginning. At the same time, dense gunshots came from behind the barricade not far away. Dark red beams shot out from behind the barricade like a torrential rain. Although the poor had not undergone much training, and they had not even held their guns for more than 2 weeks, it was not a difficult task to aim and fire in the general direction. Immediately suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, there's an ambush. Take cover, Yamucha shouted. Then he immediately rushed to the corner of a building next to him. However, Not all the other military police officers had the same reaction speed and luck as him. In just a few dozen seconds, hundreds of military police officers had fallen to the ground. Chapter 2959, 2959. Translator 549-6903. Damn it. Why is the enemy's firepower so strong? Jamucharov. Before Yamucha could finish his sentence, the roar of the energy cannon rang out. However, the attacking party was not the military police led by Yamucha, but the rebel army hidden behind a barricade. The explosions continued to appear on the military police's side, bringing more casualties to them. How was this possible? They actually still have energy cannons? Yamucha was about to go crazy. The number of energy cannons on the other side was clearly not small. This powerful firepower suppressed his troops so much that they could not even raise their heads. They could not even retaliate properly. At this moment, after the military and police had lived a comfortable life, they were no longer willing to be poor. Hence, everyone was focused on hiding. No one wanted to retaliate. No, if this goes on, we are no match for these mobs. Call for help. Yamucha quickly assessed the situation on the battlefield. He only had 2 regiments in his hands, and several hundred people had died. Because the energy cannons were relatively heavy, they hadn't brought many with them when they came this time. As a result, their current firepower wasn't as fierce as those mobs. A few communication soldiers immediately called for reinforcement from the rear. Colonel Kono, who had received the call for help, immediately threw the teacup in his hand. A bunch of trash. All trash. Colonel Kono Hoard Angridi. Sir, according to the information sent by Yamati, these mobs are very powerful armed. An officer said to Colonel Kono. Colonel Kono's spittle almost sprayed onto the officer's face. He roared angrily. They're just a mob. Where did they get energy cannons? This is just an excuse for that trash Yamati. Colonel, actually there's some things that you don't know, the officer said with a laugh. What the F***CK did you say? Colonel Kono's eyes suddenly widened. He grabbed the officer's neck collar and pulled him in front of him. The officer said with fear and trepidation, Colonel Konohuard, I thought they were just small-scale fighting. The officer was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect it. Colonel Kono kicked the officer out, then he immediately ordered, pass down my order. Mobilize the troops and surround the slums. Mobilize the armored and artillery corps over there. Eliminate those mobs for me. As for those bastards who sell arms, I'll deal with them after I deal with those mobs. Yes. Several officers immediately accepted the order. Soon, Colonel Kono mobilized 80% of the military police in the city. The army rushed to the slums in vehicles. Because the gamma space was not large and the population was only a few million, the number of military police was not particularly large. At most, there were only about 30,000 people. Now, Colonel Kono had gathered 20,000 soldiers. They came directly to the outskirts of the slums. Facing the barricades in the distance and Yamacha and the others who were suppressed in the corner, Colonel Kono was furious. Trash! Colonel Kono cursed angrily and then order the artillery corps to suppress the enemy. Following the orders of the officers below, the military and police side opened fire. After all, they had sufficient heavy weapons and equipment. So when the artillery corps of the military and police side opened fire, the artillery fire of the uprising army side was suppressed. With Colonel Kono's order, the military police army began to advance toward the slums. Although they had abandoned training during this period of time, these military police were, after all, trained professional soldiers. The coordination of their infantry cannons was much stronger than the poor people of the rebel army who had not undergone training. After being suppressed by the powerful firepower, the rebel army behind the barricade had already withdrawn from their positions. After all, under such intense artillery fire, they would only suffer meaningless casualties if they continued to persist. After withdrawing from a barricade, it did not mean that the rebel army had given up on resisting. They began to engage in street battles with the military police based on the streets. Miss, the enemy's firepower is too fierce. A subordinate came to Lena's side. Lena waved her hand. They did not have many mecha in their hands, and their pilots were even scarcer, so they definitely could not waste them so easily. Moreover, Lena was confident in her heart. Although the military and police had fierce firepower now, the uprising army only needed to rely on the streets to delay their attacks. Very soon, these military and police would not be able to continue fighting. The subordinate said anxiously, "It's all right. Arrange for people to evacuate the unarmed members and those family members to the last street. The armed personnel will be on a level-by-level defense. There's no need to panic. An opportunity will soon appear," Lena said very calmly. Under Lena's influence, her subordinates calmed down and began to carry out Lena's instructions. Just as the artillery fire in the slums shook the sky, Analia, who had already arrived at the warehouse district, also began to take action. The uprising army that was originally scattered was regrouped. More than 20,000 armed forces instantly surrounded those warehouses. There were only 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers guarding the warehouses. After being transferred, there were now over 2,000 people. Moreover, the officers here had also received the news that Colonel Kono had suppressed the riot in the slums. They were going to deal with them, so everyone was panicking. At this moment, the warehouse district was surrounded by a large number of armed rioters. When this news reached the ears of the middle-ranking officers, it was like a bolt from the blue. At this moment, Analia followed Lena's arrangements and did not attack directly. Instead, he sent people to contact the officers and persuaded them with reason and emotion, telling them that the only way out was to join the uprising army. Otherwise, regardless of whether the uprising army won or lost, they would not have a good ending. These middle-ranking officers were left with no other choice. Most of them were shaken, but none of them dared to be the first to surrender. At this time, Analia ordered the rebel army to attack the warehouses guarded by the few officers who were determined not to surrender. The sounds of explosions and explosions from the energy cannons rose and fell one after another. With the advantage in numbers and firepower that was not weaker than the defenders, Analia quickly took down the 2 warehouses that were guarded to the death. Then he executed all the officers and soldiers in public. Chapter 2960. Translator 549-6903. Just after Analia ordered the execution of the 2 military police who stubbornly resisted the warehouse, the other hesitant warehouses sent news of surrender one after another. After learning from the previous experience, the officers of the remaining warehouses immediately stopped hesitating. Even if they hesitated, the soldiers under them could not make them hesitate anymore. After all, everyone had been selling arms for a long time. They were used to making easy money. Who will one die now? Moreover, whether they were soldiers or officers, they knew that even if the uprising army did not kill them, Colonel Kono would not forgive them. They might as well surrender now. It would be a death sentence anyway. If the uprising army got lucky and won, they could still find a good way out. They could enjoy themselves. Therefore, before the bodies of the military police were cold after Andrea executed them, the military police in the other warehouses took their men and surrendered. "Move everything that can be moved," Andrea said to the military officers who had just come over. Yes, the military officers did not dare to say anything else at this time. They took their men back and quickly found a large number of trucks. On this side, Analia sent people to move the things in the warehouse. Whether it was food, supplies, or the weapons and equipment of the military and police, they were all collected by him. In the end, Analia poured a few barrels of gasoline on them. Then a huge fire burned these warehouses down. Following that, Analia led his 20,000 men to escort these supplies back. He did not return to the slums directly. Instead, he followed Lena's instructions and moved these supplies out of the city. Then, he hid them in a few farms on the outskirts. His rebel soldiers were also divided into several groups and stationed in these farms. Lena did not let Analia return to the slums directly with the supplies. The main reason was that Colonel Kono was currently leading the main force of the military police to besiege the slums. Once Analia returned, he would definitely meet Colonel Kono's men. Although Andrea had more than 20,000 people, their equipment could not be compared to the military police. With just some light weapons, they were not a match for the main force of the military police. Then the previous efforts of Andrea and the others would be in vain. Moreover, after losing these supplies, Lena and the other rebels would also lose the capital to continue fighting. To an army that had to fight for a long time, weapons were secondary. Adequate food and logistics were the most important. Such a strong clone army was dragged into a fatigued army by him. In the end, they were all wiped out by Colonel Kono's army and police. If those clone warriors had eaten their fill and rested well, they might have really taken down the D5 industrial area. At the very least, he would not have fallen so quickly. The failure of the sheriff had been decided from the very beginning. His rebellion had no foundation. The rich were only archons. The poor did not feel anything for him. When the sheriff started a rebellion, he only had the 10,000 clones in his hands. He had no foundation at all. It was like a castle in the air. It could not last long. This time, when Lena started the uprising, under Jiang Fei's guidance, she had absorbed the experience of the security officer's failed rebellion. She had built her own foundation among the poor people in the slums. She had also developed armed forces and reserve forces. Although these armed, poor people lacked military literacy, and in terms of combat power, they might not be as powerful as the 10,000 clones of the security officer. However, since Lena's 100,000 people were gone, she could continue to recruit from the poor people in the slums. She could fill in the gaps, but the clones under the security officer would be one less if one of them died. Moreover, Lena had been deeply taught by Jiang Fei's guerrilla warfare. Therefore, she did not choose to go head-to-head with Colonel Kono's military police. The uprising army relied on the buildings in the slums to level up their defense. However, they had also effectively organized the attack of the military police. Just when the military police had advanced about one-third of the way, the variable that Lena had mentioned appeared. "Colonel, something bad has happened." A military police officer ran to Kono in a panic. "Colonel Kono-froned," the military police officer said. "What?" Kono panicked. More than 80% of his supplies were stored in these warehouses. Then they would have to eat grass roots and gnaw on tree bark. "Stop the attack," Kono immediately ordered. Although the fire was burning, they had to save as many as they could. If they saved more food, they would have more food to eat. The military police who were attacking at the front also panicked when they heard that the backyard was on fire. Everything else could be slowed down, but they could not do it without food. Therefore, the military police who were charging forward suddenly stopped attacking. They turned around and quickly retreated from the slums. "Want to leave? How can it be that easy?" Lena immediately gave the order. Doros nodded, and then led his rebel soldiers to kill their way out. At this time, the military police were in a hurry to go back and save the food, so they didn't have the mood to continue fighting. They fought and retreated, and sometimes they even retreated recklessly. The rebel soldiers shot at them randomly, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. When Colonel Kono brought his men back to the warehouse area, the flames there had already soared to the sky. "Put out the fire." The military police under Colonel Kono's organization started to put out the fire, but the fire was too big. It was impossible to put it out. In the end, after 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, the fire was finally put out. The military police rescued a small amount of burned or soaked supplies, but there was almost no food. "Damn it! What happened? Where's the food?" Colonel Kono-froned. If the food was destroyed, then his life would not be easy. "Colonel, I heard that before the fire started, a convoy left here." An officer reported. "Oh." Colonel Kono's eyebrows were raised. Since the supplies and food were taken away by these people, then they must have set the fire. Chapter 2961, 2961. Translator, 549-6903, the officer said. "Stealing from themselves? Damn it." Colonel Kono was furious when he heard that. Previously, he had heard that some officers were stealing and selling food and ammunition, but in the end, he didn't have the time to deal with them. He didn't expect that this time, this group of moths would actually bring him down. Colonel Kono roared. Soon, A large number of military police swarmed out. However, the families of these soldiers were miserable. They did not want to be like the officers, who had the chance to take their families with them. Thus, the families of these soldiers became Colonel Kono's punching bag. In the square in the center of the city, Colonel Kono hanged the families of these soldiers. Not only their parents, wives, and children, but also their aunts, and relatives within several generations were all sent to the execution ground. Under the fury of Colonel Kono, everyone in the city was in danger. To put it bluntly, Colonel Kono was still a rude soldier. He was a talent in the war, but when dealing with these matters, he was too emotional. He didn't think too much about many things and directly gave orders. This time, although he hanged thousands of people in one go, greatly increasing his prestige and making the common people fear him, it also made everyone in the city panic. Colonel Kono's large-scale operation, the underlying reason for it also spread. All the supplies had been stolen. The entire city had no food, no supplies to be served, and everyone had nothing. Now, there were two ways in front of Colonel Kono. He could continue to distribute the supplies according to the rations, but the remaining supplies were only 20%. If he continued to distribute the supplies like this, although it could appease the people's hearts, he would soon exhaust everything. The second option was to reduce the rations. With the current supplies reserves, it was impossible to ensure that everyone would be full. Therefore, he could only maintain that everyone would not starve to death. He had to endure this for now. Wait until Colonel Kono recovered the lost supplies, or wait until the next harvest. These two options had pros and cons. The first option was a gamble. If Colonel Kono did not recover the lost supplies in time, and if he did not defeat the rebels in the slums in time, then his ruling region would completely collapse. The second path was relatively safe, but it would also make him feel uncomfortable because there was too little grain left. In order to ensure that he could survive until the next harvest, Colonel Kono could only cut everyone's quota. He could not even guarantee the combat effectiveness of the army. In the end, Colonel Kono met with his officers and implemented the third plan, which was the combination of the first two plans. He would restrict the rations of the common people, and the army's rations would be distributed as usual. The problem that Kono faced was that since he could not persist until the next harvest, the people would also be dissatisfied with him. However, Colonel Kono still had some ability. He could at least see the direct way to solve the crisis, to destroy the rebel army and take back the rations that they had taken away. Although some officers had said that the rations might have been stolen by the officers guarding the warehouse, the rations would still end up in the hands of the rebel army. After all, it was useless for those officers to get so much food, they did not dare to sell it to Colonel Kono again. So the final sale was only to the rebel army in the slums. Gather the troops. Colonel Kono gathered almost all the troops, and the army directly moved to the edge of the slums. However, because of the 2-day pause, Lena had long led the rebel army to rebuild the barricades and various fortifications. If the military and police wanted to attack, they had to start again. The rumbling sounds of cannons rang out near the slums, and the military police launched an attack. This time, the military police's pace of attack was much faster because the resistance of the rebel army did not seem to be as firm as before. Colonel Kono. This battle was much simpler than he had imagined. At this moment, Doros was also asking Lena. It doesn't matter. Lena asked calmly, as if the rumbling sound of the cannons did not exist. They have all evacuated. They are already stationed in the suburbs. Doros said. Lena nodded, and then she stood up. Behind her, the soldiers with weapons in their hands shouted, "Brothers, for your families, to feed and clothe them, to prevent them from being exploited and oppressed. Hold on to the guns in your hands. Fight for a happy tomorrow." All the volunteer soldiers roared like thunder. Lena waved her hand. Almost 50,000 volunteer soldiers followed their leader and quickly blended into the streets of the slums. Although they had the advantage in numbers, due to the great difference in military literacy, the equipment was too outdated and they were extremely short of heavy weapons and mechs. Therefore, Lena did not plan to fight head-on with the military police, She taught the guerrilla tactics that she learned from Jiang Fei to her core members. Then, she had them lead the ordinary armed members to form a 100-man guerrilla unit in the streets of the slums. They would fight guerrilla warfare with the military police. Once the guerrilla warfare started, it would actually be a battle of attrition. Because the guerrilla units were almost all sneaky, a few of the military police would die if they were not careful. As a result, Colonel Kono, who originally did not have the advantage in numbers, would soon feel the pressure. On the other side, the military police were enjoying the thrill of victory. All of a sudden, cold shots were fired from the street corners or rooftops. These military police were scared out of their wits. Although the marksmanship of the rebel army was not worthy of praise, these cold shots alone were enough to make the military police, who were advancing quickly, hesitate. After all, no one wanted the next shot to hit their own heads. Damn it! Who fired? The officers frowned behind the cover. They ordered their soldiers to continue moving forward, but the soldiers were not stupid. They were all dawdling, and no one was willing to go out and die. Helpless, the officers could only use the energy cannon to open a path. After a round of cannon fire, the cold shots were indeed suppressed, but the police officers did not even take a few steps forward when the cold shots in the corner sounded again. Chapter 2962. Translator 549-6903. Due to their familiarity with the terrain of the slums, the soldiers of the uprising army started a guerrilla war in the slums. Unlike the first round of attacks by the military police, this time, the families of the uprising army had all been evacuated. This caused the uprising army to have no worries. They did not have to defend a place to the death. When the enemy advanced, they would retreat. When the enemy garrisoned, they would disturb. When the enemy was tired, they would attack. When the enemy retreated, they would chase. The 16-word guerrilla formation was fully utilized by Jiang Fei's disciples and grand disciples. Nearly 50,000 rebel soldiers were scattered in the streets and alleys of the slums. They were constantly dealing with the attacking army and police. A few days later, under Lena's guidance, these rebel soldiers were no longer limited to the slums. They went around by small roads and gathered in the city. Then, they attacked the mansions of the high-ranking officers. They ambushed their logistics unit. For a time, there were traces of these guerrillas everywhere in the downtown area. There were gunshots that came and went everywhere. Damn it! Colonel Kono was so anxious that he slammed the table, but there was nothing he could do. Colonel, those rioters from the slums are like a group of sparrows. They came from all directions and scattered after making trouble. The officers under Colonel Kono were also helpless. Although the military police were well equipped, their heavy weapons were heavy and cumbersome. They moved very slowly. If they did not carry heavy weapons, the small team of military police would not be able to defeat these guerrillas. Before the military police arrived, they had already scattered. No one knew where they had gone. In the huge city, the military police carried heavy weapons and ran back and forth. They were led around by the noses of the guerrillas. Each and every one of them was extremely tired, but they did not catch the tail of any of the rebels. Colonel Kono had already broken countless cups. He was hopping mad in his office. Bastards! Kono kept roaring. These poor people had never been in his eyes, but now these guys had brought him huge trouble. Not only did the guerrillas cause trouble, Kono was also facing another pressure at this time. That was the dissatisfaction of the residents from the rich and commoner areas. Because of the shortage of supplies, he had to restrict the distribution of supplies to these people. But as the battle continued and the guerrillas continued to destroy, Kono found that he could control less and less supplies. As a result, he could not only maintain food rations, he could not be satisfied, so he could only mix grains with impurities such as sand or wheat bran. But in this way, the people were naturally more dissatisfied. Although they did not say anything on the surface, they secretly communicated with the guerrillas and found a way out for themselves. Once they had their own spies in the city, the guerrillas would be able to come and go more freely. Their constant activities created even more pressure on Colonel Kono. In just a short week, the military and police under Kono were already exhausted. Although the army could still ensure an adequate supply of food, the constant running around every day still exhausted these soldiers. The most important thing was that these soldiers were becoming more and more dissatisfied. Although they were able to eat their fill, their families were eating food mixed with sand and wheat bran. The instability of the army's morale made Colonel Kono unable to relax his brows. However, he really had no way to solve the shortage of food in his hands. Other than that, there was no way for him to give out full rations. To put it bluntly, it was already good enough to give out food to the families of those soldiers. If it was not for the fear of a mutiny, Colonel Kono would have stopped giving out food. "Colonel, we can't go on like this. The opinions from below are getting bigger and bigger," a trusted aide said to Colonel Kono. "Sigh, I know," Colonel Kono said with a frown. When he first saw the consul and Ralph managing the gamma space, he felt that this wasn't a difficult matter. How could the simple issue of food make things so difficult for him? "Colonel, those rich people and families must still have food hidden in their cellars," the officer suggested. Colonel Kono asked, "So what?" The officer asked back. "That's right." Kono gritted his teeth. Anyway, the army was in his hands. What was there to be afraid of those rich people and families for? Yes, the trusted officer immediately took the initiative to accept the mission. The reason was very simple. This kid didn't have any good ideas. He also wanted to take this opportunity to fill his own pockets. Colonel Kono waved his hand. He did not care whether this subordinate of his would take advantage of the situation or not. To him, he only needed to alleviate the food crisis first. Very soon, the rich area once again heard a wave of wailing. The entire area was filled with the sound of wailing. At this time, the military and police had no military discipline to speak of. In the rich area, they could be said to have committed all kinds of crimes. This time, the plundering of the wealthy district was different from the previous time. The previous time, they had only robbed most of the wealth in the wealthy district, mainly the stored grain and the moon's spirit crystals. Even the gold teeth in the mouths of the old and young masters were all robbed. The women were even more miserable. The only ones who could keep their chastity were children under the age of 10 or old women over 60. The military police who had once protected everyone's safety had now completely turned into demons. "No," Natasha screamed, but the soldiers in front of her with lewd smiles on their faces laughed even more impudently. "Little girl, don't be afraid. It's only a matter of time. Today, I'll teach you well." The leading soldier laughed evilly. "Go away," Natasha screamed. "Your brother?" "Huh." Another soldier also came forward. Previously, Natasha was able to escape because she was still young. The unlucky ones were all girls who were about to become adults. She was a little girl who was over 10 years old and was not taken seriously by others. The human nature of the ruffians had been completely distorted. They had no pity for her. Chapter 2963, 2963. Translator, 549-6903. At this moment, the door of the small courtyard opened and Natasha's brother walked in. In fact, in order to avoid the chaotic world, Natasha's brother had done his best to create a better environment for her. They moved out from Crystal Street and moved to the edge of the wealthy district. Because Crystal Street was located at the core of the wealthy district, it was often harassed by the soldiers. After moving here, the number of soldiers who came to harass them decreased by a lot. However, they didn't expect that they would be unable to avoid trouble. In the end, trouble still came to them. In the morning, Natasha's brother went out. He had to go to the supply station to get today's rations. Otherwise, he and Natasha would have nothing to eat today. As a result, he had just returned home with a few bread rolls. He saw this scene. Natasha immediately shouted. Natasha's brother immediately rushed up. As Natasha's brother rushed up, he was kicked out by the leading soldier. Natasha's brother was a high-level programmer. Although he used to earn a lot of money, his combat ability could not be compared with these soldiers. In just one meeting, he was kicked to the ground. Following that, a few ruffians went up and punched and kicked Natasha's brother. "Let go of me!" Natasha struggled with all her might. However, a ruffian held her under his armpit. As a little girl who was more than 10 years old, she could not resist at all. She could only watch as her brother was beaten up. "Handsome brother, come and save me." At this moment, Natasha missed Jiang Fei very much, because Jiang Fei was the only one who could save her now. Bah! After kicking Natasha's brother fiercely, the leading soldier turned around and approached Natasha with a lewd smile on his face. The other soldiers also surrounded him. Natasha's brother was lying on the ground. His face was full of pain. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, he was powerless. At this moment, his entire body was aching. He could not stand up at all. Seeing those animals approaching his sister, Natasha's brother couldn't help but gnash his teeth. "Little girl, no one is bothering us now." The leading soldier reached out his hand to touch Natasha's face. Natasha turned her face and took a bite. The bite was very strong, and the soldier's palm immediately bled. "I gave you face." The soldier was furious, and he turned around and gave her a slap. Half of Natasha's face was swollen from the slap, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. When Natasha's brother saw this scene, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly stood up from the ground, and at the same time, he picked up the plate and turned his head. Natasha's brother came to the back of the soldier. At this time, the attention of the soldiers was on Natasha, so no one noticed the guy who was almost beaten to death by them. Natasha's brother tried his best, but because the soles of his feet went soft, the head that was going to hit the back of the soldier's head turned around and only hit his shoulder. Bang! The soldier screamed. Then, he covered his shoulder and turned around. He saw Natasha's brother, who was carrying bricks with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. The soldier was furious at that moment. He kicked Natasha's brother to the ground, then raised the butt of the rifle on his back and threw it at Natasha's brother. The soldiers on the side laughed and watched. No one wanted to stop them. In just a few minutes, Natasha's brother was beaten to death. His face was even disfigured by the butt of the rifle. "You'd asterisk starts." Natasha struggled desperately and cried. Her voice was hoarse, but as a little girl, she had no way to resist. Bah! After killing Natasha's brother, the soldier spat on his body and then turned around and went straight to Natasha. "Damn it," the soldier said fiercely. "Handsome, where are you? Didn't you say you were going to protect me?" Natasha screamed desperately. "Natasha." 2 blocks away, Jiang Fei turned around. He had been looking for Natasha for the past few days. However, they had already moved away from Crystal Street. After asking around, Jiang Fei finally caught up to the edge of the wealthy district. However, he had completely lost track of the Natasha siblings. Natasha's brother had covered up the traces too well. Although he had avoided the harassment of many soldiers, it had also caused a lot of trouble for Jiang Fei. Today, as usual, Jiang Fei continued to search for Natasha from house to house at the edge of the wealthy district. As soon as he came out of a house, he heard Natasha's cries. As Jiang Fei heard more of Natasha's screams, he immediately locked onto his position and ran frantically. At that moment, Jiang Fei desperately wished that he could recover his own strength. That way, he could teleport directly to Natasha's side. However, right now, he only had the body of a Special Forces soldier. Therefore, even if he tried his best, he could only approach Natasha at the speed of a human running. "Little girl, it's useless even if you scream your head off." The soldier leader was not wrong at all. It was not that there were no people nearby, nor did they not hear Natasha's shout. However, these residents were all cooped up in their homes, shivering. No one dared to provoke these armed soldiers. The soldier leader tore off Natasha's rough coat. As the rough coat was torn off, it revealed Natasha's pink arms and snow-white skin. The girls in the rich district are so *king fair. The soldier and his men were instantly excited. At this moment, Natasha couldn't scream anymore because of fear. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she longed for her handsome man to come down from the sky and save her from these demons. The soldier grabbed Natasha's arm. Although Natasha was still young, she had already become a little beauty. At this moment, the gate of the small courtyard was kicked open. A bald man with red eyes stood at the gate of the small courtyard. Chapter 2964, 2964. Translator, 549, 6903 When Jiang Fei kicked open the door of the small courtyard, he saw that the ruffians had captured Natasha and were about to molest her. Jiang Fei felt his blood boiling. He could see that Jiang Fei's bald head was instantly dyed red. With a loud shout, Jiang Fei rushed forward. F***CK. Where did this hothead come from? The soldier leader was annoyed by the repeated interruptions. Therefore, he gave the order, and his subordinates immediately took out their rifles and aimed at Jiang Fei. It was unknown who fired the first shot. Natasha cried out in shock. She could not imagine that Jiang Fei would also die in front of her. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei dodged to the side and dodged the shot. Although the energy gun was basically ready to fire, Jiang Fei relied on his amazing danger prediction ability. He began to dodge the moment the military police took aim. Therefore, when the military police fired, the muzzle of the gun had already deviated from Jiang Fei. Therefore, no matter how fast the energy gun's attack trajectory was, it would not be able to hit Jiang Fei. Before the other police officers could react, Jiang Fei had already closed in on them. Although Natasha called him Big Brother, Jiang Fei and the programmer were not on the same level of combat power. However, he was still a top-tier Special Forces soldier. Coupled with his superior combat experience and prediction ability, Jiang Fei was not invincible in the gamma space. However, it was still easy for him to take down a few ruffians. Bang! Crack, crack, crack! Ga-ba! Ga-ba! When Jiang Fei charged into the midst of the ruffians, the energy rifle became useless. Jiang Fei's body was too agile. He kept moving between the ruffians. At the same time, his attacks were dark and ruthless. The sound of bones breaking and tendons breaking rang in his ears, as well as the screams of the ruffians. "Oh my God! It hurts so much!" Amidst the screams of the soldiers, Jiang Fei used less than a minute to put down all the soldiers except for the leader of the soldiers. After they fell to the ground, they rolled around in pain. Each of them had at least 5 broken bones by Jiang Fei. Originally, Jiang Fei was not a cruel person. However, when Natasha was being humiliated by these people, Jiang Fei had completely lost his mind. He did not kill these people because he felt that it would benefit them instead. He wanted these people to suffer and die. Yu, the leader of the soldiers, was scared silly. He blocked Natasha in front of him, and the military spear in his hand was aimed at Natasha's throat. Natasha's voice was hoarse, but her eyes were full of hope. She knew that as long as the handsome man came, she would be safe. No one in the world could defeat her handsome man. Jiang Fei's voice seemed to come from the underworld. "You, don't come over," the leader of the soldiers said in a trembling voice. In order to show his determination, he moved the military spike in his hand toward Natasha's throat again. Natasha's delicate neck was punctured by the military spike, and a drop of blood flowed out. Seeing Natasha bleed, Jiang Fei's eyes instantly turned red. He immediately activated his mind power skill, Time Barrier. As Jiang Fei's mind power vibrated at a high speed, the surrounding time flow was instantly disrupted. The time flow that was originally flowing in a straight line was frozen. The soldier and Natasha were both frozen in place. Jiang Fei took a step forward. He gently moved the soldier's stinger away and then rescued Natasha from the soldier's arms. After Jiang Fei placed Natasha in a safe place, he removed the time barrier. How? The soldier did not know what had happened. There was a fault in his flow of time. He did not know how Jiang Fei had taken the girl away. However, without the hostage in his hands, he had lost his last resort. Jiang Fei moved. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei had already arrived in front of him. The soldier's wrist that was holding the military spike was broken by Jiang Fei. As the soldier screamed in pain, Jiang Fei launched his attack. Crack, crack, crack. The military spike fell into Jiang Fei's hand. While he was breaking the soldier's bones, he was also using the military spike to create wounds on the soldier's body. Jiang Fei's grasp on the structure of the human body was too precise. Every time he inserted the military spike into the soldier's body, it would bring him great pain without hurting his vital points. There would not even be much blood flowing out. For the soldier, the pain was absolutely eternal. Every second, Jiang Fei would bring him new pain. This pain was stronger and stronger. It went straight to his heart and heart. "Ah, I beg you to kill me." At this moment, the soldier finally understood what it meant to be unable to live, unable to die. Natasha, who was far away, was also shocked when she saw this scene. She had never seen Jiang Fei so violent. Natasha's call made Jiang Fei regain his rationality. The blood in his eyes gradually faded away, and his eyes regained their clarity. Jiang Fei directly left the soldier who was only left with his last breath and ran to Natasha. Natasha said in a tearful voice, it's okay. Jiang Fei took off his coat and wrapped Natasha up. Then, he hugged her in his arms. Brother. At this moment, Natasha finally remembered her brother. Because of her fear just now, the young Natasha could not care so much anymore. Jiang Fei walked to her brother's side in a few steps. He squatted down and used his hand to poke at her brother's nose. She was no longer breathing. He used his spiritual power to confirm. At this time, Natasha's brother had completely lost his vitality. Natasha, your brother? Jiang Fei said to Natasha with a face full of pain. Although he did not have much feelings for Natasha's brother, as the saying goes, love the house, love the crow. Because of Natasha's relationship, Jiang Fei was also very sad about her brother's death. When Natasha learned that her brother had died, she cried out loud. Moreover, she cried so hard that she was heartbroken. Chapter 2965. Translator 549-6903. All right, little girl, things have come to this. Jiang Fei was not particularly good at comforting people, especially at times like this. Handsome, why didn't you come earlier? Natasha cried. Sigh, I wanted to find you guys earlier too. Ever since the city became chaotic, I went to look for you guys. However, you guys moved away. I asked around and finally found out that you guys moved here. However, your brother hid you too well. I've been walking around here for a few days. Jiang Fei said helplessly. Sob. Brother, it's all Natasha's fault. If Natasha had shouted louder, Handsome would have found us earlier. Natasha cried even more sadly. Jiang Fei patted Natasha's back and tried his best to comfort her. However, the girl was too sad. She cried and cried until she passed out. Jiang Fei pinched her and hit her back. It was not easy to wake Natasha up. However, when the girl woke up, she cried again and again until she was too tired to cry. Only then did she faint and fall asleep. Jiang Fei sighed. He carried Natasha back to the room and placed her on the small bed. After that, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the courtyard. He then used a shovel to dig a hole and buried Natasha's brother. Although the conditions did not allow for a proper burial, at the very least, he could not let Natasha's brother's corpse be left in a mess. After everything was done, Jiang Fei returned to the room. He carried Natasha, who was sleeping soundly on his back. He could not stay in this dangerous place for long. Although Jiang Fei had a certain level of strength, he could not fight an army alone. Moreover, he had a burden on his back, Natasha. Before he left, Jiang Fei set a huge fire in the small courtyard. He allowed the soldiers who had lost their ability to move but were not completely dead to howl in the fire until they were burned to ashes. In the sky-high flames, Jiang Fei carried Natasha on his back and walked away. His shadow was stretched very long in the flames, as if he was a demon who had walked out of hell. Not long after Jiang Fei and the others left, a large number of military police arrived at the scene. Although the residents on both sides of the street did not dare to make a sound when the soldiers attacked, Jiang Fei had killed these soldiers. The residents were afraid of being held responsible. Therefore, they all went to the police. The fire was extinguished and the bodies of a few military police officers were carried out. However, there were signs of guerrilla activity everywhere in the city. Therefore, the military police officers did not take Jiang Fei too seriously. They only searched the nearby areas for a while as a symbolic gesture. After that, they were done with it. At this moment, the city was no longer as peaceful as before. Even when the security officers rebelled, only a small area of the wealthy district was affected. However, now, the entire city had become a battlefield. the sound of gunshots and gunfire could be heard almost everywhere. The residents of the wealthy district and the commoner district were living in fear every day. What they had to worry about was not only the problem of food, but also the harassment of the ruffians and the war that could happen at any time. Although the uprising army did not have the intention to harass the civilians, once they engaged in a firefight with the military and police, it would really be a blind eye. The civilians that were affected could only admit that they were unlucky. Under such circumstances, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. No one knew when these days would end, and no one knew if they would be able to live until tomorrow. At this moment, the residents of the Gamma Space were extremely nostalgic for the past days. Even when the economic crisis broke out, they had never been so miserable. It was better to be a peaceful dog than a troubled person. The people of the Gamma Space were deeply moved by this saying because they had truly experienced what it meant to say that a human life was worse than a dog's. On the day that Jiang Fei started killing people, Lena also sent out one of her confidants. Previously, Lena had split into 3 groups. Now, the people defending the slums had been completely freed, as their families and unarmed people had already evacuated to a safe area. They no longer had anything to worry about. Nearly 50,000 people were scattered in the city, engaging in guerrilla warfare with the military and police. The 20,000 people in Anaria had also successfully completed their mission. They brought a large amount of food and supplies and retreated outside the city. They also scattered and hid. This amount of food was enough for the uprising army to fight a protracted war. After the last group of people dispersed into the city, there was no more news. These people were sent by Lena to attack the armory. The guards there had never been moved away or relaxed, which resulted in Varian not moving a single one of them. The other soldiers were already exhausted from running around nonstop. The combat strength of the uprising army was not that strong, but they were elusive. They never confronted the military police directly. They would simply ambush them or shoot them in the back. Although the casualties caused by each attack were not that great, the accumulation of time was enough for the military police to suffer. The worst part was that every time the guerrillas appeared, the military police had to encircle them. However, when they rushed to the scene, the guerrillas had already disappeared. This gave the military police all their abilities. They could not use it all. This was the annoying part about the guerrillas. In fact, the most effective way to deal with the guerrillas was to clear the wilderness. However, the Gamma Space did not have such conditions. The Gamma Space was narrow, and there was only one city in the Gamma Space. How could they clear the wilderness? Burn the only city? Would the military and police survive? Therefore, under such circumstances, the guerrillas in the Gamma Space were basically invincible. At that moment, Lena was even more familiar with the 16-word guerrilla strategy that Jiang Fei had taught her. It was really annoying. Even Colonel Kono felt a headache coming on, but he could not do anything about it. In the end, seeing that the soldiers and police under him had been dragged into a fatigued army with less than half of their combat strength, Colonel Kono had no choice but to order his soldiers to rotate with the soldiers guarding the armory. This was to ensure the combat strength of the army. However, this also gave Lena a chance. After learning that the armory had been replaced with a fatigued army, Lena decided to inform Varian to take action. At the same time, in order to cooperate with this operation, all the guerrillas in the city took action. They ran around by the noses of the soldiers and police, transferring them away from the vicinity of the armory. Chapter 2966. Translator 549-6903. Just as Colonel Kono was commanding the military police to surround the guerrillas of the uprising army, the sound of fierce gunfire suddenly came from the south of the city. The deafening sound of gunfire rang out in the south of the city, and the 3 armories were fiercely attacked at the same time. Damn it! What's going on? The military police who had just changed their defenses hurriedly rushed to the front of the defensive fortifications outside the armory, their faces full of exhaustion. The military police who had been changed to the armory were the most exhausted soldiers. They had been transferred here to rest. Unexpectedly, most of the military police had just finished eating and had not had the time to lie down on the bed to sleep. The sound of cannons was heard, and it was right next to their ears. They were already exhausted, and it was easy to get sleepy after eating. At this time, many military police were fighting with their eyelids, but they had no choice but to come to the front line. This was because the guerrillas of the uprising army had already reached the entrance. The uprising army under Varian was equipped with almost all of the energy cannons in Lena's hands. It could be said that they were the unit with the strongest firepower in the entire uprising army. At this moment, hundreds of energy cannons were aimed at the door of the armory and were shooting at it. The military police were immediately suppressed, and they could not even lift their heads. The huge disadvantage in numbers made them unable to fight back. "Sir, the enemy's firepower is too fierce. We can't hold on much longer. Call for help." "Sir, the door is about to be broken through." The soldiers and police in front shouted loudly, but their voices were soon drowned out by the rumbling sounds of the cannons. The battle in front of the armory was particularly intense. Under the cover of the cannon fire, the soldiers of the uprising army kept charging, but they were pushed back again and again by the soldiers and police who had equally strong firepower. Both sides had suffered huge casualties in the battle, but the soldiers of the uprising army were not afraid at all. They stepped over the bodies of their comrades and continued to launch attacks. Gradually, the defense of the military police began to weaken. On one hand, the number of the military police was relatively small. After suffering huge casualties, they began to be powerless. On the other hand, the military police's morale was already low. The military police were no longer the military police of the past. At this moment, although these military police could eat their fill and wear warm clothes, their families were in danger, so that they could live on. But if they died, their families would have even less to look for. Under such thoughts and reality, how could the military police be willing to risk their lives? How could they dare to go to the poor? On the contrary, the rebel army was different. They were originally in a situation where they lacked food and clothing. It was Lena who let them eat until they were full. Moreover, their family members were all safe at the back and had sufficient food. In order to maintain the current situation, how could they not fight with their lives? On one hand, if they died, their entire family would not have a place to live. On the other hand, if they died in battle, their family members would be able to live peacefully. On the other hand, if they were defeated in the battle, they would lose everything. This completely different treatment and situation made the morale of the military police and the uprising army completely opposite. The soldiers of the uprising army charged forward without fear of death, while the military police kept retreating to save their lives. On the battlefield, those who were afraid of death would always die before those who were not. Fear and timidity were the biggest enemies on the battlefield. Therefore, when the military police kept retreating in fear, the casualty rate of the uprising army was actually greatly reduced. The soldiers of the uprising army kept charging forward, and very quickly, they forced the military police out of the armory. After occupying the armory, the firepower of the unit was originally weaker, and the soldiers of the uprising army, who had relied on their numbers to support themselves, received the greatest amount of equipment. Their combat strength suddenly soared. "Big Brother Varian, what about those mechs?" A soldier of the uprising army asked Varian. Although it was easy to learn how to use a weapon like the energy cannon, piloting a mecha was far beyond the capabilities of these poor people who did not have much schooling. Varian hesitated. These mecha were all very expensive equipment. If they were destroyed, it would be a pity. However, none of them knew how to pilot them. Leaving them to the enemy was like providing resources to the enemy. In the end, Varian gritted his teeth. Although these mecha were very expensive, since he could not use them on his side, he could not leave them for the enemy. After receiving the order, the soldiers of the uprising army picked up their energy cannons and fired wildly at the mecha parked in the warehouse. Amidst the deafening explosion, these mecha parked in the warehouse were mercilessly destroyed without any battle achievements. It would definitely cause huge casualties to the uprising army. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. What? The armory was attacked? At the same time, Colonel Kono also received a report. Yes, the adjutant reported. immediately organize people to go and rescue. Colonel Kono immediately became anxious. He could tolerate other things, but the armory must not be lost. This was his lifeline. A large number of soldiers and police gathered from all directions of the city towards the armory. However, at this moment, the armory had been occupied by the uprising army for almost an hour. Big Brother Varian, the outpost has sent a message. A soldier of the uprising army reported to Varian. Those that can be loaded, load them up and transport them away. Those that cannot be transported, set them on fire. Varian immediately ordered. His strategy was the same as the previous attack on Andrea's granary. He did not leave any valuable resources for the military and police. As the saying goes, it was easier to do things with more people. In just a short 10 minutes, all the resources in the 3 armories were loaded and transported away. The remaining things that were not easy to take were also set on fire by the uprising army. In this raid on the armories, although the uprising army had dropped thousands of corpses, their battle results were also rich. The 3 armories were all captured, and the uprising army not only received a large amount of equipment, but also ammunition. Moreover, their ammunition was no longer limited. On the contrary, the military and police side had lost their armories, so their weapons and ammunition supplies had to wait for the armories to arrive. This required time, and the supply line was not safe. Chapter 2967. 2967. Translator 549-6903. Colonel Kono could no longer remember how many cups he had smashed. Ever since the military administration came into effect, he had not had a good few days. Damn it. Colonel Kono Kerstrludli. Colonel, they're not a mob at all. These guys are a well-trained army. They are too cunning. We're simply being led around by their noses. The officers below complained. Although they were born in a military academy, the gamma space was only so small. Did they know what guerrilla warfare was? Suddenly encountering this kind of non-face-to-face confrontation, the officers under Kono were all dumbfounded. They had no experience in dealing with guerrillas, so they didn't know how to deal with it. They could only run wherever there was trouble. How could they not be led around by the nose? Colonel, the morale of the soldiers below is getting lower and lower. You have to think of something. Yes, the families of those soldiers don't have enough food, so they don't have the heart to fight. As the saying goes, when the house leaks, it rains all the time. Colonel Kono was already troubled by the guerrillas, and now there was a big problem in the government affairs, which made the irascible Colonel Kono even angrier. The morale is low, and the family members still want food? Colonel Kono roared. The officers below could also feel that their boss was getting more and more irritable, so they all lowered their heads carefully, not even daring to breathe loudly. Colonel Kono paced back and forth in the office, and he felt that his head was about to explode. This made him even more annoyed. Go to the consul. Colonel Kono finally threw this thorny problem directly to the consul. Yes, the officer quickly ran to the consul's residence. The current consul could be said to have been put under house arrest by Colonel Kono. What? You want me to think of a way to solve the problem of food? When the consul heard the officer's intentions, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. At that moment, the consul hated Jiang Fei to death. It was his idea that caused Colonel Kono to put the entire city under military control. Now it was easy to invite the gods, but difficult to send them away. The consul had already been abandoned by Colonel Kono. Now, Colonel Kono turned around and gave him orders. Anyway, that's what the colonel said. The officer shrugged. Then, he ignored the Archon's pale face and left. Bastard! After the officer left, the Archon was so angry that he directly threw the tea bowl. The advisor beside him advised. This is too much. The consul was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Sir, now is not the time to care about this. You should think about how to solve the problem, the advisor said. Solve? How to solve it? That bastard Kono took away all the grain. Now that he has lost the grain, he came to me to ask for it. Once this was mentioned, the consul's anger flared up. Sir, perhaps only one person can solve the current predicament, the aide said. The consul immediately asked. The aide said, "Don't talk about him." The consul was furious when he heard that. "Sir, don't be anxious. Although this stupid idea was Ralph's, I have to admit that this guy is a genius." The aide said, "Humph." The consul asked, "Sir, although we don't rule out this possibility?" The aide's words completely moved the consul. Yes, even if Ralph wanted to seize power, he would seize the power of Kono. The consul was now empty. He was now a puppet. Even if someone else was in power, his status would not be lower. The Archon asked, "That is indeed a problem. However, I will do my best to find him," the advisor said. The Archon nodded. Then, where was Jiang Fei now? At this time, Jiang Fei had already left the city with Natasha. They arrived at an abandoned farm in the suburbs. The original owner of the farm had disappeared. After settling down in the farm, Jiang Fei found a nearby location where the rebels stored their supplies. Then, he used his mind power to sneak in during the night. He stole a lot of weapons, equipment, and food. It was enough for him and Natasha to use. With these weapons and food, Jiang Fei and Natasha settled down in the abandoned farm. He needed to continue observing the situation on the battlefield. Lena should be able to win soon. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. While he was taking care of Natasha, he did not stop paying attention to the situation. At this time, Colonel Kono's military and police forces were getting weaker and weaker. Moreover, because the families of the soldiers did not have enough food to eat, many soldiers began to secretly contact the uprising army. After all, Lena had ready-made food. Under such circumstances, as long as Lena did not make any major mistakes, she would definitely win this war. As for Colonel Kono's defeat, it was only a matter of time. Jiang Fei did not know how many times Natasha had asked the same question. It seemed that her brother's death had really dealt a huge blow to her. "Natasha, don't be too sad." Jiang Fei comforted her. Natasha said pitifully, "Have you forgotten? Handsome said that even if I leave, I will take you with me." Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Natasha nodded. This time, she did not reject Jiang Fei. Her brother's death had completely removed Natasha's worries in the Gamma Dimension. Chapter 2968, 2968. Translator, 549-6903. Valiant escorted the convoy back to the slums. "That's great," Lena said happily. Because of the ammunition, the rebels not only had their ammunition replenished, but they could also arm more troops. After all, there were many young men under Lena who wanted to join the army. What they lacked was weapons. Most importantly, after obtaining these weapons, Lena's biggest problem was solved. They obtained a large number of heavy weapons. With these energy cannons, Lena was no longer afraid of being surrounded by the military and police. Following Lena's orders, a group of young men came to the outskirts overnight. After these young men obtained weapons, they instantly became a new force. Almost overnight, the rebel army, which originally had only 60,000 to 70,000 people in the city, suddenly expanded to 150,000 people. Moreover, these rebel soldiers also received a large amount of heavy weapons and equipment. This instantly increased the firepower of the rebel army by several times. On the contrary, not only was the morale of the military and police low, but everyone also lost confidence in Colonel Kono. Many military and police began to contact the rebel army in the slums through various channels. Some of the military police even ran over to surrender. Varian asked Lena, "The one who should be in a hurry now should be Kono. Spread the word and say that we have enough food here." Lena said, "Miss, with our current strength, we will be finished if we fight them directly. Why should we give them food?" Varian said unwillingly, "They can't make decisions like this. They're the same as us, poor people. Our targets are Colonel Kono, the consul, the rich people, and not the military police who are also poor people," Lena explained. "Miss, only you are so magnanimous." Varian said angrily, "Why are you such a hypocrite? Right now, they have no food to eat. They are so hungry that their eyes are red. If we launch an attack, they will definitely fight us for their lives. How many casualties will we have to pay? But as long as we pay a little food, we can make them collapse on their own." Lena explained to Valian and the other rebel generals. Sigh. We understand after you say that, miss. You've studied before, so you think too much. We're just a bunch of boors. We don't know anything. Valian came to a sudden realization. The other generals of the uprising army nodded in agreement. Lena waved her hand. The revolution was about to succeed, but her heart was unusually nervous. Father, it looks like it won't be long before the console will fall into my hands. Kono will also be at my disposal. You could be considered to have gotten your revenge, but my daughter is in a panic now. I don't know what foreshadowing he's hiding. Everything I've achieved now is probably within his expectations. Lena looked at the sky and muttered to herself. When will he make his move? Can I block his attack? Will he assassinate me? Or will he use some kind of method to replace me? Lena was panicking. To her, Jiang Fei was like an omniscient god. She did not do much. She only acted according to the note in the silk bag. Now, the world of the magistrate was about to change hands. Facing an opponent who seemed to be able to predict everything, Lena had no idea when the opponent would attack. She did not know where she would lose. This kind of unknown space made Lena very terrified. At this moment, Jiang Fei, who was far away in the suburbs, was also hesitating. The development of the situation could be said to be within his expectations. It was also outside of his plan. According to his original plan, Jiang Fei should have already found out the whereabouts of the snow beast. Then, he could take advantage of the chaos in the world to quietly attack the snow beast. Once the snow beast was eliminated, Jiang Fei would not have any attachment to the gamma space. At that time, he would take Natasha out of this world and return to the three-dimensional space where he was. However, there was a small problem. It seemed that Lena's revolution was about to end. However, Jiang Fei still did not obtain any information about the snow beast. Now, he had to seize power and become a real consul. Only then would he be able to find out the whereabouts of the snow beast from the Elder Council. However, from the beginning, Jiang Fei had never intended to become the consul. He felt a little guilty towards Lena. Therefore, Jiang Fei's real goal was to kill the snow beasts. By helping Lena become the ruler of the Gamma Dimension, he could be considered to have compensated Lena for her change of direction, although that might not be what she wanted. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Seeing that Lena was about to win, Jiang Fei decided to try one last time. If it did not work, he could only activate the backup plan. Natasha, you hide here well. Jiang Fei hid Lena in the basement and prepared enough food and water for her. Lena asked with some fear. After what had happened previously, she was very afraid of being alone. Brother will be back before dawn, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. It was just afternoon. Half a day and one night was enough for him to do his own things. Natasha said to Jiang Fei, Brother promises not to lie to you. Jiang Fei hooked his little finger. Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's pinky and then obediently moved aside. Don't be afraid. Big Brother will be back soon. Jiang Fei comforted Natasha. Then, he came out of the basement and disguised the small courtyard before heading to the city. At this time, the streets of the city were quiet. The civilians were all hiding at home and did not dare to go out because it was too dangerous outside. They did not know when a gunfight would break out. As there was no one around, Jiang Fei did not encounter any obstacles. When the sky was almost dark, he arrived at the magistrate's residence. At that moment, there was no one standing guard there. Even the people that Kono had sent to house arrest the magistrate had been removed. At this point, the title of the magistrate was no longer valuable. Chapter 2969-2969. Translator 549-6903. Although the consul was still the dictator of the Gamma space, his orders could no longer leave his home. Not to mention the consul, even Colonel Kono's control over the city was getting weaker by the day. Therefore, no one cared about the consul anymore. The military police who were in charge of keeping him under house arrest had also evacuated. Now, if the Archon wanted to escape, he could leave at any time. However, the problem was, where could he go if he escaped? At that moment, Jiang Fei sneaked into the Archon's mansion. At this point, the servants and aides in the Archon's mansion had already dispersed. After the Archon lost his power, they all dispersed. Some of them leaned their heads against Colonel Kono's side. Some of them even went to look for other sources of income. One could not say that these people were too snobbish. After all, everyone had to live. When a magistrate lost his power, these people had to live. They could not starve to death with a magistrate. Therefore, they chose to join someone else. It was very normal. Therefore, at this moment, the large magistrate's residence was empty. There was no sign of people at all. As he had come here often before, Jiang Fei was familiar with the place after entering the Archon's mansion. Soon, he found the Archon drinking tea alone in the study room. Standing in the small courtyard and looking at the Archon drinking tea alone, Jiang Fei felt a sense of desolation in his heart. Jiang Fei sighed and walked to the door of the study room. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. The Archon said without even raising his head. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. The Archon lowered his head and sipped his tea. Then, he asked, "Has Ralph not been found yet?" Clearly, the Archon had treated Jiang Fei as his only remaining aide. "My lord." Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him. "Ralph." The Archon raised his head and stood up immediately. "It's me." Jiang Fei nodded. The Archon was surprised by Jiang Fei's sudden visit. Jiang Fei said with a smile, "Sigh." The Archon laughed bitterly. At that moment, the last aide of the consul walked in. "Hee, you're relieved now. You don't have to look for him. Ralph is here on his own." The consul laughed. The aide nodded at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded at him as well. "All right, Ralph. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Take a seat. Now, tell me what you can do to save the situation." The consul said straightforwardly, "Sir, I do have a way to solve the current problem. However, the law does not apply to 6 ears," said Jiang Fei. The consul looked at his last aide awkwardly. He was the most loyal person. Even though the consul had come to this point, he would not leave him. Therefore, he asked the consul to kick him out. The consul really could not open his mouth. The advisor was indeed loyal. He could not bear to see the Archon in a difficult position, so he took the initiative to leave. After the advisor left, the Archon sighed and said to Jiang Fei, "Now, can you tell me?" "Sir, I have actually come here this time to ask you a question," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The magistrate was stunned. He had wanted to ask Jiang Fei about the solution to his current problem, but he did not expect Jiang Fei to have something to ask him. Jiang Fei nodded. The magistrate asked. Jiang Fei said directly, "What did you say?" The magistrate, who had been smiling, suddenly dropped his face. Jiang Fei repeated, "What are you trying to do?" The Archon immediately became alert. "Nothing. I'm just asking around," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "You." The Archon suddenly stood up and took a few steps back. He stared at Jiang Fei with wide eyes and said, "Didn't you keep a part of your memory? You came here on purpose." Although Jiang Fei did not admit it, he did not deny it. "I understand. I understand everything." Suddenly, the Archon understood everything. The entire Gamma Dimension had fallen into such chaos. It was clearly Ralph's intention. "Congratulations, you guessed right. Unfortunately, there is no reward," Jiang Fei said as he took 2 steps closer. "Don't even think about it," said the consul as he looked straight at Jiang Fei. Since he knew Jiang Fei's identity and true intentions, it was impossible for him to tell him where the snow beast was. "Sir, you have to think carefully. If you do not cooperate, you will suffer. Moreover, do you think that if you do not tell me, I will not be able to find the snow beast? As long as I get control of the entire Gamma Dimension, I will become the new consul. I think that the Hidden Elder Council will definitely tell me the whereabouts of the snow beast," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "You." The consul pointed at Jiang Fei and said in a trembling voice, "If things were really as Jiang Fei said, then the Gamma Dimension would be finished." "I am a demon?" "Oomph." Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "You don't have to say anymore." The magistrate gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then he directly came in front of the magistrate. Jiang Fei grabbed the consul's neck and lifted him up. Hiss. As the consul could not breathe, he hissed. At the same time, his hands and feet began to scratch. However, his strength was too weak compared to Jiang Fei. All resistance was futile. Jiang Fei threw the consul to the ground. Huff, huff. The consul gasped for breath. He had almost suffocated to death. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked. The consul refused flatly. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he grabbed the consul's neck and dragged him into the bathroom. Then Jiang Fei used the toilet to waterboard the consul. As the bubbles rolled, the consul fully experienced the pain of suffocation in the toilet water. The feeling of his lungs about to explode almost drove him crazy. He still gritted his teeth and refused to reveal the whereabouts of the snow beast. Chapter 2970, 2970. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei tortured the consul for about an hour and a half. The consul was really a quest. He was in a daze from the torture, but he still refused to tell Jiang Fei the whereabouts of the snow beast. The consul's toughness was far beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. He had already used many cruel punishments on the consul, but there was still little effect. "Kill me," the consul gritted his teeth and said. However, he was already very weak. Jiang Fei shook his head. He had already given up on the interrogation because his spiritual power was greatly restricted in the gamma space. He could not forcefully read other people's memories. He could not use mind-reading skills or anything like that. Therefore, the interrogation was not as effective as he had hoped. "Hee, suit yourself." The Archon stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and said, "Perhaps." Jiang Fei said in a cold tone. "You demon." The consul cursed. "That will be in the future," Jiang Fei said as he approached the consul. Before the consul could say anything, Jiang Fei had already knocked him out. After that, Jiang Fei placed the unconscious consul flat on the sofa. Then, he took out a long-prepared thing that looked like an ice pick and a small hammer. Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he began the operation without disinfecting the icicle. The icicle slowly pierced into the consul's brain through the upper part of the consul's eyeball. Then, Jiang Fei gently tapped the back of the icicle with the small hammer in his hand. The force was just right. The tip of the icicle had cut off the consul's nerve tissue. When the Archon woke up again, his eyes were unfocused and his expression was dull. Not only was he unable to express what he had experienced previously, he was also unable to express his intense emotions to others. Although this kind of ancient surgery is very inhumane, there's nothing I can do about it. The gamma space has restricted the use of my spiritual power. In a situation where I can't directly brainwash myself, I can only resort to this method. Fortunately, you won't be able to live for long. So, it's not a big deal to be an idiot for a few days. Jiang Fei muttered to the Archon's still unconscious body. Then, he cleaned up the scene and left. About half an hour after Jiang Fei left, the only remaining aide of the Archon returned to the study room. At that moment, he saw the Archon sleeping soundly. So, he covered him with a blanket and left. He noticed that something was wrong with the Archon. So, he immediately reported the matter to Colonel Kono, who was in power. However, Colonel Kono did not have the time to care about the consul. Even if he died, Colonel Kono would not even bother to look at him. Therefore, the matter was put on hold. Was still doing his best to take care of the consul. Before daybreak, Jiang Fei returned to the small courtyard where Natasha was hiding. At this time, he was disappointed because the consul refused to reveal the whereabouts of the snow beast. This had caused him to lose his last shortcut. Now, he could only snatch the throne that was within reach of Lena and become the ruler of the gamma space. Only then would Jiang Fei be able to obtain the whereabouts of the snow beast. As for the last resort that Jiang Fei told the Archon, Jiang Fei would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Although the gamma space was small, it still had millions of people. He would slaughter them all. This was still a difficult choice for Jiang Fei to accept. Although the so-called players had committed atrocities in the three-dimensional world, causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of civilians, it was still a difficult choice for Jiang Fei to accept. When Jiang Fei opened the door to the basement and walked in, Natasha's voice came from the darkness inside. Jiang Fei turned on the light in the basement. A black shadow suddenly pounced on Jiang Fei. Natasha immediately hung on Jiang Fei's body. Natasha said as she hugged Jiang Fei tightly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Jiang Fei comforted Natasha, who was scared out of her wits. He saw that Natasha's eyes were red. She must have cried. Moreover, she should have hardly slept that night. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha said timidly. Jiang Fei sighed. It was indeed a little too cruel to let a young girl experience such things. However, the reality was that she had to experience the things that a person should experience in the end. However, Natasha's life was not very good. In her previous life, she existed as Shang Guanqi. As a result, she spent her entire childhood in the Soaring Cloud sect receiving inhuman training. After she was reincarnated, she came to the Gamma space. Although she was protected by her elder brother here and enjoyed a wonderful childhood, now she had to go through all this again. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei could not help but feel bad for Natasha. Fortunately, these days were about to come to an end. After dealing with the snow beasts, Jiang Fei could bring Natasha back to the three-dimensional world. There would be many people there who would love and care for her to make up for the trauma she had suffered. As the sun rose, Jiang Fei took care of Natasha and began a new day. Natasha did not sleep for the whole night. After breakfast, she slept peacefully with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei left quietly again. He had to prepare for his own matters. At this moment, Lena's uprising army had also started to turn from defense to offense. After obtaining heavy weapons and increasing the number of new soldiers, the uprising army was unstoppable. They had more military skills. However, at this moment, their morale was low. They did not have the heart to fight. Therefore, during the exchange of fire, the military police almost surrendered in order to exchange for a bowl of rice for their families. Now, food had become the deadliest weapon in Lena's hands. Many military police did not even have the time to go to the front line before they started to inquire about the treatment after surrendering. Colonel Kono could only give strict orders to form a supervising team. The number of military police soldiers who died under the supervision of the supervising team even exceeded the number of casualties in the battle with the uprising army. Bastards! Colonel Kono's temper was getting more and more irritable. The city area under his control was shrinking day by day, and the soldiers under his command were getting more and more restless. Even his supervising team had surrendered and fled. Chapter 2971. Translator 549-6903. Miss, we have launched an all-out attack. Varian reported to Lena. Yes, everyone has been working hard recently. We are about to win. Do not relax. Lena said to Varian and the others. Yes, all the rebel generals nodded. Miss, we will soon win. After the other generals left, Varian asked Lena beside him. He was also madly in love with Lena, so he paid special attention to Lena. Lena shook her head. Victory was almost within her grasp. However, she was not happy at all because she knew that the man would soon appear. Deep down, Lena did not want to have a conflict with Jiang Fei. In her heart, Jiang Fei had an extremely special status. He was like a mentor, an idol, and a partner. During the time they lived together, although nothing happened between Lena and Jiang Fei, Lena was deeply impressed by Jiang Fei's personal charm. Then, the relationship would become unclear. Even if Lena knew that Jiang Fei was only using her and there was no real relationship between them, as a woman, it was still difficult for her to completely jump out of this relationship. She still did not want to meet Jiang Fei as an enemy. Every time she thought about how Jiang Fei would jump out and become her enemy, she was terrified. This fear was not entirely due to her fear of Jiang Fei. She was afraid that she would be defeated by Jiang Fei. Instead, it was purely because she did not want to become Jiang Fei's enemy. Under the influence of this subconscious, although the uprising army had already captured 60% of the city and was still advancing rapidly, Lena was still not happy. As the days passed, the area under Colonel Kono's control became smaller and smaller. At this time, the military and police under him were already left with only die-hard loyalists. No one continued to defect, but there were only about 1,000 people left. Relying on these more than 1,000 elite soldiers, Colonel Kono relied on the city hall to defend the central area. Although there was not much food and ammunition, he had no intention of breaking out of the encirclement. Everyone. Colonel Kono was carrying out his final mobilization. The soldiers below shouted in unison. However, at this moment, these soldiers were somewhat sallow and emaciated. Their military rations were no longer guaranteed. That was a situation where they would starve to death long ago. Men, bring out the meat mince. Colonel Kono waved his hand. Below, officers and soldiers brought out buckets and buckets of meat porridge. There was very little food in these meat porridge, and most of it was minced meat. From a distance, one could smell the alluring fragrance. After smelling the fragrance, the more than 1,000 soldiers below almost drooled. They were all stunned. Following Colonel Kono's order, all the soldiers received rice bowls from the cooks at the side. Then, they came over to eat the meat porridge. Only the cooks' faces were ashen. They didn't even want to look at the porridge pot. At a small school 2,000 meters away from the drill ground where the soldiers were eating, the smell of blood was everywhere. Blood was flowing on the ground. The scene was like an Azura purgatory. At this moment, the military police of the gendarmerie were sending the corpses of the civilians to a meat grinder at the side, crushing them into minced meat. On the other side of the small school was a kitchen, where a large pot was cooking porridge. An hour ago, these civilians were all living people who had been lured here to receive food. At this moment, Colonel Kono and his gendarmerie had gone completely mad. They knew that they were doomed to die, so they had completely lost their humanity. Each and every one of them was crazier and crueler than the devil. In the core area of the city that was still under Colonel Kono's control, there were no living civilians outside of the military and police forces. Colonel Kono had issued a massacre order. He wanted to bury these innocent civilians with him. After eating their fill, some of these soldiers knew what they were eating while others did not. However, this was no longer important because their lives had also come to an end. Next, they would welcome the last shining point of their lives. Following the order, the soldiers who had eaten their fill gathered again. They checked their guns and ammunition. However, these weapons and equipment were still their most trustworthy partners on the battlefield. Colonel Kono's eyes were filled with madness. An officer came to Colonel Kono's side with a note. Northeast, 3 kilometers? Good, good. Colonel Kono laughed loudly 3 times, then waved his arm. Target northeast. Attack. All the soldiers roared in unison. Then, they began to move toward the northeast district. Ralph, who are you? You actually calculated everything. If that's the case, then I'll help you. As he watched his army charge toward the northeast district, Colonel Kono muttered to himself. At that moment, Jiang Fei was standing on top of an abandoned building. He looked at the tragic scene below him and could not bear to see it happen. Is it cruel? Jiang Fei sighed. He had something that he had to protect. For the sake of the people and things that he loved, he would not hesitate to turn the other world into an Azura purgatory. Kono, do your best. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he watched the army of soldiers and police from the rooftop. Chapter 2972. Translator 549-6903. When the 1,000 soldiers and police soldiers were determined to die and charged forward without any hesitation, the gap between the two sides' combat standards was revealed. Although the uprising army had the advantage in numbers, the untrained militia was still a militia. They could not compare to the combat strength of a regular army. Just the coordination of the cannons was enough to show the huge gap. On the uprising army's side, the coordination of the infantry and artillery was only started after the artillery finished firing. If they charged too early, they might be injured by the artillery. However, this delay also gave the opponent time to react. Although they were suppressed by the cannon fire, once the cannon fire stopped, they would return to their shooting positions. The enemy would be able to continue fighting back, and it would still cause more casualties. However, the military and police side was different. After long-term training, they had a shocking tacit understanding. Hence, when the infantry coordinated with the cannon fire, the sound of the cannon fire had yet to fade, but the infantry had already begun charging forward. Moreover, the location of the cannonball was very accurate, and it almost did not cause any accidental injuries to the charging infantry. This way, it did not give the uprising army time to react. Many of the uprising army soldiers were blocked behind the bunkers and shot to death by the military police. Previously, because the military police did not have the heart to fight, the uprising army did not feel too much pressure when they fought with the military police. On the contrary, they relied on their numerical advantage and had never actually lost a battle. This also gave the uprising army the illusion that the military police were not powerful. They were all paper tigers. However, today the military police who had truly shown their might had given these poor members of the uprising army a good lesson. They had learned what it meant to be professional, especially when the mecha corps of the military police force had joined the battle. The battlefield had even shown a crushing stance. Although many of the military police's mecha had been destroyed by the uprising army in the warehouse, Kono's army still retained more than 50 power mechas. These huge steel beasts, which are covered in weapons, were used to the fullest by the military and police. Every time they took the lead to charge, they could tear apart the rebel army's defensive line. Not good. The mechas are charging up. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. After all, the soldiers of the rebel army were not real soldiers. The soldiers who had not gone through strict training would immediately stop fighting. The instinctive space in their hearts began to drive the soldiers of the uprising army, making them involuntarily fall back. Those who had been soldiers all knew that there was a saying that said that the defeat of an army was like the collapse of a mountain, and the defeated army was like a flood. The meaning was that once there was a defeat, it would be like a flood. It would flow for thousands of miles, and no one would be able to stop it. Moreover, if anyone dared to stop it, they would definitely be washed away by the flood. This was the case for the soldiers of the uprising army. They were frightened by the ferocious charge of the military police. One by one, they turned around and ran. This made Varian and the other generals of the uprising army extremely anxious. However, they were unable to stop the rout at all. The uprising army, which had already compressed the military police to the vicinity of the city hall, suddenly suffered a rout on the Eastern Front. Moreover, it was 1,000 miles away. This caused the military police force to directly approach the temporary command center on the Eastern Front, which was located to the northeast of the city hall. The sound of the cannons rumbled, shaking the tents of the temporary command center. An energy cannon hit the buildings near the command center. The earth and rocks shattered and smashed into the tents of the command center, making a crashing sound. Varian advised, "No, I'm right here. Order the troops to resist resolutely," Lena said with a determined look. "Miss, 4/5 of our troops have been defeated. The few people we have can't stop the enemy at all." Varian advised, "We can't retreat. Once we retreat, the troops will be completely defeated and the warriors from other directions will also be in chaos." Lena said. Before Varian could finish his words, an energy cannon interrupted him. This energy cannon exploded not far from the tent. The earth and rocks that flew up even overturned a corner of the tent. "Miss, quickly retreat," Varian called out. Lena still did not want to leave. At that moment, she had a very complicated feeling in her heart. It was not that she did not know that it was best to retreat for now. However, deep in her heart, she had a thought that she should just die. She would not have to meet Jiang Fei as an enemy anymore. At that moment, Varian had no time to explain. He directly ordered his personal guards to go forward. He carried Lena and ran to the back. "Lady, don't worry." Varian's eyes were filled with determination. He loved Lena. He was willing to sacrifice everything for her, even his life. Lena was forcefully taken away from the back, while Varian led his own guard battalion with a total of more than 300 people in charge of stopping Kono's military police unit. Varian's guard battalion could already be considered as the elites among the elites of the uprising army. Not only was their morale high, but their equipment was also the most luxurious. The guard battalion of more than 300 people actually had close to 100 energy cannons. However, even such a troop had a one-sided ending in the instant they exchanged fire with the military police. In the face of the military police's frontal assault and roundabout attack, they were quickly surrounded. In the end, all of them, including Varian, died on the battlefield. Lena, who had been forced to retreat, heard the gunshots behind her gradually die down. She had already guessed Varian's ending. Although she had never expressed anything, it was impossible for Lena not to know Varian's feelings towards her. Hence, after knowing that Varian had died in battle, Lena could not help but cry. BZ... The mecha forces of the military police were chasing closely. The truck that Lena was riding on could not shake off the opponent at all. Furthermore, the military police forces were acting like they had gone crazy. They were chasing after Lena closely. Seeing that the distance between the mecha forces and the convoy was getting closer and closer, Lena's heart was extremely sad. She had thought that victory was in sight. In the end, she did not expect that Kono's last-ditch counterattack had completely defeated her army. Is it because I haven't learned his essence? Lena muttered to herself. At this moment, the troops under her command had already been scattered. It was impossible for anyone to rush out to save her. Chapter 2973. Translator 549-6903 Buzz Buzz. Boom 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 boom. Following the heavy footsteps of the mecha, the Archon's vanguard had already caught up. At this moment, Lena's motorcade was already less than 200 meters away from the mecha charging at the front. The machine cannon on the arm of the mecha started to spin, and a dense cluster of energy bombs swept towards the motorcade. The ground was blasted into craters, and quite a number of vehicles were destroyed on the spot. The truck that Lena was riding on was constantly moving in an S shape. Although she tried her best to dodge those energy bullets, her speed was greatly reduced. The mecha behind her followed closely behind, and they were about to catch up to the truck. An energy bullet hit the left front wheel of the truck, causing the truck to instantly lose control. After rolling all the way, it fell to the side of the road. A few mecha surrounded it and used their muzzles to aim at the driver's cabin of the truck. Lena slowly opened her eyes. When the truck flipped over just now, she was knocked unconscious from the fall. Lena, who was awake, felt a splitting headache. She used her hand to touch her forehead. Dark red blood appeared between her fingers. It was obvious that a wound had appeared during the collision just now. She turned around to look at the driver. At this moment, the pilot's chest was pierced by a steel bar, and he was no longer breathing. He struggled to unfasten his seatbelt, and then opened the door on his side of the car. Lena climbed out of the car with great difficulty, but what greeted her was a pitch-black muzzle. Buzz. Boom. A mecha adjusted its position and then opened the cockpit lid. Miss Lena, nice to meet you. The person sitting in the mecha was a military police officer with the rank of first lieutenant. He had seen Lena before, so he recognized her at a glance. At the same time, this first lieutenant was overjoyed. If Lena was really the leader of those mobs, then if he captured her, it would be equivalent to pinching the weakness of those mobs. Then they wouldn't have to die in battle. Moreover, not only would they not have to die in battle, but as the great contributor to capturing Lena, this first lieutenant would definitely be appreciated by Colonel Kono and be promoted. Thinking of this, the first lieutenant's heart was incomparably happy, and he couldn't help but smile. Although he had already made up his mind to die, who would want to die if he could live? Lena closed her eyes. She had never thought that she would end up like this at the last moment. At this moment, Lena felt a sense of relief in her heart, but there was also a sense of unwillingness because she had not had time to take revenge. Is this the way you defeated me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lena's mind. That's right. Lena had a sudden realization. At that time, once the Archon died, Colonel Kono would replace him. Then, he would defeat her father and become the final victor. The current situation was very similar to that time. Lena was the Archon at that time. Colonel Kono was her. Jiang Fei, who had not shown himself, was the ready-to-go Colonel Kono. At that time, Lena was killed by Colonel Kono. With Jiang Fei's methods, he had many ways to reorganize the uprising army and become their leader. Then, he would use the excuse of avenging Lena. He would destroy Colonel Kono and his men. At that time, Lena would be dead, and Colonel Kono would be destroyed. Naturally, Jiang Fei could become the new ruler. After understanding everything, Lena's lips curled into a bitter smile. In the end, you still won. Lena sighed and gave up struggling. Lena closed her eyes and waited for her ending. At that moment, she suddenly heard a sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other. This ear-piercing sound was very uncomfortable. It was accompanied by the sound of metal rubbing against each other. There was also the sound of the machine guns on the mecha turning. But even though the machine guns were starting to turn, there was no roaring sound when they were fired. Lena opened her eyes again, and then she saw a bald man standing proudly in front of her like a god of war. The bald man held a red beam saber in his hand, and his entire person was filled with murderous intent. The surrounding mecha had all been scrapped, and the officers inside had all been killed. Lena stared blankly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar man in front of her. Speaking of familiar, he had spent a few months with her day and night. The two of them were not husband and wife, but more like husband and wife. Speaking of unfamiliar, Lena could not understand the man in front of her at all because he had already won. She just needed to start cleaning up the mess. Why did he come to save her now? You did not pay attention in class. Zhang Fei turned around and smiled at Lena. You? Lena asked. Zhang Fei smiled. Lena did not know what to say. She could not understand the man in front of her anymore. Have you forgotten? I promised to let you take revenge personally. You have not done anything yet, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Lena stared at Zhang Fei. She wanted to read more from his eyes, but Zhang Fei did not give her any more time. Zhang Fei bent down and picked Lena up. Then, he quickly ran to the side of the alley. Although he had used a sneak attack and used the powerful beam saber to kill a few mechs, Zhang Fei was very self-aware. He was definitely not a match for an army. Therefore, it was the right choice to retreat when the time was right. After he brought Lena to a safe place, Zhang Fei put her down. Why don't you let the military and police kill me? Lena looked into Zhang Fei's eyes and asked. Zhang Fei laughed. He had no intention of staying in the gamma space. Lena was Zhang Fei's internal ruler of the gamma space. Therefore, he naturally could not let her die. Lena instantly blushed. At the same time, her eyes were filled with a strange light. It was obvious that Lena had misunderstood Zhang Fei's words. She treated these words as the most touching words of love. Chapter 2974-2974. Translator 549-6903. All right, we'll meet your men after walking 1,000 meters east. I won't send you off. You can go back now, Zhang Fei said to Lena. Lena said as she rolled her eyes. She really did not want to be separated from this man anymore. My appearance will not benefit you at all. The prestige that you have painstakingly built up in the uprising army will be divided because of my appearance. This will cause you to become a ruler in the future, Zhang Fei said. I don't want to be the ruler. Lena's emotions finally overcame her rationality. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Zhang Fei fell silent. He had been trying his best to avoid getting into a relationship debt. He did not expect that he would not be able to avoid it in the end. Lena asked with tears in the corners of her eyes. Zhang Fei answered with difficulty. Everything he said at this moment was wrong. I have never asked you for anything. Lena asked. Zhang Fei said. He was destined to leave this world. Therefore, he did not want to get too involved with Lena. Why? Can't I just stop being the ruler? I have no interest in the position of the consul. I only want to kill him for revenge. Therefore, Lena had completely abandoned all her worries. When a person had something, they would not feel anything. Only when they lost something would they cherish it. Previously, when Lena was living with Zhang Fei, her days were very dull. Therefore, she still wanted to seek revenge in her heart. She even wanted to kill Zhang Fei. However, during this period of time, she had been missing him. When she knew that Lena was in danger and that Zhang Fei had saved her like a god, she could no longer suppress her feelings. It had completely exploded. Therefore, at this moment, Lena's intelligence, rationality, and even hatred had all been thrown aside. Now, Lena knew very well what she wanted most in her heart. But Zhang Fei reminded her, you just happened to get involved. If it were not for you, I would have failed just like my father. Lena said, a woman who was in love would take the initiative to explain herself to a man from the bottom of her heart. Even if there was really no reason, she would still make up the reason herself. Not to mention, there was actually no definite connection between Jiang Fei and the death of the magistrate. Therefore, in her heart, Lena had already helped Jiang Fei to get rid of all the charges. It was just that she had hidden it in her subconscious before. Now, she had said it herself. Jiang Fei asked as he looked straight into Lena's eyes. Although this would cause more involvement with Lena, if he went back with Lena, he would not need to spend too much effort. He could become the ruler of the Gamma Dimension and obtain the position of the Snow Beast. This was extremely tempting to Jiang Fei. I don't want to be a dictator. I have no interest in ruling the world, Lena said as she held Jiang Fei's hand. In the end, Jiang Fei could not resist the temptation. Although he had his own plans, he did not want to cause any more trouble. He needed to become the dictator of the Gamma Dimension as soon as possible and obtain the position of the Snow Beast. Although this would hurt Lena, Jiang Fei really did not want to waste any more time in the Gamma Dimension. It had been a few months since Jiang Fei entered the Gamma Dimension tunnel. At this time, he did not know how the situation in the three-dimensional world was. During these days in the Gamma Dimension, Jiang Fei spent every day missing and suffering. Therefore, after he found a way to solve the problem ahead of time, he could not care less anymore. Really? Lena looked at Jiang Fei in disbelief. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he could not bear it, he decided to be selfish this time. Lena immediately threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms. But I have to pick someone up first, Jiang Fei said after gently pushing Lena out of his arms. Lena asked. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. After all, he could not leave Natasha alone outside. What is her relationship with you? Why do you care so much about her? Lena could not help but become suspicious. Don't talk nonsense. She's my sister. Jiang Fei decided to tell her part of the story. Asked Lena. Jiang Fei Lit. He did not know that Lena was the reincarnation of Shang Guanqi. He came to the Gamma space to get rid of any future troubles. He even included the option of wiping out the entire Gamma space. Asked Lena. When I made the choice, I did not know that my memory would be erased. Fortunately, I still have a part of it. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Lena muttered. She finally understood why Jiang Fei was willing to do anything for Natasha. Jiang Fei smiled. Don't worry. At this time, Lena had already placed Natasha in the role of her sister-in-law. In her heart of love, of course, she would be good to Natasha. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. He was a little afraid to be alone with Lena now. Lena's affectionate gaze was constantly arousing the guilt in his heart. After that, Jiang Fei and Lena found an abandoned car and drove it all the way to a house in the suburbs. When they entered the basement, Jiang Fei found Natasha curled up in a corner. Although he had warned her before he left, Natasha was still very afraid after Jiang Fei left. After witnessing her brother's tragic death, Natasha became even more timid. She was very afraid of being alone. Although Jiang Fei's heart ached, he had to leave Natasha for a period of time every day. However, things were better now. When Jiang Fei and Lena returned to the rebel army and took over the command of the rebel army, he could command from behind the scenes and keep Natasha by his side at all times. This was the main reason why Jiang Fei agreed to go back with Lena. Chapter 2975, 2975. Translator 549-6903. Natasha saw that Jiang Fei had returned and immediately threw herself into his arms. All right. Don't be afraid anymore. From now on, I will bring you with me wherever I go, Jiang Fei said to Natasha with a smile. Natasha asked timidly. Then, Jiang Fei stretched out his finger and made a pinky swear with Natasha. Natasha also noticed Lena, who was following behind Jiang Fei. This is Sister Lena. Jiang Fei introduced her briefly. Natasha said very obediently. Natasha is so obedient. Sister did not bring any gifts here. Lena took a necklace from her neck and put it on Natasha. Natasha exclaimed. This necklace was passed down in Lena's family. If it was not because of Jiang Fei, she would not have given it to anyone. Lena said with a smile. Natasha was still a child after all. She could be easily bribed. Jiang Fei carried Natasha and left the basement. Lena nodded. Then, she drove the car over. The three of them rode the car all the way to a base of the uprising army. "Miss, you're back. Miss, I'm so glad that you're okay. Miss is back. Miss is fine. She's back." The news of Lena's return immediately caused a sensation in the camp. Then, the news spread out. The news that Lena was safe and sound reached the ears of all the uprising army. This caused the originally flustered rebels to quickly calm down. Lena asked. One of the rebels said to Lena. Casinos was one of the captains under Lena. Although his status was not as high as Andrea and Doris, he was still a relatively high-level frontline commander. "All right, call him over," Lena said to the rebel soldier. The soldier turned around and left. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big beard came to Lena. "Miss, it's great that you're all right," the big-bearded Katros said with a big smile. "Let me introduce you." Lena pointed at Jiang Fei. Before he could finish, Katros called out excitedly, "Master Ralph." Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Hee, you may not remember me, but I can't forget you. Back when our family was struggling, it was your work for food policy that gave us the money to eat," Katros said with a bright smile. Jiang Fei shook his head dejectedly. "Sigh, this is also our fault." Kakino shrugged. "I should have discovered the hidden danger earlier." Jiang Fei pushed the responsibility away. Only Lena knew what was going on. However, she was currently immersed in love. How could she expose Jiang Fei? That's right. Those bank owners are simply not human. Kakinos represented the majority of the ordinary people. They did not understand finance, nor did they know the inside story. Therefore, they instinctively blamed the bankers and financial giants. They felt that they were the ones who were exploiting them. At most, they felt that he was incompetent. They had never thought that he was the one who started it. After that, Jiang Fei and Kakinos talked for a while. Kakinos was an experienced person. His daughter was almost the same age as Lena. Therefore, from the way Lena looked at Jiang Fei, he could understand the relationship between the two. After understanding the relationship between the two, when Kakinos was with Jiang Fei, he knew what position he should put himself in. He was not a young man. He was more tactful in handling matters. Jiang Fei began to ask about serious matters after exchanging pleasantries. "Colonel Kakino's troops are very fierce now. No one can stop them," Kakino said. "Tell the army not to fight head-on with them. Once they start to attack, tell our people to immediately retreat," said Jiang Fei. A young man behind Kakinos asked disdainfully. Jiang Fei ignored the young man and turned to look at Lena. Lena's expression was a little ugly. The young leader of the uprising army did not give Jiang Fei any face, which made her very unhappy. Kakinos was not as blind as the young man. He smiled at Jiang Fei and then turned around to pass on Jiang Fei's orders. Kakinos could see clearly that ever since Lena came back, she was completely different from before. Previously, Lena had an intellectual look on her face. She had the air of a strategist. However, now, she was hiding behind Ralph. She was like a little woman. Therefore, there was no need to ask. Ralph was definitely the leader of the uprising army now. Moreover, Kakinos also believed in Ralph's ability to be able to come up with such a plan of providing food for work. How could he be a useless person? After about an hour, Andrea, Doros, and other high-ranking generals rushed to this military camp one after another. "Miss, you're really fine. God really blessed our uprising army." Yes. At first, I thought I heard wrong. "It's great that you're fine, miss." Andrea and the others were very happy to see Lena. Lena stood up and said. Andrea and the others said, "Actually, from the beginning, including the source of funds to provide food for everyone, it was not something that a little girl like me could afford. It was Ralph who asked me to do it, because he could not resist the pressure of the Archon and the others. He felt that the market might be in chaos." Lena pushed all the credit to Jiang Fei and put all the blame on the console. Chapter 2976. Translator 549-6903. Under Lena's strong endorsement, Jiang Fei's identity was quickly cleared. Although the high-ranking officers present were all from poor backgrounds, which one of them was not a shrewd person? None of them could see the relationship between Lena and Jiang Fei. Therefore, No one would choose to come forward and cause trouble at this time. All of my abilities were taught by Ralph. Now that he is here, I plan to hand over the command of the uprising army to him. Finally, Lena revealed her purpose. Miss, our lives are all given by you. Kakinos was the first to speak. Athos also nodded. My lady, it's not that I don't trust your judgment or Sir Ralph's ability. However, military command and administration are two different things. Sir Ralph is a genius in administration. If it were not for the Archon and those rich people who insisted on doing things their own way, we would have all become rich under Sir Ralph's leadership. Therefore, I definitely admire Sir Ralph's ability. However, the current situation is quite normal. Colonel Kono's army has suddenly gone crazy. It's already difficult for us to defend ourselves. Andrea said with a frown. He was not against Jiang Fei, but he was worried about Jiang Fei's military command ability. After all, the current situation was not as stable as before. Even Lena was in danger. On the other hand, Warrior had died on the battlefield to help Lena stay behind. If he were to suddenly change to an amateur to practice, it would be very dangerous. Your concern is correct. As the saying goes, one general cannot exhaust 3 armies to death. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. His military ability was indeed average. When he was in the 3-dimensional world, Aurelia was in charge of marching and fighting. Jiang Fei was only a level 1 assault team leader. However, in the Gamma space, Jiang Fei's military ability was considered a genius. This place was only the size of a palm. There were only a few real wars. To the people here, it was like a divine plan. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very confident in his control of the territory. Andrea smiled slightly. He had thought that Jiang Fei would back down. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to change the topic. He said to everyone, I am not talented. Although my military ability is very mediocre compared to all of you, dealing with Kono is not a problem. Sir Ralph, this is not a joke, Andrea said. Jiang Fei smiled confidently. At this moment, Lena spoke. All the generals, including Andrea, shut up. None of them dared to fight Colonel Kono's army head-on. Colonel Kono only had a total of more than 1,000 people. However, these people were like hungry wolves. Anyone who went over would be bitten off a piece of meat. Lena's expression was a little unpleasant. I'm not against Sir Ralph. Seeing that Lena was angry, Andrea did not dare to say anything more. Lena said to Jiang Fei, Don't worry. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he turned to Kakinos and asked, Have you done what I asked you to do? Yes, sir. I have already passed on the message, Kakinos said. All right, everyone pass down the orders. The entire army will rest and reorganize. Only a few people will be left to monitor Colonel Kono's troops. If they attack, we will immediately retreat. There is no need to exchange fire with the enemy, said Jiang Fei to everyone. Andrea and the others nodded. Jiang Fei's order would not cause any huge losses, so they could easily accept it. My lord, do you have a way to defeat the enemy? Kakinos was an old fox. He asked this question in order to clarify his doubts. On the other hand, it was also to give Jiang Fei a way out so that he could show off his abilities in front of all the military officers so that he could establish his prestige. Jiang Fei smiled. We are fools, said Kakinos. Right now, Kono is like a trapped beast. He will definitely struggle crazily. At this moment, they're only relying on their courage to face death. As the saying goes, a battle between men, courage is also in one go, and then in decline, and then in exhaustion. When the enemy is exhausted, I am full. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Athos's words almost made Jiang Fei's nose twitch. He had spent a long time trying to explain, but the other party did not understand a single word. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and asked. Athos and the others nodded. Jiang Fei asked again. Athos and the others answered. Jiang Fei continued to guide them. Let's go for a walk, Athos replied. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Are you saying that the reason why Kono's warriors are so fierce is because they're holding back their strength? So they're struggling desperately? Athos asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Although these officers who came from poor backgrounds did not have much education, their understanding was not bad. "Sir, you are really amazing." Athos scratched his head and laughed. "After we win, everyone will have a better life. When the time comes, read more books," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Yes, sir, you are right." Athos nodded. The other high-ranking officers also nodded, although they were not sure if Jiang Fei's method would work. Since he was able to explain so much, it meant that he knew what he was doing. Chapter 2977. 2977. Translator 549-6903. As Jiang Fei's order was passed down, the soldiers of the uprising army began to retreat. They no longer had any contact with Colonel Kono's troops. Once Colonel Kono's troops took an offensive stance, they would immediately retreat. "What's going on?" Colonel Kono was also puzzled. "Sir, these mobs have always been like this." An officer below said, "That's true. A group of mobs. There's nothing to analyze. They don't know any strategy or tactics either." Colonel Kono nodded. From the very beginning, they had never looked up to the uprising army. Even when they were forced into a desperate situation, they still hadn't looked up to the uprising army. Now, Colonel Kono and his troops seemed to have gained the upper hand, and they had even recovered some of the lost land. This made them look down on the uprising army even more. They even felt that it wouldn't be long before the uprising army would be eliminated. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. During this period of time, Colonel Kono led his troops to sweep through everything. No matter where they went, the rebels would flee. At the beginning, the soldiers under Colonel Kono were still very excited, but as time passed, they felt that it was no longer interesting. Some of them even had little interest. Gradually, the morale of Colonel Kono's troops began to decline. Although under normal circumstances, victory would stimulate the morale, but this kind of victory that did not have any battle at all would make people feel bored. When victory was too easy to obtain, it did not seem to be very precious. Boring. Aren't those mobs very fierce? Why is it different from the rumors? Yeah, they were quite good at fighting before. Why are they all running away now? TCH. Mobs are mobs. Are they scared out of their wits? This thought began to spread among Colonel Kono's army. Arrogance filled the entire army. Everyone's originally tense nerves gradually relaxed. Soon, darkness enveloped the gamma space. Midnight had arrived. After dinner, Jiang Fei said to a guard beside him, "Yes." The guard nodded and immediately went to pass on the order. About half an hour later, all the officers above the rank of captain of the uprising army had gathered at the temporary command center. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At this time, there were nearly 200 people standing in front of him. "All of you have rested well." These officers shouted in unison. They had been resting according to Jiang Fei's orders all day. It was not only these officers. Other than a few sentries who were responsible for monitoring Colonel Kono's army, most of the soldiers of the uprising army had rested for a day. "That's good," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Sir, please give us your orders," the officer shouted. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he divided the officers into 3 groups. One group would be dispatched every day. The rest of the people would continue to recuperate. "Everyone, you must remember your own groups. Starting at 3 o'clock tonight, the first group will be dispatched. You will be deployed in batches and in different directions," Jiang Fei ordered. The officer in the first group nodded. "However, everyone must remember one thing. You do not need to fight the enemy. Just keep harassing them," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The officers answered in unison. Soon, the officers who received the order returned to their own troops. Then, most of the uprising army retreated to the outskirts of the city and began to rest. They quietly hid in various buildings in the central area. Time passed minute by minute. Colonel Kono's army was very disciplined. They set up a few layers of sentry posts to prevent a surprise attack. Midnight arrived. The soldiers under Colonel Kono returned to the camp to rest. "Should we do it?" "Don't worry. It's not time yet." "Why does it have to be 3 o'clock? How would I know?" "Go ask Lord Ralph." "Hey, I know that. Before I left, I happened to meet Brother Katros asking Lord Ralph for advice, so I heard it too." Then don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Yes, I heard from Lord Ralph that 3 o'clock is a very special time. People who stay up late just go to sleep. People who sleep early sleep the heaviest at this time. Once they are awakened, they are the most uncomfortable. Is that true? I'm not sure. Sir Ralph said so. It seems to make sense. If I was woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I would definitely be very unhappy. The rebel generals hiding near Kono's military camp muttered in low voices. They were waiting for the time to attack. When 3 o'clock arrived, with an order, the sound of gunfire near Colonel Kono's military camp rang out. An energy bullet hit a sentry post, killing the military police inside on the spot. Do. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing alarm sounded in the military camp. At this time, the soldiers under Colonel Kono displayed their astonishing military accomplishments. These soldiers quickly rushed out of the barracks, quickly assembled with full equipment, and then quickly set up a defensive fortification. After stabilizing their position, they immediately charged towards the uprising army. Seeing that the military police were ready to attack, and even the mecha had opened the barracks door, the first wave of the uprising army soldiers who attacked quickly retreated. When the military police pounced on them, they only saw a pile of abandoned energy magazines. Damn it! The military police cursed angrily, and then returned to the barracks. The military police who had just returned to the camp definitely could not go back to rest immediately. They were on alert for a while, but they were not attacked again, so they could only disperse and go back to rest. However, just as these military police soldiers had just laid down, the sound of cannons outside the camp door rang again. Damn it! Emergency gathering. The assault of the uprising army lasted for an entire night. The military police were almost driven crazy from the torment. The whole night without sleep made them very tired, including Colonel Kono, who was holding a military meeting with dark circles under his eyes. An officer asked. Colonel Kono said. An officer said, "That's true, but the problem is that the soldiers have not slept all night." Colonel Kono asked. Chapter 2978, 2978. Translator, 549-6903. Our soldiers are the best of the best. The officer said. Colonel Kono nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to attack. Our goal today is to recapture another 7 blocks. Colonel, don't worry. The officer nodded his head and then led the soldiers to move out. When the military police began to attack, the battle was as smooth as yesterday. The soldiers of the uprising army still fled at the sight of the wind and did not fight with the military police at all. Soon, the mission of recapturing 7 blocks was completed, and it was just past noon. Kono replied in a mood. Colonel, not good. At this time, an officer ran over and reported. Kono frowned. The officer said. Colonel Kono punched a large tree next to him. These rioters were simply too cunning. They did not confront their own troops head-on, but continued to harass the rear. Because Colonel Kono had concentrated his troops at the front line, the security of the camp in the city center was lax. In the end, it was taken down by the rebel army in one fell swoop. Although this victory did not wipe out many enemies, it had destroyed a lot of the logistic supplies of the military and police forces. The most critical part of the heavy lifting industry was the power batteries of more than 10 boxes of mechas, as well as the ammunition for energy guns. This made the military and police forces under Colonel Kono even more nervous about their military supplies. Originally, these military and police forces under Colonel Kono were in dire need of ammunition. They had originally planned to continue maintaining their combat strength through battles, but now it was no longer possible. The uprising army had been avoiding the battle. This caused Colonel Kono's plan of using battles to maintain his combat strength to completely fall through. Although the military police officers did not use up much ammunition, the deployment of mecha would definitely consume energy. As time passed, the number of mecha that Colonel Kono's men could operate became fewer and fewer. The few mecha that could move were also protected. They could not be used easily anymore, because if this continued, these mecha would be rendered useless without the need for others to fight. Bastards! Kono cursed as he stomped his feet. He was about to go crazy from the torture. Although the military and police forces quickly took back the main camp, the resources inside had been destroyed countless times. This gave him a huge headache. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The military and police forces began to shrink and eventually retreated to the vicinity of the main camp. At this time, the rebel soldiers had also made a comeback. They reoccupied the territories that had been seized by the military police during the day. In just a few hours, the military police's efforts during the day were in vain. Because they had fewer people, it was not enough to spread out. The territories that were originally occupied became defenseless, so it was normal for them to be reoccupied. At night, the military police were preparing to rest in the camp, but the harassing forces of the uprising army attacked again. This time, they did not start to cause trouble from midnight, but from the moment it got dark, they started to cause trouble. Cold shots were fired continuously. This shocked the military police so much that they could not sleep for the entire night. The next day, the dark circles and bags under the eyes of the military police became deeper. These guys were all listless. This time, not to mention the military officers under them. Even Colonel Kono did not dare to let them continue to attack. But can you rest just because you want to? Colonel Kono was obviously thinking too much. The assault of the uprising army did not stop because of daybreak. They launched wave after wave of attacks. As long as the military police rushed out of the camp gate, they would immediately retreat, leaving the military police empty-handed. If the military police ignored them and continued to rest in the camp, then the soldiers of the uprising army would dare to set up their energy cannons at the entrance of the camp and blast inside. This continuous attack lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, Colonel Kono and the military police under him had almost collapsed. Each and every one of them had blood-red eyes. More than 2/3 of the entire army was a little nervous. At this time, when the soldiers of the uprising army came to harass them again, the reaction speed of the military police was a few times slower than before. At this time, even the most inexperienced person could see that the military police under Colonel Kono was almost finished. "Sir, can we attack now? These guys don't have much fighting power anymore." Aduz asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this time, Colonel Kono's army was getting weaker by the day. The longer they dragged on, the weaker they became. It was more advantageous for Jiang Fei to fight. Yes, of course, Aduz and the others had no objections. They had enough food now. Everyone could take shifts to rest. Each and every one of them was in excellent condition. It would not be a problem for them to wait a few more days. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Although the soldiers of the uprising army were still harassing them, the reaction of the military police was getting weaker and weaker. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then he called Athos and the rest over. Jiang Fei ordered. The generals of the uprising army had waited for this moment for too long. After they received the order, they led their troops directly toward the military police camp in the center of the city. Hearing the rumbling sounds of cannon fire, the military police in the military camp no longer took it seriously. They routinely sent out a portion of their men to chase them away. The rest of them gritted their teeth and closed their eyes for a while amid the deafening sounds of cannon fire. At this moment, the military police were extremely tired. Moreover, the long-term harassment of the uprising army had also brought them a kind of habitual thinking. They did not feel that the uprising army dared to attack head-on. They only felt that this group of flies was very annoying. In the hearts of these military police, they still felt that they were as brave and fierce as before. They also still felt that the uprising army was a motley crew. However, at this moment, the situation of both sides was already completely different. The military police who had come out as usual to chase away the uprising army suffered a round of cannon fire. Although these guys were well trained because they hadn't slept for too long, they were in a daze. Naturally, it was impossible for them to dodge in time. Hence, just this round of cannon fire had wiped out more than half of the military police who had rushed out. Only now did the military police know that the uprising army was serious. "Damn it! Wake everyone up!" An officer shouted loudly. Chapter 2979. Translator 549-6903. The sirens of the enemy's attack resounded throughout the entire military and police camp. However, the military and police elites, who were originally top-notch in quality, appear to be in a relaxed state at this moment. These soldiers, who had endured for a few days, all had disheveled hair and dirty faces. The dark circles under their eyes were frighteningly large. Almost every military and police officer had red eyes. However, it was not because they were red-eyed from killing, but because they were extremely tired. With guns in hand, the soldiers and policemen barely rushed out of the camp. However, at this moment, they could not even walk on their own, let alone fight with all their might. Charge! The resting environment of the officers was slightly better, so their mental state could still be considered decent. However, their condition alone was not good enough. This would be useless no matter who was commanding them. However, no matter what, these military and police soldiers were kicked out of the camp by the officers. These military and police soldiers also knew that the enemy came with ill intentions. If they could not beat the enemy back, they would definitely die. Therefore, each and every one of them gritted their teeth and hid behind the cover to fight back. After so many days, the military and police under Kono had long known what they were eating. Although they felt disgusted at first, in order to survive, everyone quickly adapted to the fact that they ate the same kind of food. Moreover, after knowing that they were eating human flesh every meal, the hearts of these people were also quietly changing. Most of the military police officers became extremely violent, and the humanity in their hearts began to gradually disappear, because if they preserved their humanity, they would live in torment every day. Only by completely abandoning their humanity could they allow themselves to eat the meat porridge in peace every day. With a furious roar, the military police began to fight back. However, at this moment, although their killing intent soared to the sky and their viciousness was terrifying, their mental state was still there. Therefore, the accuracy of their shooting could not be compared to before. This sleepiness was different from hunger. Hunger could be tolerated within a certain range. They could even grit their teeth and persevere, eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark to pay for it. However, sleepiness was different. Even if their nerves were tense, they would not be able to sleep for the time being. However, his mental state could no longer be as focused as before. The combat strength of the military and police had been greatly reduced. Comparatively speaking, the pressure on the rebel army was much less. The most obvious thing was that the military and police's cannon fire suppression had become loose, and the cannonballs were no longer accurate. Sometimes, they could even deviate by a few hundred meters. The funniest thing was that sometimes, when a mecha was charging forward, it would actually stop in a daze. The pilot inside had actually fallen asleep. If one fell asleep on the battlefield, and it was the mech with the obvious target, one could imagine the outcome. That mech was immediately covered by countless energy cannons. The overflowing firepower was enough to destroy it. The mecha unit and energy cannon unit, which were originally the greatest threat to the uprising army, were no longer a threat. The uprising army had started to attack fiercely. Boom! 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 The sound of cannon fire was heard outside the military police camp. Flames soared into the sky. The roar of the rebel army was deafening. Although the military police were in a bad state, they still had their foundations. A large number of rebel soldiers who were charging forward had fallen. Jiang Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, was unmoved. He had experienced too many battles. Therefore, he knew that there was no such thing as a war that did not kill people. In Jiang Fei's eyes, such casualties were just a number. During training, he loved his soldiers like his son. On the battlefield, he used his soldiers like mud. This was what an outstanding general was like. A general who was harsh on his subordinates would not be respected by the soldiers. However, a general who only knew that he loved his soldiers like his son would not be able to win the war. After all, who would be willing to send their own son to his death? However, someone had to die on the battlefield. Rows and rows of soldiers of the uprising army fell. However, there were more people rushing up behind them. One after another, they continued to charge at the entrance of the barracks of the military police. These soldiers of the uprising army knew that they might not be able to reach the entrance. However, they did not hesitate, because they knew that only by sacrificing themselves would they be able to exchange for a good living environment for their families. Gradually, the soldiers and police officers could not hold on anymore. This was because their ammunition was getting lesser and lesser. On the other hand, the uprising army was like a tide, wave after wave. They did not seem to have weakened their offensive at all. The huge advantage of the uprising army in terms of numbers was displayed. After sacrificing nearly 2,000 casualties, the camp gates of the military and police camp were lost. The uprising army swarmed forward and charged into the camp. Once they entered the stage of hand-to-hand combat, military literacy would no longer be an advantage. Numbers were the most important thing. The entire military and police camp was filled with the silhouettes of the uprising army. At this moment, the eyes of these uprising army soldiers were bloodshot. Too many of their comrades and even their family members had died at the hands of these military and police officers. Therefore, almost everyone was filled with a deep hatred. Under such circumstances, the military police were out of luck. Almost none of them were captured, because even if they surrendered, they would be slaughtered by the uprising army. These uprising army soldiers who were born poor had no training or education. They did not know what preferential treatment was for captives. They only knew that these military police were the murderers of their friends and relatives. Therefore, as soon as they saw them, they would be killed immediately. The sounds of killing, screaming, and the sound of gunfire continued for an entire night. At dawn the next day, the entire Gamma dimension returned to peace. The military police camp was completely wiped out. From Colonel Kono to every soldier, not a single one was left. All of them were killed by the angry rebels. When the sun rose, Jiang Fei brought Lena to the city hall. By then, the entire city was under the control of the rebel soldiers. My dear comrades, when Lena shouted this, all the rebel soldiers cheered. The entire Gamma space was boiling with excitement. Whether it was the rebel soldiers in the city or the families of the rebel soldiers hiding in the suburbs, all of them were extremely excited. However, these poor people had been oppressed for too long. They did not believe that they could succeed. Until today, Lena really announced the good news to them. Jiang Fei suddenly looked into Lena's eyes and asked. Lena said, however, she added, however, these are all decisions that you have to make. I will live in the world that you choose. Chapter 2980-2980. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei said. Huh? Lena was dumbfounded. These warriors had paid a huge price to win. If they were talking about disarmament now, it would be like killing a donkey if they were talking about suppressing military power. Jiang Fei smiled. He could understand Lena's feelings. After all, he had lived with these soldiers for so long. Moreover, these soldiers of the uprising army had also paid a huge price to win the war. However, if they did not do something now, it would be a huge problem in the future. Lena nodded. Jiang Fei asked. Lena was not very sure. Previously, the Gamma dimension had a total of 6 to 7 million people. However, after this disaster, it was estimated that there were still 4 to 5 million people left. A large number of people had starved to death or died in the war. Jiang Fei asked. Lena did a rough calculation. That's right. It's almost 10-to-1 ratio. Moreover, we're still in a state of exhaustion. There's no way we can support so many warriors. Jiang Fei said, actually, these 400,000 to 500,000 warriors had not been on the battlefield. Most of them were reserve soldiers. After all, there was only so much ammunition in the entire Gamma space. Lena nodded. In a situation where there was no war, a 10-to-1 ratio of training soldiers was simply insane. Not only did it waste a large amount of labor, but it also caused a great burden to the people. Therefore, disarmament is a must. We have to let these labor forces return to where they belong. Only then can the entire world be revitalized, said Jiang Fei. I will listen to you. Lena said with some concern. Jiang Fei smiled. If they were to disarm them forcefully, the soldiers of the uprising army would definitely suffer a backlash. This had to be done according to strategy. Lena nodded. She did not want to care about these things. Right now, she just wanted to stay quietly by Jiang Fei's side and be a little woman. Then let's talk about suppressing military power. Colonel Kono was an example. Facts have proven that a military ruling a country is definitely not a good way. They lack the experience to manage a country. Moreover, military men are often radical and bellicose. They need military merits. When there is no war, they will create war. Therefore, military power must be suppressed and civilian officers will be in charge of the soldiers, Jiang Fei explained. Lena nodded as if she understood something. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "All right, you don't have to tell me this. I just said that I will live the life that you want. If you want to disarm, then do it your way. If you want to suppress military power, then do it well. I believe in you." Jiang Fei smiled and patted Lena's head. Lena leaned in Jiang Fei's arms contentedly. Jiang Fei's body stiffened. He wanted to push Lena away, but in the end, he did not make a move. In the next few days, Jiang Fei issued a large number of policies, including restoring financial order and stabilizing the market. At this time, the value of the moon's spirit crystals that Jiang Fei had accumulated was displayed. Under the endorsement of these hard currency, a new financial order was quickly established. After that, Jiang Fei began to stimulate production, encouraging everyone to restore their productivity. He also provided interest-free loans and used severance payments to encourage soldiers to retire to go into business or buy land to farm. Most of the people who joined the uprising army were poor. Under the temptation of money and land, many people voluntarily retired. In the end, the uprising army only left 30,000 to 50,000 people, which was about the same size as the previous military police. Jiang Fei made them into professional soldiers. He made them train daily and receive monthly salaries. As he watched the order in the Gamma dimension gradually return, Jiang Fei waited silently. He was waiting for the hidden members of the Elder Council to appear. During this period of time, Jiang Fei brought Lena to find the stupid consul. He kept his promise and gave Lena a chance to kill the consul personally to avenge her father. However, Lena's heart softened when she saw the consul who had become a fool. She felt that the consul had already been punished. There was no point in killing him anymore. Therefore, she let the consul go. When he saw the consul, the only thing that touched Jiang Fei was the aid. Even if the consul was a fool, even if the city was in chaos, he would still take care of the consul. Until Lena spared the consul and left with Jiang Fei, he still took care of his former employer, so that he could live a decent and clean life. Unlike an ordinary fool, he died in a messy manner in a corner. Almost a month had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the entire gamma space had basically returned to normal. There were many disadvantages to having fewer people, but the advantages were also obvious. It was easier to recover. One afternoon, Jiang Fei's secretary, Anita, knocked on the door and walked in. This girl could be considered to be one of the lucky ones. Previously, she had hooked a rich husband, but before she could marry into a rich family, the financial crisis had already broken out. After that, it was the military administration and war. During this period of time, Anita's rich boyfriend's family had collapsed. In the end, these big nobles had even become food for the military police under Kono. However, Anita was lucky enough to survive. When Jiang Fei re-established the Order of the Gamma Dimension, she returned to apply for the job. As they were all familiar with each other, Jiang Fei directly took her back as his secretary. Therefore, it was easier to work together. "Boss, there are 3 old men who want to see you," said Anita. "Old men?" Jiang Fei asked. "I don't know. They said that they have something important to tell you," Anita said. "Oh," Jiang Fei had an idea. Then, he said to Anita, "Let them in." "Yes." Anita turned around and left. Very soon, she walked in with the 3 old men. Jiang Fei looked at the 3 old men from head to toe. From their clothes, he could tell that one of the 3 old men was from a wealthy family. The other 2 were from poor families. Although they had gone through a catastrophe, the rich families had also been robbed. However, there were still a few good clothes. As for the poor people, although they had one in the end, they were still very poor. Chapter 2981, 2981. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei asked the three old men. Asked the old man who was dressed luxuriously. Jiang Fei said with a bitter smile, "All right." The old man in gorgeous clothes sighed. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "We are members of the Elder Council. After a period of observation, we have confirmed that you are the current ruler of this world. Moreover, you do have the ability to manage this world." Jiang Fei continued to play dumb. A poor old man beside him asked. Jiang Fei was clearly planning to play dumb until the end. "All right then, none of this is important. All you need to know is that we have already acknowledged you," said the old man who was dressed luxuriously. "Three old gentlemen, if you have something to say, just say it. I am not very interested in whether you have acknowledged it or not," Jiang Fei said with a displeased expression. He also knew the purpose of their visit. However, Jiang Fei still had to put on a show. The old man in gorgeous clothes did not keep Jiang Fei in suspense this time. Jiang Fei continued to play dumb. "That is a strange beast that concerns the life and death of our world," said the old man in gorgeous clothes. Jiang Fei showed some interest. The old man then explained the origin and use of the snow beast to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei already knew about it, he listened patiently. He was waiting for the old man to tell him the whereabouts of the snow beast. Jiang Fei pretended to be in disbelief. "Of course, I know that this is the first time you've heard about it," the old man said. "Then I'll believe you for now." Jiang Fei asked the question that he was most concerned about. The old man said, Jiang Fei was stunned. He had almost turned the life building upside down. "How could the snow beast be there?" "Let's take you there," said a poor old man. Jiang Fei deliberately pondered for a moment and then nodded. The three old men turned around and left. Anita had been sent out by Jiang Fei previously, so she did not know what was being discussed inside. "No need. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon," Jiang Fei said. Anita nodded and continued to do her own things. On the other hand, Jiang Fei followed the three old men all the way to the life building. As it was not far from the city hall, the journey did not take too long. "Three of you, since you claim to be members of the Elder Council, I can understand this, old man." Jiang Fei looked at the two old men in tattered clothes and said in puzzlement, "Hee, as members of the Elder Council, we do not have to be rich. The purpose of our families is to help the ruler to find out the whereabouts of the snow beasts. At the same time, we can ensure that the news of the snow beast does not spread out," said a poor old man. Jiang Fei did not expect that these members of the Elder Council were people of faith. For the sake of their own mission, they were willing to live in poverty for generations. Even so, they did not forget their own mission. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. This way, he did not want to massacre the entire place. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the life building. The life building was already half abandoned. The security guards and the like had already run away. There was almost no one in the building. "Let's go up," said a poor old man. Jiang Fei was confused, but he did not show it on the surface. Jiang Fei was a little suspicious of the three old men's bodies. After all, the life building had dozens of floors. Now, due to the power failure, the elevator could not be used, therefore, they had to go up on foot. "It's fine," the three old men laughed. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the three old men up. Although the three old men looked energetic, as the saying goes, old people do not rely on their muscles and bones. The three old men were all around 70 years old. A building with dozens of floors was really a challenge for them. After more than 10 floors, the luxuriously dressed old man could not take it anymore. He stopped and panted continuously. "You guys go first," said the luxuriously dressed old man. "All right." The two poor old men continued to lead Jiang Fei up the stairs. Along the way, Jiang Fei and the other two took a break. As they continued to climb, the two poor old men could not take it anymore. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others could only walk and rest for a while. It was already 5 to 6 hours later. Jiang Fei looked at the safety door that led to the subtop floor. This was the office of the development team. Previously, he had confirmed with the leader of the development team. According to Perdones, the snow beast was not here. A poor old man panted and said, "Then how we get in?" "The door is sealed," said Jiang Fei. Previously, the only way to the top floor was by the elevator. The safety door was locked. Even Mr. Donner and himself, who were the head of the security department at the time, did not have a key. "Open." An old man handed over a key. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the key to be in the hands of these people. With the key, it was easy to open the door. When the lock of the safety door was opened, Jiang Fei pushed open the heavy door. The door was made of all alloy. After a foot and a half, there were more than 10 locks inside. Without the key, even an energy cannon would not be able to blast it open. The two poor old men led Jiang Fei all the way in. This time, there were no military police and security guards on the top floor. The three of them arrived inside very smoothly. The two old men found the hidden keyhole and opened it with the key. Chapter 2982. Translator 549-6903. As the door opened, Jiang Fei saw 2 black shadows flash past. Jiang Fei instinctively took a defensive stance. Because the war zone was almost abandoned, there was no way there would be anyone there. Clack! The two old men turned on the emergency lights, and the development team's office lit up. This place was called an office, but it was actually more like a laboratory. All kinds of instruments were flashing with different red and green lights. Clearly, the game server was still in operation. However, looking at the entire gamma space, no one would be so bold as to play games, right? Meow. Woof. Gulu. The 2 black shadows finally revealed their true forms. They were a cat and a dog. However, they were so hungry that they were as thin as sticks. Speaking of which, the cats and dogs in the gamma space were actually quite different from those in the 3-dimensional world. However, they were all the same. They were all cute pets. These were the cats and dogs. "You must be hungry." The 2 old men actually carried some pet food with them. They spilled the food on the ground. The cat and dog immediately pounced on them and began to eat in big mouthfuls. "You must be starving. Eat slowly. There's more." The 2 old men smiled kindly. It was as if they were feeding stray cats and dogs in a park on the street. Jiang Fei frowned. "You're really wrong," an old man said. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he reacted quickly. In an instant, he understood what the old man meant. Said Jiang Fei as he pointed at the cat and dog. "All right, Snowy, he is the new ruler of this world. Come and greet him," said another old man. Meow. Right under Jiang Fei's eyes, the little cat actually raised its head and spoke in human language. Jiang Fei was really shocked. Although he had guessed this possibility, the little cat's words still scared him. You were the snow beast?" Jiang Fei asked in surprise. He had never thought that the snow beast would actually look like this. In Jiang Fei's imagination, the snow beast was a huge monster. Although it was not necessarily ferocious, its aura was very obvious. However, the kitten did not release any energy. There was also no spiritual energy fluctuation. It was just like an ordinary kitten. "What?" The kitten rolled its eyes at Jiang Fei and continued to eat its cat food. Jiang Fei was really speechless. The last time he came here to look for someone, he had actually vaguely seen this kitten. Therefore, he did not care at all. He thought that it was someone's pet. In fact, even the people in the development team did not know that this little cat was the snow beast, let alone Jiang Fei. This cat and dog had already been here before the development team came to work. The previous people had only told them to feed it on time. That little dog was indeed an ordinary pet. Its purpose in existence was to provide cover for the snow beast. Therefore, no one in the entire development team knew that the snow beast was right beside them. That fellow insisted that the snow beast was within a 1-kilometer radius of the development team's office. However, he did not know where the snow beast was. Jiang Fei suddenly felt a little speechless. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have wasted so much effort. "All right, young man. This little fellow is yours to take care of. Since you already know its importance, you must take good care of it," an old man advised. The snow beast rolled its eyes in dissatisfaction. "Sigh," an old man explained with an apologetic smile. The snow beast said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, "There's no need for that. As long as it's within a kilometer of the critical equipment, it's fine," the old man said. "All right, I'll bring the Life Extension Center and this workshop together," said Jiang Fei as he picked up the little kitten, then he held it in his arms. Meow. The little kitten-like snow beast did not seem to object to others carrying it. It was just that it found Jiang Fei's actions a little too rude. Jiang Fei said, "You can go." One of the old men said, "Yeah, just the two of you old fellows. We are already clenching our teeth and holding on for so long." The other old man said. Jiang Fei asked, "No need. The two of us won't be able to live much longer." The two old men waved their hands. "All right then, the two of you." Jiang Fei really did not know how to say goodbye to the two old men. In the end, he only said one sentence and left with the kitten. On the way back, Jiang Fei saw the old man in gorgeous clothes. At this time, the old man was sitting on the stairs. His eyes were closed, and he had lost his breath. Jiang Fei sighed. The three old men were too old. Moreover, they had just experienced this kind of chaotic world. They might have felt that their days were numbered. Therefore, after confirming that Jiang Fei was able to manage this world, they came to complete their final mission. Now that the three old men had died, or were about to reach the end, although it seemed a little sad, it was not necessarily a bad thing for them. They had completed their mission. However, the outcome might not be as they had imagined. Jiang Fei carried the snow beast back to the first floor and left the life building. Jiang Fei did not return to the city hall or his residence. Instead, he drove the snow beast to the outskirts of the city. The snow beast asked from the front passenger seat. "No, he lost his full strength because Colonel Kono took him away," Jiang Fei said. The snow beast asked again. Chapter 2983, 2983. Translator 549-6903. The people who defeated Kono were tens of thousands of people, Jiang Fei said. The snow beast asked again. The people are the masters of this city. Jiang Fei continued to spout nonsense. The snow beast asked again. Jiang Fei was suddenly stunned by the question. The snow beast asked. Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid. The snow beast asked. "You." Jiang Fei was suddenly shocked. "I know a lot. I know what you know. I know what you don't know," the snow beast replied. Jiang Fei drove the car to the side of the road and stopped. They had already left the city. The snow beast said. Jiang Fei pulled the kitten out of the car. Meow. The snow beast did not seem to be nervous at all. Moreover, it had no intention of resisting. Jiang Fei grabbed the snow beast's body and held its head with his other hand. As long as he exerted a little strength, he could break the snow beast's neck. "Of course you dare," the snow beast said. Jiang Fei asked. "Afraid? Why would I be afraid?" The snow beast said indifferently. "Not going to die?" Jiang Fei twisted his hands hard and then pulled the kitten's head off. The kitten's body was thrown to the ground by Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei stared at the kitten's body to prevent it from resurrecting in any way. However, the kitten's body and head did not move at all. It seemed like it was really dead. "What are you looking at?" At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Fei. "Hmm?" Jiang Fei turned his head and saw a half-ethereal kitten floating in the air. "Meow. I told you, I'm not going to die," the snow beast said matter-of-factly. After losing the suppression of its physical body, the kitten's mental strength could no longer be concealed. At this moment, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that the little kitten in front of him contained a strong mental strength that was difficult to describe with words. The strength of the mental strength was even twice as strong as his. After all, Jiang Fei, who had a high-level core, had extremely strong mental strength. However, this little kitten was clearly stronger than him. "I destroyed your physical body," Jiang Fei asked curiously. "It's just a physical body," the snow beast asked back. Jiang Fei asked. "I can't," the snow beast answered straightforwardly. Jiang Fei was speechless. If his physical body had been destroyed, he would definitely find a chance to take revenge. However, the snow beast did not seem to care at all. The snow beast asked curiously. Jiang Fei did not speak. The snow beast continued to ask. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. The snow beast said, "Ah." Jiang Fei was stunned. The snow beast's mental strength was twice as strong as his. He did not dare to rashly devour it. Perhaps this fellow had been pretending to be dumb. When he devoured it, this fellow would suddenly attack. At that time, the unlucky one would definitely be Jiang Fei, whose mind power was relatively weak. "No, I can cut off my mind power and let you devour it," said the snow beast. Jiang Fei could not hold it in any longer. Although the snow beast had cut off its mind power and let him devour it so that he would not suffer a backlash, this snow beast was too abnormal. Who would be so eager to commit suicide? "No, my mission here is to wait for you to come and fulfill all your wishes," the snow beast said. "Mission?" Jiang Fei keenly caught the main point of the snow beast's words. "Of course, it is my master," the snow beast said. Jiang Fei asked. For the first time, the snow beast had a troubled look on its face. Its master had given it an order to obey Jiang Fei's every word. Then, he had asked it not to reveal its identity. Now, the two orders were in conflict. Then what can you say? Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to have the snow beast commit suicide. He had too many questions. The snow beast itself was a big mystery. The moment the snow beast opened its mouth, Jiang Fei was stunned. He instantly thought of the Mercury Man that he had met in the inheritance space. Jiang Fei felt like a marionette again. It was as if everything that he had done was planned by someone. Jiang Fei asked, "I also know that you have to save people after you finish what you started here," said the snow beast. Jiang Fei was even more confused. He had to save people because Ariel and Nina were still trapped in the black hole. Although Jiang Fei knew that Ariel and Nina were still alive and that there was no danger, the black hole was not a suitable place to live for long. It was something that Jiang Fei had to do. The snow beast said. "Oh." Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. To be honest, Jiang Fei had no idea how to save the two girls who were trapped in the black hole. After all, he knew almost nothing about the situation inside the black hole. The snow beast said. Jiang Fei asked. The snow beast said. Jiang Fei once again grasped the main point. The snow beast said. Jiang Fei suddenly asked. He had to confirm if the two were related. The snow beast's answer confirmed Jiang Fei's guess. "I see." Jiang Fei asked. The snow beast said. Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 2984, 2984. Translator, 549-6903. The snow beast replied. Jiang Fei asked. "I don't know either. Master told me to tell you," the snow beast said. Jiang Fei nodded. He had memorized the snow beast's words. "I've said everything I wanted to say to you," the snow beast asked Jiang Fei as he looked at the snow beast that had turned into an ethereal. All he had to do was to cut off the connection between the gamma dimension and the three-dimensional world. As for the snow beast, he did not have to kill it. Moreover, it seemed that the owner of the snow beast had been helping him all along. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Fei still wanted to keep the snow beast. "Of course, my quest in this world has been completed. I can go anywhere now," said the snow beast. Jiang Fei said to the snow beast. Asked the snow beast. Jiang Fei nodded. The snow beast had already said that if he wanted to save Nina and Ariel, he had to enter the black hole. Therefore, he would definitely enter the black hole. Jiang Fei believed that he would definitely meet the snow beast's master in the black hole. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to bring it along. The snow beast's intelligence was like that of a child. When it heard that Jiang Fei wanted to bring it to meet its master, it immediately chose to follow Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The snow beast's phantom came to his side and attached itself to his arm. After that, Jiang Fei returned to the car and drove back to his residence. At this time, Lena had already prepared the food. Natasha was playing in the living room. At this time, the two of them were getting along well. When Jiang Fei returned, there was a warm feeling of family of three. Jiang Fei initially planned to leave immediately with Natasha. However, when he saw the gentle look in Lena's eyes, Jiang Fei decided to finish the last meal. After that, Jiang Fei took Natasha to wash his hands while Lena served the dishes on the table. During this period of time, Lena was really devoted to her husband and her son. She had completely integrated herself into the role of the mistress of the house. She felt very happy. There's so many good dishes. Natasha, you have to eat more. Sister Lena specially prepared these for you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. TSK, it was clearly prepared for you, Natasha said like a little adult. Jiang Fei laughed dryly while Lena blushed. Cool me, cool me, cool me. Jiang Fei picked up some food for Natasha and Lena. Natasha was a little picky. She pushed the food that she liked in front of her and the food that she did not like on the other side of the plate. Meanwhile, Lena was happily eating the food that Jiang Fei had given her. Although the food was made by herself, as long as Jiang Fei gave it to her, she would find it delicious no matter what it was. Jiang Fei asked as he ate. During this period of time, Jiang Fei had asked Lena about some things related to governing the city. He also asked her about some knowledge related to political power. I've memorized it, but it's useless for me to learn this. I might as well learn 2 good dishes. I'll leave the city governance to you as a man. I'll just cook at home and accompany Natasha, said Lena with a smile. Hee, it's always good to learn more, said Jiang Fei with a smile. As long as you're happy. I'm happy, said Lena with a happy smile. The meal was very slow. Jiang Fei kept putting food into Lena and Natasha's bowl. Natasha was used to it, but Lena was extremely happy. However, no matter how much time was spent, the meal would eventually be finished. Lena, I'll send Natasha upstairs to rest, said Jiang Fei to Lena, who was cleaning the dishes. Lena nodded and said to Natasha, Good night, Natasha. Natasha said obediently. Jiang Fei took Natasha's little hand and walked upstairs. Natasha said coquettishly, as usual. Okay. Jiang Fei patted Natasha's little head lovingly and then took her upstairs. Natasha nodded excitedly. After they went upstairs, Jiang Fei let Natasha lie on her little bed. Then, he closed the door and went to the bedside. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Go home, Natasha asked. Not this home, but my brother's home in that world, Jiang Fei said. He had already given up on finding memories for Natasha, because the memories of Guanxi in his previous life were not good, especially the memories of the Soaring Cloud sect. It was filled with pain. Rather than letting Natasha's mind be filled with that kind of hardship, Jiang Fei would rather let her grow up without any worries. Since Natasha had no worries in the gamma space now, Shang Guanxi's memories were not that important. Natasha asked curiously, Brother will coax you to sleep later, said Jiang Fei. That's great, Natasha said with a smile. That's great. Jiang Fei sat by the bed and prepared to tell a story. Brother, what about Sister Lena? Natasha suddenly asked. No, she will stay here. When we get there will be other sisters who will love you, Jiang Fei said. Natasha nodded. She had only been in contact with Lena for a short period of time, so she did not have a deep relationship with her. Naturally, she did not feel reluctant to part with her. Then, Jiang Fei began to tell Natasha a story and coaxed the little girl to sleep. After more than 20 minutes, Natasha fell asleep with a smile on her face. In Jiang Fei's story, the little monsters had defeated Aomen and then demolished the enemy city. They lived happily together. Jiang Fei called out the snow beast that was living on his arm. The snow beast asked. Jiang Fei asked. As Gamma Space's spiritual power was greatly suppressed, Jiang Fei could not extract Natasha's soul without getting hurt. If he made a move, he could only kill Natasha and take her soul away. Chapter 2985. Translator 549-6903. As the Gamma dimension was different from the three-dimensional world, matter could not travel through it directly. Therefore, he could only transfer his soul. In this way, the way Jiang Fei took Natasha away was to let Natasha die in this world. Then he would take her soul through the legacy space and return to the three-dimensional world, just like when Jiang Fei came. When he reached the three-dimensional world, it would be easy for Jiang Fei to clone a carrier for Natasha. That would not be a problem for him at all. The snow beast did not disappoint Jiang Fei. Its spiritual power was more than twice as strong as Jiang Fei's. Although it was suppressed in the gamma space, it was not a problem for it to extract the soul of a child. Then, let's do it, Jiang Fei said. The snow beast agreed. Then it used its own spiritual power to wrap Natasha up. Gradually, Jiang Fei could see the shadow of a little girl floating up from Natasha's body. Then, she was sent to him. Help me take care of her, Jiang Fei said to the snow beast. The snow beast asked. Let her sleep, Jiang Fei said. The snow beast agreed. Then, it put Natasha's soul into a state of hibernation. With its strong mental strength, it was easy for it to do these things. After seeing that the snow beast put Natasha into a state of hibernation, Jiang Fei left the room and went downstairs. Lena said gently when she saw Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and walked up to Lena. What's wrong? Lena went forward to help Jiang Fei tidy up his collar. Jiang Fei asked. The hot air that he exhaled directly sprayed onto Lena's face. Lena's pretty face immediately turned red from embarrassment. Lena's voice was like a mosquito. It was so small that only she could hear it. I never thought that you would let the consul go, Jiang Fei suddenly said. He has already been punished. I don't have to kill him anymore, Lena said. But you haven't taken your revenge yet, Jiang Fei said. My father is already dead. Even if I take my revenge, will he be able to live? Forget it. I just want to live in peace now. I want to be with you every day. Lena raised her head and looked at Jiang Fei gently. But I said that I will definitely help you take revenge, Jiang Fei said. Forget it. He is already a fool. Lena shook her head. Lena, you are so kind, Jiang Fei said as he grabbed Lena's right hand. He held her little hand in his palm. At that moment, their chests were almost touching each other. They could almost feel the heat of each other's breathing. Lena could no longer hear what Jiang Fei was saying. Her little face was red and her heart was pounding. Her head was buzzing. Jiang Fei had never been so intimate with her before. The sudden happiness made Lena feel a little dizzy. But I'm a man of my word. Although you have forgiven the magistrate, you still have an enemy. I will help you take revenge, said Jiang Fei gently into Lena's ear. At that moment, Lena was still filled with happiness. She did not hear what Jiang Fei said at all. Then, Lena felt her hand sink. It was as if Jiang Fei had stuffed something into her hand. Following that, Lena felt Jiang Fei grab her little hand and gently push it forward. Then, a warm feeling appeared in her hand. Lena lowered her head in confusion. She saw that she was holding a dagger in her hand. At that moment, the dagger had completely sunk into Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei smiled weakly at Lena. Why? Lena was already dumbfounded. A second ago, she was still immersed in happiness. However, a second later, the person she loved had died at her hands. Have you forgotten? I want to help you get revenge. Blood dripped from the corner of Jiang Fei's mouth. Although he was smiling, the smile on his face was a little sinister. I've long since given up on revenge. Don't die, Lena wailed. However, Jiang Fei's aura was getting weaker and weaker. His body was just a clone with the strength of a special forces soldier. Having his heart pierced by a sharp dagger was a fatal injury. Following that, a shadow that Lena could not see floated up from Jiang Fei's body. He looked at Lena, who was already crying her heart out, and then sighed. After saying, I'm sorry, Jiang Fei returned upstairs and found the snow beast with Natasha's soul. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to the snow beast. Of course, the snow beast did not have any objections. After that, Jiang Fei directly activated his spiritual power and returned to the legacy space through the entrance. Previously, Jiang Fei had caught a beggar and threw it at the entrance. The beggar was still there. Then, Jiang Fei threw it back into the gamma space. Let's go, Jiang Fei called out to the snow beast. Then, through the frequency of his spiritual power's vibration, he quickly found the entrance to the three-dimensional world. Then, he and the snow beast flew in that direction together. As there was no concept of time in the inherent space, Jiang Fei did not know how long he and the snow beast flew for. Perhaps it was a day or a year. In the end, the two of them returned to the entrance to the three-dimensional world. Jiang Fei said to the snow beast, The snow beast was very obedient. Because it was still pointing at Jiang Fei to bring it to its master, it was very obedient. After that, Jiang Fei passed through the exit and returned to the three-dimensional world. After returning to the three-dimensional world and entering his original body, Jiang Fei found that he could not move at all. He could not even open his eyes. Immediately, Jiang Fei's spiritual power radiated out. In the three-dimensional space, his spiritual power was no longer suppressed. Jiang Fei immediately used his spiritual power to sense his own situation. At that moment, Jiang Fei's body had already disappeared. In its place was a huge grave. Of course, the existence of this grave was not because Bella and the others thought that Jiang Fei was dead, so they buried him. It was because he had been in seclusion here for too long. Dust kept falling, and eventually, he was buried. The spiritual power brought about a gust of strong wind. The dust was gradually blown away. At that moment, Jiang Fei's appearance was also very miserable. His body had long been reduced to ashes. Jiang Fei's face was also withered. The skin and flesh on his body had even begun to rot to a certain extent. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he let his spiritual power return to his body. After that, his spiritual power began to awaken the sleeping cells in Jiang Fei's body. Chapter 2986. Translator 549-6903. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power and soul returned to the main body, his body began to recover. Once the sleeping life cells woke up from their slumber, the rotten muscle tissues automatically began to fall off, and the new muscles were replenished. In just a few minutes, Jiang Fei's body returned to its normal state. The only thing that was weaker was the origin power in his body. Jiang Fei looked around. He was still in the time house. He could not determine the time in the outside world. Jiang Fei stood up and walked toward the exit of the time house. After coming out of the time house, Jiang Fei closed his eyes to sense the situation on Star. In the three-dimensional world, his spiritual power was not suppressed. He could easily cover the entire planet. At this time, Star was not very different from when Jiang Fei left. Everything here was working normally. It seemed that during the time that he left, this place was not affected at all. Jiang Fei called out to a worker who was passing by. From the way this guy dressed, he should be an engineer in the factory. After all, Skoda was the super arsenal of the universe empire. Therefore, engineers were very common here. The engineer looked at Jiang Fei with a confused look. Jiang Fei was stunned. When he came out of the time room, he had cleaned the dust and beard on his face. He even changed his clothes. Therefore, he should not look too different from before. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know you," the engineer said. Jiang Fei asked. The engineer said. Jiang Fei was stunned. If the engineer had just arrived, it was understandable. He had been working here for 10 years. How could he not know Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei suddenly panicked. He quickly opened his spiritual power and scanned the area. Soon, the excitement on Jiang Fei's face disappeared. What replaced it was a deep sense of guilt, because Jiang Fei's spiritual power had allowed him to see his parents. At that moment, Jiang Fei's parents were already white-haired. Their physiques were much stronger than ordinary people. However, the genes of Earthlings still severely limited them. At that moment, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with both guilt and relief. He felt guilty that he had disappeared for so many years at the same time. At the same time, he had made his parents worried. At the same time, he had also failed to fulfill his obligations as a son. Fortunately, he had returned in time. Otherwise, even if he saved the three-dimensional world, he would still regret it for the rest of his life. "Damn, Bella, Aurelia," Jiang Fei said to his family through his spiritual power. As he spoke, Jiang Fei teleported in front of his parents and knelt down in front of them. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Fei was crying like rain. When he was out on the road, he did not really feel anything. He could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. "Little Fei?" Jiang Fei's mother rushed over immediately. Although his father pretended to be calm, the chair that he accidentally knocked down betrayed the excitement in his heart. It had been 15 years. There was no news of his son. Any parent would feel as if time was passing by in such a situation, not to mention that it had been so long. During this period of time, Jiang Fei's mother cried almost every day. His father also sighed. If Bella and the other girls did not coax them every day, their lives would have been even more difficult. Husband. Husband. The moment they received Jiang Fei's voice transmission, the girls who could teleport immediately teleported to Jiang Fei's side. Those who could not teleport also rushed to Jiang Fei's parents' place. Jiang Fei said to the girls, compared to his parents, he felt even more guilty towards these girls. All right, it's good that you're back, Jiang Fei's mother said with a smile. In the next few days, Jiang Fei accompanied his parents and the girls. He did not do anything or think about anything. During this period of time, he had to make up for the people he owed too much to. After spending a month with his parents and the girls, Jiang Fei began to arrange for Natasha's resurrection. During this 1 month, Jiang Fei told his parents and the girls about what happened in the Gamma space. He briefly told them about what had happened in the Gamma space. However, Jiang Fei only told them about Lena briefly. As for Natasha, Jiang Fei told them about her in detail, especially about the fact that Natasha was Shang Guanxi in his previous life. After learning about these things, Jiang Fei's parents were the happiest. They initially thought that their goddaughter was gone. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to help them find her in another world. This made them overjoyed. Although Natasha had lost all her memories from her previous life, Jiang Fei's parents agreed with what Jiang Fei did. They also felt that there was no need for the little girl to endure the pain of her previous life. She had some bad memories. Forgetting was the best choice. Regarding the production of the carrier, Jiang Fei had put in a lot of effort this time. He had even returned to the 5 directions to obtain the dragon's blood as the genetic material. In the end, he had created a very powerful carrier for Natasha. In the middle of the 2nd month, Jiang Fei finally prepared everything. Then, he began to resurrect Natasha. The process of resurrecting Natasha was very smooth. Especially with the help of the snow beast, Natasha's soul was injected into the new body in good condition. Jiang Fei tried his best to keep Natasha's appearance. However, because the gamma space and the 3-dimensional space were different, some aspects needed to be adjusted. He added some features of Shang Guanxi and finally completed the production of the carrier. When Natasha slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jiang Fei. Brother, Natasha said in a slightly confused manner. Yes, you slept for a long time, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Are you home? Natasha was still a little confused. Yes, this is Brother's world. Let's go. Brother will take you to meet my parents. From today onwards, they're also your parents, Jiang Fei said gently to Natasha. Chapter 2987. 2987. Translator 549-6903. When Jiang Fei brought Natasha to his parents, they were overjoyed when they saw the cute little girl in front of them. They had always wanted to have a daughter. This wish had originally been fulfilled by Shang Guanxi. Unfortunately, Shang Guanxi's life was too short. She did not enjoy the warmth of family love for too long before she passed away. However, things were better now. Jiang Fei had brought Shang Guanxi back from another world. Although Natasha had lost the memories of her previous life, because of Jiang Fei's contributions, she still looked like Shang Guanxi. Therefore, when Jiang Fei's parents saw this little girl, they loved her dearly. After staying with Natasha and his parents for about half a month, Jiang Fei let Natasha get to know his parents well. Then, he was ready to leave. During the time when he was reunited with his parents and the girls, Jiang Fei had been living a very happy and comfortable life. Now that all the crises had been resolved, he still could not relax, because Nina and Ariel were still trapped in the black hole. If he did not bring the 2 girls out of the black hole, Jiang Fei's family could not be called members. He could not enjoy this comfortable life in peace. Jiang Fei shared his thoughts with the girls. Although he was very reluctant, the girls who were led by Bella finally agreed. After all, they knew that Nina and Ariel had fallen into the black hole because of Jiang Fei. If he did not save them, Bella and the others would also feel uneasy. Don't worry too much, Jiang Fei comforted the girls who were very worried. Bella asked, "The snow beast once told me that its master was inside the black hole. He had arranged a lot of things. He had even predicted all of this tens of thousands of years ago. I think that he had designed so many things. He must have wanted me to enter the black hole and save him along the way. He did not want me to be buried with him," Jiang Fei said. Sylvie and the rest nodded. According to common sense, a person who had arranged everything from tens of thousands of years ago would definitely not do it to drag a person who did not want to do it tens of thousands of years later to die with him. He must have hoped that the person would be able to save him. In this way, the owner of the snow beast must have made some careful arrangements in the black hole. After Jiang Fei entered the black hole, he might encounter some difficulties, but the chances of him successfully saving the person was still very high. After obtaining the girl's consent, Jiang Fei went to tell his parents. Jiang Fei's parents had the same attitude as the girls. He had to shoulder the responsibility that he should shoulder. Jiang Fei's father patted his shoulder and said. Jiang Fei nodded and began to prepare for the journey. "Snow Beast, you said that all the answers are at the beginning." Jiang Fei called out the Snow Beast again and asked. "I don't know." The Snow Beast's answer was the same as before. "The beginning," Jiang Fei kept muttering. "The starting point of the universe?" Jiang Fei muttered. At the same time, he was secretly calculating in his heart. The black hole that trapped Nina and Ariel was indeed in the Zavila galaxy. The Snow Beast had already told him before that if he wanted to save them, he had to enter the black hole. Was it not superfluous? However, if the starting point did not mean the starting point of the universe, then what was it referring to? As Jiang Fei was thinking, he subconsciously rubbed his hands. Suddenly, his finger touched something. "Huh?" Jiang Fei was stunned. He touched the ring on his hand. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. This ring was the starting point of his growth. It could be said that Jiang Fei was able to get to where he was today because of this ring. Jiang Fei was probably just like an ordinary high school student. He would study peacefully, take the college entrance exam peacefully, and then wait until he graduated from university. He would find a normal job and live his life in mediocrity. It could be said that Jiang Fei was able to get to where he was today because of this ring. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Speaking of the person who knew this ring the most, Jiang Fei was not even considered as the person who knew this ring the most. The person who knew this ring the most was definitely Jiang Zhong, which was 0541 from the beginning. 0541 was once an artificial intelligence that lived in the ring. He must be the person who knew this ring the most. Jiang Fei directly went to find Bella. Bella was not very sure. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "Go and ask Aurelia." Now, Jiang Zhong and Lux are both under her command. Jiang Fei nodded and teleported to Aurelia's side. Ever since 0541 requested to transform into a human, this guy had actually fallen for Lakes, who was also an artificial intelligence. Then, under his persuasion, Aurelia finally let him go. Therefore, Lakes finally had a clone carrier and finally became a living person. Ever since Jiang Zhong and Larxi became humans, they had naturally been together. Recently, the two of them had followed Aurelia to completely defeat the Vizari army and complete the unification of the universe. Therefore, they found a place to take a vacation and honeymoon. Jiang Fei asked after teleporting to Aurelia's side. New Trafalgar City on the Southern Cross Star. Aurelia knew where Jiang Zhong and the others were. "Arrange a spaceship for me. I'm going to look for them," Jiang Fei said. Aurelia immediately arranged a spaceship for Jiang Fei. After that, Jiang Fei left alone with the Snow Beast. A few days later, Jiang Fei arrived at New Trafalgar City on the Southern Cross Star. As soon as he got out of the spaceship, Jiang Fei spread his spiritual power across the entire planet. Soon, he had confirmed the location of Jiang Zhong and Larx. Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, Jiang Zhong and Larx were sunbathing on a picturesque beach. With a faint flash of light, Jiang Fei appeared directly beside Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong was shocked. However, he quickly recognized Jiang Fei. Jiang Zhong stood up with a face full of surprise. Then, he came to Jiang Fei's side. "Let's not talk about this for now," Jiang Fei said. Previously, Jiang Zhong was completely naked. There was a towel on his butt. However, when he stood up, it was all exposed. Chapter 2988, 2988. Translator, 5,496,903 H. Oh. Jiang Zhong looked down and quickly wrapped the towel around his waist. Jiang Zhong asked with a smile, I just came back. I have something to ask you. Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. There was nothing to hide between him and Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong turned around and said to Lux. Lux nodded. She was also sunbathing at the moment. There was a towel on her back, so it was not convenient for her to get up. Jiang Fei pulled Jiang Zhong's arm and teleported him far away from the beach. Jiang Zhong asked. Jiang Fei pointed at the ring on his hand and asked. Jiang Zhong asked curiously. I have recently encountered a problem. The hint is that all the answers are within the starting point. I suspect that the starting point is this ring. After all, it is the source of my rise. You should know it the best, Jiang Fei said without hiding anything. Jiang Zhong nodded. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Big brother, I have something here that might be useful to you. As Jiang Zhong spoke, he took out a small box. Jiang Fei asked, It can be considered a part of me, Jiang Zhong said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Big brother, you also know that I am now considered a human. However, before I became a human, I was an artificial intelligence. Although I know some things, I am limited by the rules. I cannot tell you about it, big brother, Jiang Zhong said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He had encountered this situation many times before. 0541, who had already awakened by itself, was chatting with him happily. However, it suddenly became mechanical. That was because a certain rule had been triggered. However, you also know that after I became a human, those rules could no longer restrict me. Therefore, I wanted to tell you all of those things. However, reality proved that the person who developed me was much smarter than me. If I carried those memories, I would not be able to resurrect on the carrier. Therefore, I could only remove those memories and seal them into a clone, Jiang Zhong said. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, more or less. This is 0544, Jiang Zhong said. Jiang Fei took the box. Brother, you gave me my life. It's not polite to talk about this between us brothers, Jiang Zhong said. All right, continue your honeymoon with Lux. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Jiang Zhong was no longer 0541. He had left the key information to 0544. Therefore, Jiang Fei only needed to take this box with him. Okay. Jiang Zhong nodded. Okay. Jiang Fei waved his hand and teleported back to his spaceship. After returning to his spaceship, Jiang Fei activated the small box. Target identity confirmed. Target identity confirmed. The image of a little boy was projected in the box. I want to know the secret of this ring, Jiang Fei said to the little boy. 0544 had not awakened, so it was no different from a normal artificial intelligence. This ring is the starting device for the spaceship spirit, the little boy said. What else? Jiang Fei asked. Searching. Insufficient permissions, 0544 replied. Oh, Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although the little boy did not say anything, he revealed one piece of information. It was that the ring had secrets, but Jiang Fei's permissions were insufficient. Jiang Fei asked. The little boy answered. Jiang Fei frowned. If the method was unknown, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to obtain the secret. Jiang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then he said to Maleki, who was residing in the ring, Maleki, can you crack this artificial intelligence? Malachi immediately accepted the order. Although Jiang Fei had disappeared for more than 10 years, during this period of time, Malachi had been in the ring space alone. The level of the artificial intelligence was definitely higher than those that had not awakened. Therefore, there was still a very good chance of cracking 0544. After about half an hour, Maleki said to Jiang Fei, I'm sorry, master. The encryption level of this AI is very high. I can't crack it in a short period of time. Jiang Fei asked. Maleki replied. Jiang Fei was stunned. That was almost half a year's time. One had to know that Maleki's AI's computing ability was very terrifying. Even he had to calculate for 3,000 hours. How high was 0544's encryption level? All right then, you can crack it first. Jiang Fei could only do so for now. Although half a year's time was a little long, it was at least a guarantee. Find another way. Master, if you can't wait, perhaps you could try other ways to ask questions. Sometimes the system locks not only the permissions, but also the ways to ask questions. Malecki gave Jiang Fei some advice. Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he reactivated the box, and the little boy appeared again. The little boy was still as cold as before. All the answers are at the very beginning. Jiang Fei asked the little boy. Secondary password activated. The little boy suddenly said, Holy SH**T. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that the answer was actually the password to unlock the ultimate permission. Jiang Fei looked at the little boy and asked. The little boy ignored Jiang Fei. Clearly, the program had not been completed yet. Authorization in progress. More data loading. Data loading complete. Request to reconnect. Suddenly, the little box popped up with an excuse. It seemed like it was asking Jiang Fei to connect it to the ring. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2989. Translator 549-6903. When Jiang Fei saw this, he immediately connected the interface to the ring. A program has entered the target area. Reconnection failed. F***CK. Jiang Fei said as he pulled a data line from the control panel of the spaceship beside him and connected it to the ring. Yes. Malecki did not dare to say anything else. He could only come out from the ring and enter the main control computer of the spaceship. Reconnecting. Connection successful. Main program transferring. After Malecki left, the program was running normally. 0544 was transferred from the square box to the ring. Very soon, 0544, which had been reactivated, was projected from the ring. Jiang Fei said to 0544. 0544 asked. It's about black holes, Jiang Fei said. 0544 replied. Then it projected a large amount of data and formulas. These formulas were extremely complicated. Although Jiang Fei had been growing continuously, he had also learned a lot of knowledge about cosmology. However, looking at these data was still like reading a heavenly book. Jiang Fei could not understand it, so he naturally turned to the artificial intelligence beside him. Since 0544's permission was already open, he did not need to decipher it anymore. Sorry, Master. These formulas should describe the various attributes of a black hole. Malecki gave Jiang Fei a rather disappointing answer. Jiang Fei sighed. It seemed that these data should be used to describe a black hole. However, to him, it was like a heavenly book. Jiang Fei asked directly, Captain, I have a message here. It is about the starting point, 0544 said as he projected a message. This message was written in an extremely special language. Jiang Fei had seen this language before. It was written in Planet Namex language. Dear Lucky One, I'm very happy that you were able to obtain this message. To be able to see this message means that you have grown to a certain level with the help of the beacon. You have also seen the snow beast. As time is limited, I won't say any more nonsense. I hope that you can come and save us. We have left a special spaceship in the beacon. It can help you to enter and exit the black hole smoothly. Please come and save us. Please. Planet Namex, Elder Council. After Jiang Fei read the short message, he thought to himself. After guessing that the starting point was the ring on his hand, he had once suspected the Planet Namek people. Previously, Nina and the others had not died after being sucked into the black hole. Then, the Planet Namek people who had been swallowed by the black hole earlier would also not be completely wiped out. However, there was still a doubt in Jiang Fei's heart. He had met the crew members of the Planet Namek spaceship before. Although they had turned into artificial intelligence, their memories were still preserved. However, these people did not know anything about this letter. Moreover, in order to fight for the position of captain, they had all died on the ship. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, This thought was quickly overturned by him. If the Mets had a way to get in and out of the black hole, why would they need to ask for help? Would they not just drive the spaceship out? What do these Mets mean? Can a spaceship in this ring really pass through the black hole? Zhang Fei frowned. Forget it. Zhang Fei took a deep breath and walked out of the spaceship. Then he said to 0544 in front of an empty parking lot, "Release that spaceship." 0544 replied and released one, a shuttle. F*CK. This is called a spaceship? Zhang Fei finally understood why the Mets did not come out of the spaceship. The shuttles were smaller than normal shuttles. They only had one seat. Even if more than half of the Mets were killed or injured in the accident, there would still be millions or even tens of millions of people left alive. One look at the shuttles, and one could tell that they were extremely high-tech. It was extremely expensive. It was definitely not realistic to build millions or even tens of millions of shuttles at the same time. Zhang Fei guessed in his heart. This was the most reasonable reason that he could think of, although Zhang Fei still had a lot of questions that he had not answered. For example, if the Mets only needed Zhang Fei to use the inheritance space to move people out, he would have had this ability long ago. Why would the Mets need to arrange so many things? However, it was impossible to find the answers to these questions by just imagining it. In order to know all of this, Zhang Fei had to meet the Mets. Zhang Fei said to the snow beast, "Are we going to meet Master?" The snow beast nodded. After that, Zhang Fei entered the special shuttle and started the engine. The moment the shuttle started, Zhang Fei realized that there was something different about it. The power of this thing was too strong. Its engine power even exceeded that of the main ship. Zhang Fei asked, "A miniature black hole force field effect," 0544 explained. The asterisk emin. Zhang Fei was shocked. It was not a complete success. The success of the force field effect generator was a coincidence. 0544 said. Zhang Fei sighed. Sometimes technology could promote the development of a civilization. However, it could also destroy a civilization. That was the case for the people of planet Namek. If planet Namek had not been swallowed by the black hole more than 10,000 years ago, there would not have been any business between the Merchant Alliance and the Vizari army. The people of planet Namek would have been able to develop for another 10,000 years. Their technological power could easily unify the entire universe. I wonder how the people of planet Namek are developing in the black hole. Zhang Fei was a little worried. However, no matter what, he had to enter the black hole because Nina and Ariel were still trapped there. Chapter 2990-2990. Translator 549-6903. Today, during the day, with his father to the transfusion, at night his son cry, is not in a mood to write a book. Please forgive me. Tomorrow to try to restore the update. I am very sorry. Chapter 2991. Translator 549-6903. With the powerful power of the engine, Zhang Fei flew the special shuttle named Destiny and arrived at the Zevera galaxy in just a few hours. At this moment, Zhang Fei began to believe that the shuttle could freely enter and exit the black hole because its power was so strong that it even caused time to warp. Although black holes were powerful celestial bodies that could even swallow light, if the structure of the aircraft was strong enough and its power was strong enough, it could theoretically escape from the black hole. Very soon, Zhang Fei flew the shuttle to the edge of the black hole that Nina and Ariel were trapped in. "Captain, actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. All the black holes are interconnected," 0544 said. Zhang Fei was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly understood. If the black holes were not connected to each other, the Mets would not have gone through so much trouble to find him. If it was not because of you and Ariel, Zhang Fei would not have taken a risk. Although the message stated that the Shuttle of Destiny had the ability to enter and exit the black hole, who knew if it was true or not? Although Zhang Fei's rise to fame was due to the technological equipment of the Nemesis, he did not have the moral integrity to risk his life to save the Nemesis. After thinking it through, Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at the little boy 0544 had projected. 0544 answered stiffly. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. 0544 had just been created not too long ago, so there was no sign of evolution at all. Jiang Fei complaining to 0544 was like casting pearls before swine. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei piloted the shuttle towards the edge of the black hole. As he got closer, Jiang Fei could feel the strong gravitational force of the black hole. When Jiang Fei steered the shuttle into the critical point, he found that everything around him began to distort. Jiang Fei felt his surroundings turn black. Then, he entered a state of light illusion. This feeling is the legacy space? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, he could no longer feel the existence of the shuttle. His surroundings were the same as the legacy space. There was no edge, no end. There were blurry halos everywhere. Other than himself, there was nothing else. Jiang Fei was still confused. He looked around. Other than these halos, there was nothing else. Moreover, there was no medium. He was in his original form, so he could not move at all. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not do anything. Therefore, his brain began to operate at a rapid speed. In fact, just as Jiang Fei was wondering, the shuttle of destiny was still carrying him forward at high speed. The structure of this shuttle was very complicated. It was equipped with a large number of force field generators. It could effectively resist the tearing force after entering the black hole. It carried Jiang Fei forward to the center of the black hole. The scene that Jiang Fei was seeing at the moment was completely because he had entered the black hole's vision. His eyes could no longer receive the stimulation of photons normally. Therefore, what he saw was not the real scene in front of him. Jiang Fei did not know how long this light illusion lasted. That was because he could not sense the concept of time at all. Everything was just like in the inheritance space. Time had always existed and was passing by extremely slowly. However, due to the lack of a reference, one could not sense it. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he realized that he was still in the shuttle of destiny. He looked around through the porthole. It was pitch black. Only the lights in the shuttle's cockpit illuminated a small area around him. Automatic navigation activated. At that moment, Jiang Fei did not do anything. However, the automatic navigation system was activated. It was obvious that this was designed by the nemesis that had developed the shuttle. The shuttle would enter the automatic navigation mode. Then, it would bring Jiang Fei to look for the mechs who had been swallowed by the black hole for tens of thousands of years. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Because Nina and Ariel were also trapped here, it was difficult for the two of them to survive alone in the darkness. They had to be with the creatures here. The mechs were a good choice. Jiang Fei tried to open his spiritual power, but he found that his spiritual power was being suppressed. The suppression of his spiritual power was even greater than the gamma space. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was unable to extend out of the cockpit of the shuttle. Jiang Fei frowned. Spiritual power was definitely his trump card. Jiang Fei, who had a high-level will core, still believed that spiritual power was his trump card. Sitting in the shuttle, Jiang Fei did not move. Now, the shuttle would take him to the mech's gathering place. If he messed around and caused the automatic navigation to stop, he would have to search for Nina, Ariel, or other intelligent creatures in the vast darkness. Finding Nina, Ariel, or any other intelligent creature was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. The shuttle moved forward in the endless darkness. As there was no light source around, and there was no physical structure, Jiang Fei did not know where he had flown to. It was very difficult to locate him here. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that there was a small dot of light in the distance. The shuttle was heading towards that small dot of light. Jiang Fei noticed that the small dot of light in the distance was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he realized that it was actually a stargate. A stargate in a black hole? Jiang Fei was stunned. The stargate's design was very simple. One look, and one could tell that it was a product from a long time ago. At this moment, the stargate in the three-dimensional world had long been a new product of generations later. Activating particle accelerator. Particle accelerator has been activated. Preparing to warp. As a series of electronic synthesizers sounded, Jiang Fei's shuttle entered the assisted warp mode. This was the same reason as the spaceship going through the Stargate, because it needed to warp to a very far place. The spaceship's own phase engine could not complete the warp. At this time, the Stargate would provide assistance and allow the spaceship to warp to a more distant place. Chapter 2992-2992. Translator 549-6903. As the ancient Stargate was activated, Jiang Fei's shuttle entered the warp state. In the phase space, the shuttle flew steadily. According to the timer on the shuttle, Jiang Fei flew in the phase space for about 3 hours. Then, the shuttle left the warp state. He entered the main space. As the shuttle left the dimensional space, Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. He had finally returned to the colorful world at that moment. In front of the shuttle was a small star system. Other than the star in the center, there were 7 planets and a few asteroid belts around it. This star system was not very large, but it was operating very steadily. There's actually a solar system in this black hole? Jiang Fei frowned. This solar system was simply too orderly. The orbital distance between each planet was carefully calculated. Among the 7 planets, 2 were habitable planets, and the remaining 5 were resource planets with different attributes. Jiang Fei had never seen such a well-organized solar system in the entire 3-dimensional world. Therefore, he suspected that this place was thought to be built. However, Jiang Fei only thought about it for a moment before he gave up on the idea. After all, an artificial solar system was not a reliable thing no matter how he looked at it. Even creating a planet in the specific orbit of a particular star was a pipe dream. After entering the star system, the shuttle's automatic navigation system locked onto a habitable planet. Then, the shuttle of destiny flew over quickly. The shuttle was actually flying at a speed faster than the speed of light. This made Jiang Fei believe that it could bring him out of the black hole. In just 30 minutes, Jiang Fei's shuttle was ready to enter the atmosphere of the habitable planet. As the shuttle entered the atmosphere, Jiang Fei did not feel any turbulence. The shuttle entered the atmosphere smoothly. However, the scene before his eyes shocked Jiang Fei. What shocked Jiang Fei was not the towering buildings or the various unimaginable high-tech scenes. Instead, it was the exact idea that this was a backward, primitive planet. It was about the same as the Middle Ages on Earth. The intelligent life here was still in the era of cold weapons. Moreover, the living conditions here were very difficult. How is this possible? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He could see the villages and towns below from the shuttle. Although the distance was too far and he could not see the appearance of the intelligent life, Jiang Fei could still see the primitive and backward life. Before entering the atmosphere, Jiang Fei had imagined how developed this place was. He even imagined that the technology here might have reached an unimaginable level in the outer universe. However, reality was contrary to Jiang Fei's imagination. Not only was this place backward, there was no trace of technology at all. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The shuttle landed in a valley. Its landing gear landed steadily on the ground. The cabin door opened and Jiang Fei jumped out. As it was a habitable planet, the atmosphere was very suitable for human survival. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not bring any defensive facilities. After jumping out of the cabin, Jiang Fei waved his hand and put the shuttle back into the ring space. This thing was the only thing that he could rely on to leave the black hole. If it was damaged, he would also be trapped here. Jiang Fei frowned. Because his spiritual power was sealed firmly, he could not search the entire planet. Jiang Fei asked the snow beast that was attached to him. The snow beast's spiritual power was stronger. Perhaps there was another way. No. The snow beast's answer made Jiang Fei extremely disappointed. Sigh. Forget it. Jiang Fei sighed. The only thing he could do now was to ask for directions. Although his spiritual power was greatly restricted, it was not a problem for him to cover an area of at least 2 to 3 meters. Under the powerful suppression, Jiang Fei could no longer use his spiritual power to attack. However, this thing could be used as a medium for translation. It allowed him to not have to worry about language barriers and freely communicate with the intelligent creatures here. After making a decision, Jiang Fei left the small valley. Although his spiritual power was sealed, Jiang Fei's strength was still there. As he was not familiar with the terrain, he might be trapped in the rocks or trees if he teleported rashly. Therefore, Jiang Fei simply relied on his own speed to move. However, his speed was also quite terrifying. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei appeared at the top of a mountain on the side of the valley. There's a village over there. Jiang Fei looked around. He quickly found a village. There must be an intelligent life form living there. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to descend the mountain, a whistle came from afar. A cold arrow shot straight at Jiang Fei's chest. Jiang Fei dodged to the side. The cold arrow missed. However, the arrow went straight into a rock behind Jiang Fei. From this, it could be seen how sharp the arrow was and how powerful it was. Right behind the arrow, a dense rain of arrows shot towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned. Then his figure flashed, and he hid behind a mountain rock. Ding, ding, ding. Arrows rained down like a storm. Some of the arrows were deflected on the mountain rock, while others were shot directly into it. It seemed that the skills of these archers were not the same. Behind the densely packed arrows, Jiang Fei saw the attackers. They were a group of humanoid creatures with green skin. Their skin was like that of lizards. It was rough and had veins. Moreover, these guys were tall and strong. Jiang Fei was very familiar with them. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. As early as 10,000 years ago, the Mechs had been able to build spaceships of the same level as Braveheart. Moreover, they could also build the Shuttle of Destiny. How did it come to this? They were playing with cold weapons. In the time that Jiang Fei was stunned, the Mechs had already charged forward. Although they were not as strong as Jiang Fei, they had amazing physical attributes. They could be compared to the most valiant and battle-hardened draconic croc people in the three-dimensional world. Chapter 2993-2993. Translator 549-6903. My son is hospitalized with pneumonia and can't be updated on time recently. Leave of absence for a period of time, and the author will resume updating as soon as possible. Chapter 2994-2994. Translator 549-6903. Capture this alien. From a distance, Jiang Fei could hear the shouting of the Nemesis. Although it had been 10,000 years, the language of the Nemesis had not changed much. These people shouted loudly and quickly ran towards Jiang Fei. Each of them walked as fast as they could. It was as if they were walking on flat ground in the forest. These people held cold weapons such as machetes and spears in their hands. No matter how Jiang Fei looked at it, they did not look like the highly developed civilization that Jiang Fei remembered. It should be known that 10,000 years ago, the Mechs had been playing around with black holes. Although they had gotten themselves involved in it, this could at least prove the level of technological advancement of the MECHS. However, now, these Mechs were actually holding machetes and spears to fight. How was this different from the primitive, backward, and early intelligent life forms? What is going on? Jiang Fei was confused. However, he saw that the Mechs with dark green skin were about to charge at him. Jiang Fei could not just sit around and wait for death. Although Jiang Fei maintained his powerful combat strength, he still did not want to kill these Mechs. No matter what, Jiang Fei's current status was all thanks to the Mechs. Although their initial goal was to let Jiang Fei come to the black hole to save them, the people of planet Namek had objectively helped Jiang Fei. Therefore, in order not to have a direct confrontation with the people of planet Namek, Jiang Fei teleported from the top of this small hill to the top of another small hill. Where is he? Why did he disappear? Search. We must find this alien. Quickly inform the Great Elder. Another alien has appeared. The Mechs were in a mess. They split up and searched for Jiang Fei. At the same time, a small group of people turned around and returned to their own tribe. They had to tell the Great Elder about this. They had no right to make such an important decision. On the top of another hill, Jiang Fei quietly watched the movement of the people of planet Namek. As his spiritual power was completely suppressed, he could not hear what the people of planet Namek were saying. He could only make a judgment based on their movements. How strange. They seem to know me, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the Wallen race that the people from planet Namek were talking about. Wallen race? Who exactly are they? Jiang Fei had a lot of questions in his mind, so he decided to grab a tongue to ask. Although his spiritual power was not very useful, at least Jiang Fei was proficient in the Nemesis language. This allowed him to communicate with these Nemesis without any obstacles. Otherwise, he would not be able to use his spiritual power to communicate directly. If he could not understand the Nemesis language, then he would not be able to move an inch in this wild world. After making the decision, Jiang Fei was ready to make his move. With his ability, it would be too easy to capture a person in this forest. A group of Nemesis searched the forest. The warriors in front of them were careful explorers. However, they did not notice that the last companion of the team had disappeared. Jiang Fei brought the Mech warrior back to the top of the hill where he was previously. It was far from the foot of the hill. Even if the Mech warrior was desperately calling for help, no one else would be able to hear him. You. After seeing Jiang Fei's face clearly, the Mech warrior was trembling in fear. Jiang Fei asked, "Humph." The Nemesis warrior laughed coldly. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Humph. Who knows what you evil aliens are thinking?" The Nemesis warrior said coldly. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Humph. Stop pretending. You aliens are all damn liars." The Nemesis warrior was furious. He roared at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei frowned. The Merak warrior struggled crazily. However, under Jiang Fei's suppression, he had no room to resist at all. The Merak warrior had completely lost his mind. Jiang Fei noticed that his yellow eyes, which were originally like insects, had become blood red. Jiang Fei frowned. There was something wrong with the guy in front of him. The Nemesis warrior struggled crazily. His arms were twisted in a strange way. In the end, it was broken. Damn it. Jiang Fei frowned again. If he could use his spiritual power, he could easily find the guy who was controlling the Nemesis warrior. However, Jiang Fei's mind power was completely suppressed in his body. Therefore, he could not find the person who was hiding behind him. Jiang Fei asked the snow beast that was residing on his body, "I can't do anything here. You better bring me to my master quickly," said the snow beast. "There's no rush to find your master." Jiang Fei immediately rejected the snow beast. The most important thing for him now was to find Nina and Ariel. Then, he would help the snow beast find its master based on the situation. If it was really impossible, after Jiang Fei found Nina and Ariel, he was ready to take the shuttle of destiny and return. Jiang Fei was actually not that concerned about saving the people of planet Namek. In his eyes, these people of planet Namek were no longer the race that had the most advanced technology. The snow beast agreed unwillingly. However, there was nothing it could do now. It could not even leave Jiang Fei's body. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei did not bring it along, there was nothing it could do. "Calm down," Jiang Fei shouted a few times. However, there was no effect at all. On the contrary, the Nemesis warrior in front of him was becoming more and more irritable. Chapter 2995. Translator 549-6903. The mink race warrior suddenly let out a ghostly cry that did not sound human. Then, he actually broke his arms and bit Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his hand, and the mink race warrior was instantly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and lost his life force. What the hell is going on? Jiang Fei frowned. The mink warrior was clearly controlled by someone. However, who was the one controlling him? Was he the only one being controlled? Or were all the mink people being controlled? Although he had just arrived on this planet, Jiang Fei's doubts were growing. Forget it. I'll just grab my tongue and ask for the location of the Valance. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. However, finding Nina and Ariel was the purpose of his trip. Very soon, Jiang Fei caught another merfolk warrior in the forest. This time, he did not say any nonsense. Instead, he asked directly, "Speak. Where's the Valance territory?" "Boy, how can the Walloon race have a territory? Are they worthy? The mink warrior roared at Jiang Fei. Someone come quickly. There are aliens here. Then, the mink warrior began to cry out for help. However, after a moment, Jiang Fei noticed that the mink warrior's voice had started to rise. His eyes were starting to turn red. Jiang Fei thought to himself. In just a few minutes, the nemesis had also started to go crazy. Then, the nemesis began to do the same thing as the previous nemesis. He began to twist his body crazily. He did not even mind hurting himself. Once Jiang Fei relaxed the suppression on him, he would immediately attack Jiang Fei. How did I trigger it? Jiang Fei wanted to test it out. However, because he could not use his spiritual power, he could not observe it accurately. After capturing the people several times, Jiang Fei finally realized that these guys could not get anything useful out of them. Because they had been brainwashed, they had been instilled with the idea of obeying their superiors. Once they were captured, the emergency procedures would be activated very quickly. Then, they would start to go crazy and eventually turn into complete lunatics. However, after capturing them a few times, Jiang Fei did not come up empty-handed. Although these captives did not manage to survive the third question, many of them did not even have time to answer a single question before they were triggered by the restriction and turned into lunatics. However, he still managed to learn the location of the Walloon race's territory from these guys. After choosing the right direction, Jiang Fei leaped up and rode his sword. He thought that there were no technological races on this planet. So Jiang Fei, who was flying in the sky, could avoid almost all the trouble. He followed the results of his inquiry and flew all the way to the east. Jiang Fei was still very cautious when it came to finding his way. He asked a number of captives, and after synthesizing the answers of several parties, he made his choice. Jiang Fei flew very fast on his sword. However, after flying for almost 2 hours, he finally saw the curling smoke in a small valley. This should be the gathering place of the Walloon race. I should be able to find Nina and Ariel if I find them. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he lowered his body. The flying sword slowly descended to the ground. Soon, Jiang Fei landed on the outside of the small valley. He did not fly in directly to avoid misunderstanding. As Nina and Ariel might be inside, Jiang Fei did not want to hurt their friends. Then, Jiang Fei walked toward the entrance of the valley. From a distance, he could see the sentries at the entrance of the valley. These sentries were indeed, as the mechs had said. They were dirty and weak. 5 meters tall. Compared to the mechs who were more than 2 meters tall, they were simply dwarves. Although the mechs did not fit the aesthetic standards of the people on Earth, at least they looked clean. However, these dwarves were different. It was one thing for them to be short, but their bodies were not well proportioned. There was no neck under their big heads, but they had big stomachs to drive them away. Their skinny and shriveled limbs were like hemp sticks. Anyone who looked at them would be worried that their thin thighs would not be able to support their fat bodies. The equipment of these Walloons were very simple. They were all equipped with short spears and other weapons. These 2 Walloon sentinels were very alert. When Jiang Fei appeared, they had already noticed him. Percent, asterisk and amp, T-caret, the 2 sentinels spoke some language that Jiang Fei could not understand. As he could not use his spiritual power, Jiang Fei could not understand their intentions. Jiang Fei shrugged and made a helpless gesture. Alien, one of the Walloon sentinels said in Namek. Jiang Fei also asked in Namek. Yes, this is a Warren's tribe. The sentry replied. I'm here to find my companions. Jiang Fei asked. The sentry's words made Jiang Fei excited. It seemed that Nina and Ariel were indeed with the Warrens. Jiang Fei asked. No, Sim City is our sacred city. The sentinel said. Jiang Fei asked. The sentinel replied. Okay. Then can you help me send a message? I think they will come to see me. Jiang Fei said. Alien, I do not have the authority to agree to this. If you want to send a message to them, you have to get the consent of the elders of our tribe, said the Valiant sentry. In that case, I will meet your elders. Asked Jiang Fei. Of course. You are an alien and our honored guest. Therefore, we will try our best to satisfy your request, said the Valiant sentry. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the Valiant sentry ran into the valley. Although he was fat and looked like he was covered in fat. His movements were very agile. His speed was also amazing. After the sentry left, another sentry replaced him. After about the time for a meal, the sentry rushed back. At the same time, he said to Jiang Fei, "The Great Elder will be here in 5 minutes. Alien, you have 15 minutes." Chapter 2996, 2996. Translator, 549-6903. In less than a minute, a group of Walloons surrounded Jiang Fei. The Walloons, who were even more bloated than before, arrived at the entrance of the valley. These people had ugly faces, and their faces were full of wrinkles regardless of their age. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not determine the age of the Great Elder. The Great Elder's tone was very arrogant. Although he was using the planet Namek language, he spoke in a strange tone. What Jiang Fei did not know was that although the Walloon race could speak the Nemesis language, their elders and other nobles maintained this strange tone. In their eyes, this was a symbol of status because only nobles could speak like this. If commoners spoke in this tone, they would be punished. "Greetings, respected Great Elder." Jiang Fei's tone was very calm. He tried to lower his status as much as possible. Even though the Great Elder's strength was also very average, his combat strength was probably only a little over 10 million. However, when he faced the Great Elder, Jiang Fei did not use a condescending attitude. Instead, he placed the other party in an equal position. Your companion? Looking for your companion should go to your planet. The Great Elder's attitude made Jiang Fei very surprised. Previously, when he had met the merfolk, Jiang Fei could clearly tell that the alien was very important to the Walloon race. The Walloon race might even have received help from the alien. That was why they were able to resist the rule of the merfolk. However, from the Great Elder's tone, Jiang Fei could not hear any respect at all. Instead, there was a sense of annoyance. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, could it be that Nina and Bella's alien were not helping the Walloon race? Why would the Elder have such an attitude? I heard that 2 of my companions are among the nobles. I would like to meet them. Although Jiang Fei's words were still very polite, his expression did not look too good. Young alien, do you know who you were talking to? The Great Elder saw that Jiang Fei's expression had changed. He seemed to have been angered as well, so he immediately gave the order to leave. Jiang Fei tried his best to maintain a calm tone. However, if the other party did not know his place, he did not mind teaching the other party how to respect the strong. Jiang Fei had yet to lose his temper, but the Great Elder was enraged. He stomped his feet hard, and the fat on his body trembled violently. Then he took out his weapon. It was a scimitar that was filled with gemstones. Alien boy, I will give you one last chance for the sake of the 2 saints' emissaries. The Great Elder pointed the tip of the scimitar at Jiang Fei and said, Jiang Fei knew that the 2 saints' emissaries were the aliens that the people of planet Namek and the Walloon race were talking about. Moreover, these 2 people were Nina and Ariel. If you don't want to do it, you'll have to do it the hard way. When the Great Elder saw that Jiang Fei was still talking here, he was furious. However, he did not get lost immediately. He was enraged on the spot. With a roar, the Great Elder waved the machete in his hand and looked at Jiang Fei. A silver-white blade was aimed straight at Jiang Fei's face. One look, and one could tell that the Great Elder was going to kill him. Jiang Fei was also enraged by this pig-like fellow. Seeing that the other party's blade was right in front of him, Jiang Fei did not dodge. He raised his right hand slightly. Following that, the metal attribute's origin power covered the entire palm. Jiang Fei grabbed the blade that was coming at him. The dazzling blade was like a fluorescent ribbon in Jiang Fei's hand. There was no lethality at all. Because the list of such attacks was only about 10 million combat power, it could not hurt Jiang Fei's skin at all. After the blade was caught by Jiang Fei, he threw it at the instigator. From the moment the Grand Elder threw the blade to when Jiang Fei grabbed it and threw it back, everything happened in an instant. The Grand Elder had not even had the time to put away his blade. The blade that was just slashed by him came back at 3 times the speed. What? The Grand Elder was shocked. He had never seen such a method. In the crisis, the Great Elder could only block the attack with his saber. The saber light hit his saber and sent him flying backward. The Great Elder's fat body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he felt that all the bones and joints in his body were broken. The Great Elder let out a painful cry. He wanted to stand up, but he found that he couldn't get up at all. Someone, the Great Elder, shouted at the people around him. The Walloon race members were shocked silly. None of them had expected that their Great Elder would be defeated in one move. Moreover, he was defeated so miserably that the other party did not seem to have used any strength at all. The Great Elder could not stand up after being hit by his own attack. A group of people surrounded the Great Elder and forced him to stand up. Zhang Fei did not actually hit him too hard. After all, it seemed that Nina and Ariel were on the side of the Walloon race. Zhang Fei did not want to mess up the two-girl situation. Therefore, Zhang Fei was very careful with his actions just now. He only taught the Great Elder a little lesson and did not cause him too much damage. The Great Elder also knew that Zhang Fei did not use his full strength. He could actually stand up, but what would happen after he stood up? Would he continue to attack? That would not be as simple as asking for humiliation. He might even lose his life. However, if he stood up and admitted defeat, what would be the face of the Great Elder? How would he be able to convince the public in the future? Therefore, the Great Elder had to be heavily injured and then lifted up. That way, the Great Elder would not be afraid of being beaten up, but would fight for the tribe until he was heavily injured. You can't possibly allow a heavily injured person to continue fighting, right? This way, not only did the Great Elder not lose face, but he also gained a wave of merit points for himself. Attack together. This person is very powerful and very dangerous. After the Great Elder was helped up, he immediately ordered the surrounding Walloon race members. When the surrounding Walloon race members heard this, they did not think much about it. They had already become accustomed to obeying the Great Elder's orders. Therefore, when the Great Elder received the order, a large group of people immediately surrounded Zhang Fei. More and more Walloon race warriors ran out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 Walloon race members surrounding Zhang Fei. Chapter 2997. Translator 549-6903. I do not wish to harm you. Zhang Fei warned. He did not choose to teleport away because he suspected that Nina and Ariel might be in the valley, or he might be able to find clues about them in the valley. In the beginning, Zhang Fei did not want to have any conflict with the Walloon. He just wanted to find Nina and Ariel. However, he did not expect the elder of the Walloon tribe to be so tactless. Therefore, in order to get information about Nina and Ariel, Zhang Fei had no choice but to make a move. For some people, if you spoke nicely to them, they would not care about you. Violence was the only language they could understand. Although Zhang Fei had already warned these people, the Walloons still charged at Zhang Fei without care. However, these people were clearly more afraid of the Great Elder's orders. Kill him. Tear him into pieces. Thousands of ugly, fat Walloon race members charged at Zhang Fei with all sorts of weapons and clubs. Sigh. Zhang Fei sighed and closed his eyes. Kill him. A large number of Valens surrounded Zhang Fei. From the outside, Zhang Fei's figure was completely submerged. At that moment, a terrifying and suffocating aura burst out. Following the violent explosion of aura, the Valens who surrounded Zhang Fei were instantly sent flying. The more than 1,000 Valens looked extremely miserable. Even the outermost ones were sent flying 3 to 4 meters away. The unlucky ones who were closest to Zhang Fei were almost touching him. They were sent flying at least 100 meters away. After they fell to the ground, they immediately lost their breath. More than half of the more than 1,000 Walloon race members who had charged at Zhang Fei had died. The remaining half had also fallen quite badly. However, at least their lives were not in danger. The Great Elder was dumbfounded. He had thought that he knew these alien people very well. He knew that they did not like to kill people. They were not even willing to attack others. That was why he was so bold. In the end, he did not expect this alien to be different from the other aliens. How could this guy just stare and kill people? Zhang Fei's ferocity frightened the Great Elder of the Valin tribe. This guy looked at Jiang Fei in a daze. He never thought that his order just now would not only fail to drive away the aliens in front of him, it also caused the tribe to lose hundreds of young men. The Great Elder was completely flustered at this time, but his focus was obviously not appropriate. He should now consider how to deal with the current situation. What happened? At this moment, a large group of people rushed out of the valley, hundreds of them, all fat and strong. Though as ugly as the other Wallen, at a glance, it was obvious that they were the elites among these people. Among these people, there was a relatively not-so-fat guy, because it was not easy for the Walloon race members to recognize the age of the person. Jiang Fei could not tell how old the person was. However, he was the only one among the Walloon race members who could see the muscles. Master Chief, it's him. In order to shirk his responsibility, the Great Elder was the first to complain. Jiang Fei quietly watched the Great Elder's performance. He did not say anything because there was no need to. This new guy seemed to be the leader of the Walloons tribe. His strength was also around 21 million combat power. As his spiritual power was no longer usable, Jiang Fei put on the glasses-shaped combat power detector. The robust leader of the Walloon tribe frowned. As far as he knew, aliens were all peace-loving. They almost never killed. This guy's an exception. The Great Elder cried. He could not let the leader know that he was the one who started this matter. Because hundreds of young and strong members of the tribe had died, he could not bear the responsibility. Therefore, the Great Elder had to shift all the responsibility onto Jiang Fei. Although doing so might cause the clan leader to misjudge the situation and even drag the entire clan into the abyss, the Great Elder could not care less at this time. Right now, all he could think about was how to shift the responsibility and how to avoid being punished by the clan leader. There was no time for him to think about other things. The robust clan leader looked at the clan members around him who were less injured. These clan members hesitated for a moment. However, after seeing the threatening gaze of the Great Elder, they chose to stand on the side of the Great Elder. Although Jiang Fei had shown his strength, these Walloon clan members were already used to the authority of the Great Elder. Therefore, they did not dare to go against the Great Elder's wishes. After listening to the description of the Great Elder and the rest, the robust clan leader looked at Jiang Fei. At that moment, his gaze was hostile. Clearly, he had already listened to the words of his own people. It was just a matter of routine for him to ask Jiang Fei. I only want to know the whereabouts of my companion, Jiang Fei said calmly. He knew that the robust clan leader would not believe what he said now. He would definitely be more willing to trust his own people. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not explain anything. He only repeated his request. If the robust clan leader knew his place, then everyone would be happy. If he did not know his place, then he would beat them until they were convinced. After witnessing the attitude of the Great Elder, Jiang Fei had already given up on trying to convince them with reason. He firmly believed that these Walloon clansmen were scum. Only violence was the only language that they could understand. Kid, I will ask you one more time. When the Walloon race leader saw that Jiang Fei did not answer his question, he was a little angry. I will ask you one more time. Jiang Fei's tone was still indifferent. As expected, the furious Walloon race leader attacked. With a wave of his hand, a mace appeared in his hand. Then, he swung the mace at Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei saw that the robust clan leader did not choose to use energy attacks. Instead, he chose to use close-range attacks. Jiang Fei knew that this guy had some skills. However, his energy level was only around 20 million. Therefore, although he had some skills, to Jiang Fei, he only had a few skills. Chapter 2998. Translator 549-6903. The Valen clan leader charged at Jiang Fei with his spiked mace. However, he was faster than Jiang Fei. In just a few seconds, the Valen clan leader was kicked back by Jiang Fei. What was the meaning of the word flash? It described the current situation. The difference in strength between Jiang Fei and the Valen clan leader was too great. It was so great that the two of them did not even need to use any cross moves to exchange a few hundred rounds. It was only a single exchange. The leader of the Walloon race was sent flying by the kick. lying on the ground. The leader of the Walloon race was still unable to react. He did not even know how he was sent flying back. However, he knew one thing in his heart. The alien had shown mercy. If the alien had not shown mercy, the leader of the Walloon race would not be lying on the ground thinking about his life. Instead, he would be buried in the ground. After taking 2 deep breaths and calming himself down, the clan leader got up from the ground. He looked Jiang Fei up and down before saying, "Thank you for showing mercy. I did not want to kill anyone, so you had better cooperate," Jiang Fei said calmly. The clan leader was convinced because he could not help it. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. They were probably not the opponent of the person in front of him. If they insisted on being brave, they would eventually be wiped out. Therefore, the clan leader had no choice but to admit defeat. "All right, I will ask again." Jiang Fei repeated his question again. "They should be in Bretton Woods right now," said the clan leader. "Are you sure?" Jiang Fei warned. Said the clan leader. "All right, then tell me where these 2 places are," said Jiang Fei. "They're both in the east. You just have to walk east. The Bretton Woods is very easy to identify. It is a fiery red forest. The trees inside are fiery red," said the clan leader. Jiang Fei asked again. "After passing through Bretton Woods, you will continue to go east. You will enter a plain. There's a large city there. That is Westphalia. It is also the capital of our Walloon race," said the clan leader. Although he was the clan leader, he was not the clan leader of the entire Walloon race. Instead, he was the clan leader of this small tribe. "All right, I hope that you did not lie to me. Otherwise, you and your clansmen better find a new place to move quickly and do not let me find you," Jiang Fei warned. The clan leader said. Jiang Fei directly summoned his Chungying sword. Then, he rode his sword and flew into the sky. "This guy," the clan leader muttered to himself as he watched Jiang Fei's back disappear into the air. Seeing that the clan leader was in a daze, the great elder urged him to wake up the clan leader. The clan leader snapped out of his daze and slapped the great elder 3 times on the spot. The great elder spat out 2 broken teeth. The great elder was stunned. Seeing the great elder like this, the clan leader was even angrier. He slapped the great elder twice. Then he shouted to the others, "Why are you still embarrassing yourself here? Get the hell out of here." The rest of the Walloon race members replied with their eyes drooping. Then, they returned to the valley in dejection. On the other side, Jiang Fei no longer cared about the fat and ugly Walloon race members. He was riding his flying sword to the east. Jiang Fei found a smear of red in the distance. As the distance between Jiang Fei and the red color continued to shorten, the red color became more and more conspicuous. In the end, the red color filled Jiang Fei's vision. After flying for a while more, Jiang Fei was in front of the mangrove forest. The fiery red leaves made the entire forest seem like it was on fire. It was like half of the sky had turned red. "This should be the Bretton Woods," Jiang Fei muttered as he stopped his flying sword. The trees in the Bretton Woods were not only colorful, but also lush. Looking down from the sky, Jiang Fei could not see the ground at all. He could only see clusters of fire-red trees. Because he could not see anything from the sky, Jiang Fei had no choice but to lower his flying sword and land on the ground in the forest. Unlike the forest that Jiang Fei remembered, the Bretton Woods was not damp. Instead, it was very dry. These fiery red trees seemed to be emitting a weak heat. Although each tree did not emit much Renliang, it could not withstand the dense trees in the forest. Therefore, the temperature in the entire forest was at least 5 to 10 degrees higher than the temperature outside. Sigh. Jiang Fei took out a compass from his body. This thing was very primitive, but it was very useful. At this time, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was completely unable to be released. Therefore, he needed a tool to guide him in the forest so that he would not get lost. With the compass, Jiang Fei began to head deeper into the Bretton Woods. "I wonder where the Walloons live in the Bretton Woods." Jiang Fei pursed his lips and continued to walk forward. He did not know how long he had walked for. It might have been 2 to 3 hours, or it might have been more than half a day. In short, Jiang Fei had traveled a long distance. Suddenly, he heard whispers in his ears. This hunting operation should not encounter any obstacles, right? Don't worry. We have already scouted before. Those Valen warriors have gone hunting. There are only the elderly, the weak, women, and children in their camp. When the time comes, how do we rush over and catch them all in one go? Then, we just need to leave before those warriors return to help us. That's true. I really can't understand why someone would pay such a high price to buy these guys. They're both lazy and gluttonous. Even if they're slaves, they're not really qualified. In the distance, two guys were communicating in Mink Star language. Initially, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to them. However, it seemed that they knew where the Valen people lived. He could find someone to ask about Ariel and Nina's whereabouts. Chapter 2999, 2999. Translator 549-690-3. Jiang Fei sneaked up and quickly found the two nemesis in the middle of the two big trees. According to the data on the combat strength tester, the combat strength of the two nemesis was around 15 million. They were not very strong, but they were not too weak either. Jiang Fei hid behind a big tree and hid his aura. As the strength of these two guys was too different from Jiang Fei's, they did not realize that he was being targeted. Who knows? Maybe it's useful. What can these ugly guys do? Make soup. The two nemesis were still chatting. As they chatted, the two of them were also eating dry food. It seemed that these two guys were here to hunt slaves. Their target should be the Walloons in the Breton Woods. After a while, the two of them had eaten and drunk enough. The two of them began to walk deeper into the Breton Woods. When the two of them stood up, Jiang Fei realized that they were quite professional. They had a lot of equipment on them. It was obvious that they were specialized in this field. Following behind the two of them, Jiang Fei also walked deeper into the Breton Woods. It was obvious that this was not the first time the two of them had come here. The two of them were very familiar with the way. They easily avoided many traps. They also bypassed the Valen sentry posts. After about 2 hours, Jiang Fei followed behind the two nemesis star people. Finally, he saw a large number of tree houses. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. If no one brought this with them, he would be able to find these Valens in the large Breton Woods with just a compass. That would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had just entered the forest when he met these two slave hunters. Then, under the lead of these two guys, he arrived at the Walloons tribe. When he arrived near the Walloons tribe, Jiang Fei saw that the two slave hunters were getting busy. They began to set traps and set bait. Are they using the Walloon tribe as wild beasts? Jiang Fei looked at the two guys who were busy. Not long after, the two guys were ready. They began to release the bait. A strange fragrance drifted over. Jiang Fei held his breath because he did not know if the fragrance was poisonous. Soon, a few ostrich-like animals walked out from the Walloon tribe. They seemed to be attracted by the fragrance. They walked straight towards the trap and fell into it. These ostrich-like animals did not have high intelligence. However, their voices were very loud. After they fell into the trap, they began to howl crazily. Soon, they attracted the attention of the Walloon tribe members. The two Mink people looked at each other. Then, they went up and broke the necks of the two ostrich that fell into the trap. Then, they carried them on their shoulders and ran away from the forest. Someone is stealing the golem beast. Catch them, damn thieves. Soon, the Walloon tribe members found the two Mink people who were running away with the ostrich on their shoulders. At the same time, Jiang Fei also knew that the golem beast was similar to an ostrich. It was called the golem beast. Chase. Don't let them escape. A large number of Walloon race members chased after the two mechs with clubs in their hands. They chased after the two mechs relentlessly because the golem beasts were a considerable amount of wealth to the Walloon race. They would not allow anyone to steal these precious golem beasts. The two mechs ran in front of them and kept looking back. Their strength was far above the ordinary Walloon race members, so they ran calmly. Once they realized that the Wallen behind them could not keep up, they would slow down and wait for the Wallen behind them. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. These Wallen who were chasing after the thieves did not realize that the two thieves were not stealing the golem beast at all. They were actually targeting them. As they were chasing and fleeing, the two mechs led 12 or so Valens further and further away from the tribe. Soon, The two mechs felt that it was about time. Even if the Valens cried out for help, the tribesmen on the other side of the tribe would not be able to hear them. Therefore, the two mechs prepared to make their move. The reason why the two mechs were in such a hurry to make their move was that they were afraid that the Valens would react. If they stopped chasing, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the two mechs planned to make their move immediately. With a sudden turn, the two mechs threw the golem beast corpse on their shoulders and then pounced on the Walloon race people who were still waving their clubs to chase after the thieves. These two thieves want to fight with their lives. The young Walloon race people were also ignorant and fearless. Although they had many people, what were these two mechs doing? They were professional slave hunters. So how could they not have some ability? Although the Walloon race's talents were not bad, even if they did not cultivate, they would only have 2 to 3 million combat power values when they reached adulthood. However, they could not be compared to these two professional slave hunters, the mechs, who had more than 10 million combat power values. Defeating these Walloon race's people was as easy as flipping one's hand. In the blink of an eye, 17 to 18 Walloon race members were all defeated by these two brats. However, these two fellows were slave hunters, so they wouldn't be too heavy-handed. Weren't worth much. After defeating these Walloon race members, the two slave hunters took out ropes and strung these Walloon race members into a string. Get the hell out of here. F***CK. Stop pretending to be a dead pig. The two slave hunters kicked and kicked the Walloon youths. Then, they whipped them out of the forest. At first, the Walloon cried out a few times. They hoped that their fellow countrymen would hear their cries for help and come to their rescue. However, every time these guys cried out, they would be whipped a few times. After shouting a few times and realizing that no one could save them, these guys accepted their fate. After all, being whipped was not a good feeling. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not think that these Valen slaves would be so easy to capture. Seeing that the two slave hunters were walking out of the forest, Jiang Fei made his move. He did not want to repeat the same mistake that happened in the valley. Therefore, he decided to sell the Valen to save a dozen of their tribesmen. After that, when he asked about Nina and Ariel's whereabouts, these guys would not be so resistant anymore, right? Moreover, if Nina and Ariel were in the tribe, Jiang Fei would be doing them a favor by saving them. Chapter 3000. Translator 549690-3 Jiang Fei, who had decided to attack, instantly appeared behind the two aliens. Then he kicked the two aliens and sent them flying. You, alien! The two aliens did not receive any serious damage. When they got up, they turned around and found Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shouted angrily. The two aliens were so scared that they immediately ran away. They knew very well that they were definitely not the alien's opponent. Moreover, they had to bring back the news of the third alien's appearance. Therefore, when the two of them heard Jiang Fei's angry rebuke, they immediately dived into the forest. At that moment, the two of them hated that they had lost two legs. That rabbit was really their grandson. The two of them disappeared into the depths of the forest. Jiang Fei said to the Valens who were tied up, "That's great. We actually met an alien. Thank you. Thank you for saving us." These Valens seemed to know more about the ways of the world than the people in the valley. Jiang Fei had saved them. At least they knew how to thank him. Jiang Fei asked directly, "They should be. I saw them 2 days ago." "Yes, I saw them yesterday. However, I did not see them when I passed by the clan leader's house today," the Wallen said one after another. From their words, Jiang Fei knew that Nina and Ariel's last appearance was last night. Jiang Fei muttered. Then, he confirmed the appearance of the two aliens with the Valens. Jiang Fei could basically confirm that they were Nina and Ariel. However, their clothes were no longer the same as before. However, Jiang Fei could understand this. Although he did not know if the time flow in the black hole was different from the time flow outside, even if it was synchronized with the time flow outside, Nina and the others had fallen into the black hole for a long time. "Let's go," Jiang Fei said. "Okay." At this time, the Walloons had already untied the ropes on their bodies. Under the leadership of the Walloons, Jiang Fei arrived at the tribe that was filled with tree houses. "The clan leader's house is right in front of us. The Walloons brought Jiang Fei to the front of a slightly larger wooden house and went to call the door. Very soon, the clan leader's house door opened and a Walloon race member with slightly flabby skin walked out. Although it was not easy to tell the age of these Walloon race members, it was too obvious. His back was also hunched. One look, and one could tell that he was not young. Clan leader, we were just captured by 2 celestial race members, the Walloon race member said to the old clan leader. At that moment, Jiang Fei realized that the Walloon race members actually called the merfolk celestial race members. Ah, thank you very much, alien. If it was not for you, my people would have been in deep trouble, the old clan leader said to Jiang Fei. Clan leader, you are too kind. I saved them with just a lift of my hand. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. He was not a person who bullied the weak. He would also smile to people who were polite. However, Jiang Fei also knew how to use his fists to express himself to those unreasonable people. Hee, it's a piece of cake for you. The old clan leader slightly bowed to Jiang Fei, then he said, no matter what, I have to thank you on their behalf. All right, old clan leader, you don't have to be so polite. I came here to look for my 2 companions. Jiang Fei asked. Sigh. Actually, I'd already guessed your purpose when I saw you. Unfortunately, they rushed to Westphalia overnight, said the old clan leader. Jiang Fei confirmed again. Yes, they left last night. The old clan leader confirmed again. Although Jiang Fei's current spiritual power could not be released, he could not use his spiritual power to read minds or determine if the other party was lying. However, he could see the sincerity in the old clan leader's eyes. Jiang Fei asked, I do not know the details. However, they rushed to the sacred city because the king summoned them. It seems that something has happened in the sacred city, the old clan leader said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, I'm only the clan leader of this tribe. King Jacob is the ruler of our Walloon race, the old clan leader explained. Jiang Fei asked, you continue to walk east through the Breton Woods and then continue to the east. After a few days of walking, you will be able to see the holy city of Westphalia, the old clan leader said. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and immediately summoned his Chungying sword. Previously, he had come down to the ground to search for the Walloon tribe in the Breton Woods. Now, he did not need to stay in the Breton Woods anymore. Naturally, he did not need to go through the forest from the ground. A sword light shot up into the sky. The treetop above his head had a hole punched out by Jiang Fei. Then he stepped on his flying sword and flew up into the sky, heading towards the east. Jiang Fei flew away, but the Valons below were dumbfounded. Well, had they ever seen such a method? Compared to those green-skinned monsters, these aliens are the real Celestials, right? Yes, they are both kind and powerful. They are also willing to help us. They are the real gods. The Valons below watched Jiang Fei leave. One by one, they whispered to each other. After riding his sword and flying out of the forest, Jiang Fei immediately felt much better. Although the Breton Woods was not as tall as the other forests, it was relatively dry here. There was no humid and stuffy feeling, but there were trees not far above his head. Moreover, the forest was terrifyingly large. This kind of environment was still very depressing. Now that he was in the air above the forest, the depressing feeling immediately disappeared. Jiang Fei took out his compass to determine his position and then rode his sword to fly east. The size of the Breton Woods was far beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. Even though he rode his sword at an extremely fast speed, he only managed to leave the air above the forest after 6 to 7 times. He entered a large plain area. As he knew that the holy city of Westphalia was deep in the plain, Jiang Fei continued to ride his sword to the east. After flying for about 10 hours, the shadow of a building finally appeared in front of him. Chapter 3001, 3001. Translator, 549-6903. As he got closer, the outline of the holy city of Westphalia became clearer. Soon, Jiang Fei saw the first high-rise building on the planet. Although this high-rise building only had a total of 5 floors. However, this was the only high-rise building that Jiang Fei had seen on the planet. The rest of the buildings were usually on the first floor. Occasionally, there were 2- or 3-story wooden houses. However, most of them were first-story earth houses or stone houses. This was the first time that Jiang Fei had seen such a 5-story brick and stone building on this planet. Moreover, this building gave Jiang Fei a sense of déjà vu. When he got closer, Jiang Fei could see the entire building clearly. He could not help but complain, "D*MN, isn't this the Drum Tower?" On this planet, there was a sudden discovery of a traditional building from Jiang Fei's hometown. Without a doubt, this building must have been built by Nina and Ariel. Only the two of them would know about this special building. This drum tower was particularly conspicuous in the entire Westphalia city. It was obvious that it was built later. Although the other buildings were also made of bricks and stones, they were generally shorter. Moreover, these Wallen people did not seem to like light. Therefore, their residences had almost no windows. It was very dark inside. After flying for a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived near the sacred city of Westphalia. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not fly in directly. Instead, he landed a few kilometers away from the city wall. After landing, Jiang Fei put away his Chungying sword. Then, he ran with his feet. He could still reach the foot of the city wall in a few minutes. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the city gate. The holy city of Westphalia had a total of 4 city gates. As Jiang Fei flew east to this place, he was at the west gate. Although there were tall city walls and thick city gates, the holy city seemed to have been peaceful for a long time. Therefore, there were no soldiers guarding the gate. The city gate was completely open. As there was no one guarding it, Jiang Fei walked in easily. There were some Walloons who passed by, and when they saw Jiang Fei, they did not make any special moves. Some of them even smiled at Jiang Fei. Clearly, they were already familiar with the existence of aliens. Alien, not long after Jiang Fei entered the city, a pair of well-dressed soldiers came before him. Jiang Fei nodded. "Then, please come with us." The leader of the soldiers was very polite. Jiang Fei nodded. His spiritual power was currently limited. It would not be easy for him to find Nina and Ariel in a city. Although he could ask around, it would not be easy to find the 2 girls. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to meet the king of the Wallen race. Nina and Ariel were summoned back to the sacred city by him. Therefore, after meeting him, it would be easy to find the 2 girls. Following the group of soldiers, Jiang Fei arrived at the Imperial Palace in the center of the city. Although it was called the Imperial Palace, it was far from the Imperial Palace in Jiang Fei's hometown. It was also not as elegant as the gardens in Suzhou. At most, it could be considered a 3-way house. "Alien, please wait a moment. I will go and ask for instructions," the captain of the soldiers said to Jiang Fei. Then he went up to the guard at the entrance of the Imperial Palace alone and talked to him. Soon, the guard went in. About 2 minutes later, the guard came back. It was not because the guard was fast or efficient. It was because the palace was too simple. There were only 3 courtyards in total. King Jacob was still working in the front courtyard, so he was not far away. Someone even stood outside the palace and shouted Jacob. The king inside would immediately agree. "All right." The captain of the soldiers came to Jiang Fei. Apparently, the guard had already informed him. King Jacob decided to meet Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the captain of the soldiers into the palace. However, the other soldiers could not all go in. One reason was that they did not have enough status, and the place inside was not very big. There were too many people inside. After entering the palace, Jiang Fei did not have much to see because he did not walk far before he reached the so-called main hall. The captain asked Jiang Fei to stop again. Then, he entered the main hall by himself. After a moment, the captain walked out and said to Jiang Fei, "Come, the king wants to see you." Jiang Fei nodded and followed the captain into the hall. After entering the hall, Jiang Fei realized that it was just a slightly larger room. There was nothing much inside. The king was not sitting on the top of the room, facing south. Instead, he was sitting in a corner of the room. There was a rather large table in front of him. It did not feel like an emperor. Instead, it felt like a boss of a company, although the boss was a little shabby. "My king, the alien is here," the captain of the soldiers said to King Jacob, who was writing at the table. King Jacob replied, and raised his head. As Jacob was sizing Jiang Fei up, Jiang Fei was also sizing him up. Although this guy was also a Wallen, he looked much more pleasing to the eye. He was similar to the Wallen leader that Jiang Fei had met before. Both of them were strong and fit. According to the data on the combat strength test device, this king of the Walloon race had a combat strength of about 35 million. This number could be considered as a top-notch expert in the outer universe. It could even be classified as a high-level hermit. However, if it was placed in the 5 directions, although his strength could be considered extraordinary, he would not be able to reach the level of the strongest. King Jacob was the first to speak. Perhaps, Jiang Fei said non-committally. King Jacob asked. Jiang Fei did not hide his purpose. Jacob's question made Jiang Fei frown slightly. Tell them something, Jiang Fei said. King Jacob asked again. No, I can only tell them both. Jiang Fei rejected Jacob. At the same time, his expression was a little ugly. It was obvious that Jiang Fei was annoyed by Jacob's continuous questioning. All right then. However, you will not be able to see them for the time being because they are busy with an important matter. When the time is right, I will arrange for you to meet, King Jacob said. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.